Oh my god, it's another one of these things. Say hi.
Hello, I'm Twilight
Nice
Guardian.
thing.
Back here with Kaiser and Twilight to hopefully finish this.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I mean, like, I don't know, man. He's going to try to explain how Goblin Slayer is fascist in an hour. I don't know. I don't know how he's gonna manage to do that for an hour, almost an
Oh,
hour straight.
spoilers, he doesn't.
But
I know the ending. I know the lore.
oh man,
Oh
you,
boy.
you know the law.
I know the
You're
lore.
the. Hold on. What's this guy's name?
Drinking with skeletons.
You're the drinking with skeletons Lorax. Okay.
Yes, I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees.
I find it very interesting that there is like a growing number of YouTubers who want to try and find the hidden meanings of this, that, and the other when they barely know what they're talking about because they maybe looked up that theme on the internet for like 5 minutes and then suddenly they're an expert.
Well, yeah, it's like when Hassan says that like Luffy would be a communist, and you're like, no, what the
Oh,
fuck are you on about? What the fuck are you on about? Why would Luffy be a communist?
The
Yeah.
other
What?
day,
Luffy likes
I
eating.
saw a video. The other day, I saw a video about like the Marxist undertones of Shrek, and I'm like,
What the?
I
Oh, I
can't
what?
saw that thumbnail and I was like, bro, what the fuck?
I can't tell if this is
What?
parody, but this looks like it's just legit.
Why?
The Shrek is Marxist. Oh my god.
Well,
I'm just imagining like somebody Photoshop freaking, a photo with Marx, but it's just Shrek.
Yeah. Like I went into the video expecting it to be a parody, and then like after 5-6 minutes into the video, I'm like, I honestly cannot tell, but this sounds like it's not parody, so I'm just gonna leave. This is ridiculous.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that like this is just a consequence of just everybody want to be every frame of painting, kind of.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's the problem because somebody like Every Firm Painting, Lindsay Ellis, those guys have had training in order to be able to talk the way that they do.
Yeah.
Most people who just talk about their opinions on YouTube and stuff, they're just regular Joes.
Yeah.
They can't talk about things in that way because that's not their area of expertise. And that's okay, but if they're going to talk with authority, they need to actually know what they're talking about, not spend 5 minutes on Google.
Well, yeah. Like no one's expecting you to go to fucking like college and get a degree. Just like take like the time to research and stuff and understand the concepts.
Listen, you need to graduate from Oxford University in order to make a YouTube channel.
Because I think it was. It's just like the 7-hour ultimate destruction of flat Earth, and the guy who did it like just did like months and months of research on physics.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I think I heard of that one before,
Oh
but
yeah, it's
but
really good.
you know what? Let's see what this guy has to say about the fascist undertones of goblins.
Yes.
I'm so ready.
Let's go.
The first episode gives us a perfect example of this. After slaughtering a society of goblins inside their own home...
Notice how he said a society.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't have...
Society. No, they have a society. It's just very, very basic. Very like, you know.
Yeah, they're like tribes.
Yeah, they're tribes.
Yeah, it is a tribe. Like,
yeah.
Pretty sure the majority of barbarian mythical creatures in these fantasy settings are considered tribalistic, not societies in the sense that we understand them, which is a lot more advanced and complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm sure this isn't purposefully loaded language.
Oh
So
yeah,
let's
so
let him
totally
take a
not
look.
purposely loaded language, and he's totally not going to do it again. Totally.
On an unrelated note, is this guy a Lily Orchard fan?
I don't know.
Just asking for a friend.
I don't know.
Just
He's
asking for a friend.
yeah. Who knows? He might be.
The Goblin Slayer intends to finish the job by killing a roost of baby goblins. The priestess shows clear apprehension born of sympathy for the frightened children, but the Goblin Slayer is quick to inform her that goblins only ever grow up to be dangerous. In his own words,
Also, hot take. I don't like Goblin Slayer's Japanese voice.
Really?
Yeah, I preferred Brad Hawkins' like weird, like how he Brad Hawkins I think does a slightly better job of portraying him as this like uber autistic, awkward, but also like hyper focused psychopath.
I think he handles the raspiness a lot better.
Oh yeah, he does.
That I imagine the character has.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair because I do know that Japanese voice acting kind of has a problem of same voice syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
And that does partially go into how they train their voice actors. Because they all kind of train them the same way. And then, of course, the voice actors get typecast all the time. So if you want a character to be a tsundere, then you're gonna get the tsundere voice actor.
Yeah, you
And
get like the
never...
5 tsundere voice actors, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're never going to vary it up because you already have the 4 women that basically sound identical to each other. And then all of the tsundere characters are going to sound exactly the same. And it's the same with all of these different other types of archetypes in anime. You have the voice actors that specialize in that kind of voice. They're not really going to deviate all that much from that kind of voice. And then they're only going to look for other voice actors for this archetype that fits that exact voice and sounds like that exact voice. And they all are going to have, like, more broadly, this very theater-type voice to them. So there isn't going to be a natural variation in the way that they do the voice acting in the way that American dubbing does. Which a lot of anime fans don't seem to like that variation because they're more used to the more professional, theatrical kind of voice acting. But I think that is mostly because a lot of these fans don't actually speak the language.
Oh yeah.
And actually, no, it's not. I don't think. I know because a lot of people have.
Yeah,
a lot of people have directly said that they probably wouldn't like it if they actually understood the language, but because they don't, it sounds better to them.
Yeah, and I would argue, at least in this scene and some of the other snippets that I've heard, because I haven't watched the whole thing in Japanese, but just from the snippets I've heard, he sounds a bit. Goblin Slayer sounds a bit too stoic. Like, if that makes sense. Like, he would be stoic, but the thing about Goblin Slayer is he's Batman in the sense of he stopped being a child, and you could even argue a human at the age of 10. He has like no social skills to speak of. He has so he, like the way he would talk to people would be kind of awkward and detached. So
yeah. Sometimes English voice acting can be better than the Japanese voice acting, and that's not really a hot take.
No, Japanese always better. No. Don't you don't you like a 70-year-old woman voicing Goku? That's obviously better.
Oh, God.
I mean, no disrespect. I'm sure she did a fine job as Kid Goku, and I believe she does like Kid Gohan as well. But Sean Schemmel is the best voice of Goku, even if the guy himself is a twat.
Oh man,
I don't agree with that.
What you think?
Yeah, she remember she's from Moose Country, so her favorite Goku.
What was his name? Who did the Canadian dub for Goku? Kirby something? I think it was him. He was the one who voiced Moroku and Inuyasha, I believe.
Yeah, Kirby Morrow.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a bunch of different ones over the years.
And then the guy who voiced Rolf voiced him in a movie or two, I think.
which is so
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, Canada just also has a lot of underrated actors.
They
Also,
do actually.
Yeah. A lot of our voice actors, especially for Dragon Ball Z, the only reason why Sean Schemmel was chosen as Goku was because he sounded the closest to the Canadian voice actor for Goku. And it's the same with the other voice actors too.
How does Chris Sabat sound like the Canadian voice for Vegeta? Like his from what I remember, like because like obviously the memed "It's over 9,000" comes from the Kenyatta dub, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, no, even when like Chris is trying to like up his voice, it still sounds distinctly different.
Yeah, but like it's not that they find perfect equivalence to sounds. It's, do you sound close enough? Good, you're hired.
Because this was during the time when it was being aired on television. They wanted to find like good enough sound alikes to not confuse the kids.
Right.
Yeah. Though I do remember there was a brief time when the Funimation dub did come over here, and then I'm pretty sure a lot of fans in Canada stopped watching because they're like, why does Goku and Vegeta and Piccolo sound so different from how we're used to?
Yeah.
Must have been when Kai came out, right?
No, the original one, the original dub.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, the original.
With the Faulkner music.
Because Vegeta and Piccolo are also very iconic voices up here in Canada, especially Piccolo because he is voiced by the legendary Scott McNeil.
Yeah, Scott McNeil, who is the second best Wolverine. The first is Steve Blum.
100%.
And then the third best is...
also voiced Goku.
Wait, Steve Blum also voiced Goku? Or Scott McNeil?
Yeah, in GT Final Bout.
Oh,
that video game, right? Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Anyway.
善良なゴブリン探せばいるかもしれんだが人前に出てこないゴブリンだけがいいゴブリンだ
I also prefer the line, "The only good goblins are the ones that don't show their faces to the light of day." I prefer that version. I prefer that version of that line.
Okay. I didn't think they changed that line in the dub. I only watched the sub of it. So.
Yeah, it goes like a good maybe if you looked hard enough you would find a good goblin. But in the end, the only good goblins are the ones that don't show their faces to the light of day.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying like the original's bad or anything. I just prefer the English one because I don't know, it hits a lot harder to me personally.
Yeah, and I think that there is room for variation in terms of changing a line from Japanese to English and vice versa.
It's what localization used to be. It used to be, does this work in English? No. Let's make it work in English but retain the same meaning.
Yeah, sure. And like you also try to maintain the tone that the line is also trying to convey.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was the problem that I had with some of the lines with Lovely Complex. If you remember us talking about Lovely Complex. Yeah, there were some lines that they had changed in the dub, but the tone wasn't kept intact. So the characterization of that character was completely changed. He was just a tired guy. And then they changed him to be kind of like a cold asshole a little bit. Like that's not his character though.
Yeah, localization.
Speaking, this is only one step above what Roosevelt had to say about Native Americans or how the arachnids are treated in
Okay, but first off,
I have no fucking words, dude.
Neither do I.
You go right ahead. I'm just laughing.
First off, the bugs in Starship Troopers deserve complete and utter annihilation and extermination. Fuck the bugs. In the book and in the movie, they are the aggressors. They sent an asteroid to Buenos Aires. They attacked first. They killed a bunch of Mormon, Mormon settlers on Clendathu against the Terran, and the Terran Federation said, no, do not go there. Do not go there at all. Like, that's a dangerous place, but they went there anyway. The Terran Federation did nothing wrong. I will stand by that to this day. In the first movie, and the subsequent movies, they try and play up the, ooh, God, it's actually a satirization of fascism, even though it's fucking not. Because Paul Verhoeven didn't understand the book.
I find it very interesting that this guy is trying to humanize the goblins by first invoking Native Americans to try and make this a racial issue.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You fucking Weasley little shit. Weasley little shit.
This is the Embrace of Shadows syndrome right here. This is exactly what he did with the fucking guys from what's that movie? The Hills Have Eyes or whatever.
Yeah, The Hills Have Eyes. When you compare
the cannibals
to like Native Americans or black people.
I understand what he was trying to say, which is that, like, okay, in an abstract sense, these guys can represent a outcasts in society in any context. You can look at them that way potentially, but like
they're cannibals.
They're the worst way possible. The cannibals.
It's still absolutely ridiculous because that it isn't equivalent at the end of the day. Yeah, you can squint and turn your head and like do somersaults and all this kind of gymnastics in order to make it fit. But at the end of the day, comparing black people, comparing Native Americans, comparing this, that, and the other kind of group to cannibals or to murderous monsters is not a good look.
Yeah, especially because, like I say in my own video on the topic, which y'all should definitely watch, by the way. Freaking, these creatures have almost zero connection to any of these any exact race in real life. So contextually in the story, it's already woven in that this is like, a fictional kind of race. They're not even a race, they're a different species altogether, and they function fundamentally differently from humanity, and we actually have the proof of that. So why the fuck are we even why are you even bothering with this interpretation? And what purpose does this actually serve?
Well, you also have to take this into consideration. This will be emphasized more as we go along. He's not engaging with the rules that are being put forth by the story. He's refusing to engage with these rules.
Oh, freaking course not.
Yeah. And it's very clear that he isn't trying to do that because the only thing that he sees is a human being with a different skin color and not a humanoid creature that is not human, that kills humans for food and pleasure.
And to reproduce, because they ain't no female goblins around, and I believe that's confirmed later in the manga, right?
I think that was confirmed early on, actually. From what I remember.
Because I remember the Goblin Lord saying, I'll go back to my cave and reproduce and then build another thing.
Yeah.
Well, that...
like a non-evil race, right?
That does kind of, like, make it seem like they might be the same species because, you usually have to be very closely related in order to be able to reproduce. But then again, this is fantasy logic.
Well, it is because the goblins are from the moon. They I believe they are from the moon, so they're not even from the planet.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I can kind of see why some people would make that assumption and mistake due to the fact that they are able to reproduce with humans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just forget about fantasy logic.
Yeah, and then, you know, you're weirdo like me and you go, well, I mean, a llama and an alpaca were able to conceive, and they're way farther apart than humans and chimps, which then, of course, leads you down the rabbit hole. If that's the case...
No. The
I know they needed artificial insemination, but it's possible.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
but also the offspring was not genetically viable.
No.
It was completely infertile.
Yeah, I know that. Like, it's completely infertile. Like, sometimes ligers will be, sometimes they won't. It kind of depends. But the fact that more distantly related species can just make offspring than humans and I don't know, that fucking haunts me every single day. It haunts me. It haunts me, and it's like, it's only a matter of time before someone tries.
You're bold of you to assume they haven't.
I think there were experiments to try and do it with orangutans, like artificially inseminate orangutans, or was it artificially inseminate?
Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
Yeah, which, no, you shouldn't be doing orangutans, because you should be, whatever. Now, we're moving on. I'm starting to go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, let's not.
Let's not.
Rhetorically speaking, this is only...
So, rhetorically speaking, we're using big words.
Rhetorically
speaking, okay.
Do you even know the meaning of that word, sir? I want to know, because I am increasingly coming across a lot of people on the internet who use a lot of big words in order to sound smart, but don't actually know what those words mean.
Because, like, let's say
I gotta ask.
So, like, a rhetorical question is a question that the answer is obvious to, or you're just not... No, I think a rhetorical question is you're asking the question, but you don't expect the answer because it's so obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, rhetorically speaking, you're going to make a point that is obvious that shouldn't be said, I guess.
Well, yeah.
I guess? I'm not Tolkien. I'm not a linguist. I'm just...
Well, I'm pretty sure, like, rhetorically speaking, it's rooted from, like, rhetoric, as in, like, argumentation.
Okay.
Like, not necessarily that you're, like, you know, asking something that should be obvious. He's saying that rhetorically, in terms of argumentation, it's this, and that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I know it's a weird thing, because I struggle with that a lot when I was younger.
Also, did he pronounce Roosevelt? Hold on, I'm sorry.
Rhetorically speaking, this is only one step above what Roosevelt had to say about...
It's Roosevelt.
No, it's not even it's not even Roosevelt, it's Roosevelt.
It's Roosevelt. Like, regardless of what you want to say about Teddy Roosevelt's personal opinions on Native Americans, the man did a lot of fucking good things for our country, so fuck off. Keep his name out your fucking mouth.
And even regardless of that, because I have none of the education to argue for and against that position, but fact of the matter is that, again, you're treating these two things like they're the same moral equivalents when they don't.
Yeah, they're not.
Native Americans, or how the arachnids are treated in Starship Troopers.
As they should, because fuck
the
arachnids.
Bugs. Yeah, it's the same. The arachnids are literally the same as the goblins. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, he's trying to make it seem like the goblins are just human beings who are trying to live their lives. And then these evil white humans are coming onto their land and murdering them. And it's like...
In all fairness, they are trying to live their lives. It's just that living their lives means hurting and...
infringing on other people's lives.
Exactly. And...
Yeah.
And because...
And, like, the difference is that other human groups throughout history, they don't actively go out and, like, slaughter others just for the fuck of it. It's usually due to political argumentation between tribes, whether or not the other tribe has, like, stolen property and women from them, other things like that. You know, regular human stuff. You have a reason to go out and do this. You don't just do it because it's a fun time, like the goblins do.
Yeah.
Right.
This isn't a Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
Thank God.
The only good bug is a dead bug.
Based, red-pilled, the correct opinion. Fuck the bugs. I will stand by fuck the bugs. Anyone who defends the bugs against the Terran Federation is a traitor and a scoundrel.
How stunning, how brave.
I am very stunning. Maybe not brave, but certainly stunning.
A character in a work of art earnestly using the kind of rhetoric which is satirized in Starship Troopers should immediately...
The problem with Starship Troopers, my friend, is that it was trying to be a satire of fascism, because Paul Verhoeven, I think he didn't even read all of the book. He didn't really care for it. So one of the writers had to read the book, and the book is straight serious. It's not fascist, but even then, despite trying to satirize fascism, he failed in that aspect because nothing about the Federation was fascist. That's the thing. He even had to remove certain things in the book about the Terran Federation to try and make it, because in the book it stated that it is a civilian's constitutional right to join the military to try and become a citizen. And that doesn't matter if you're a quadriplegic, you're blind, you're deaf, you're mute, you got your jaw missing, you can't eat. They will find something for you to do in the military. No matter how meaningless, no matter how tedious, they will find something for you to do. The only way that you cannot join the military in the world of Starship Troopers is if you do not understand the oath you're taking. If you're mentally incapable of understand the oath in which you're taking. That's why they take a psychological evaluation for it. So he left that part out of the book. But yeah, no. The bugs did everything wrong. And Starship Troopers, the movie, while being a very good movie, love that movie, bad satire. Very bad satire.
Immediately make some alarm bells go off, in my opinion. This part of the scene is presented in an emotionally effective way, a sweeping orchestra in the background and the priestess crying as she listens to the screams of the children off screen. And while this might seem like the tone coming to the defense of the goblins, it's really not. It's not a sad moment because the goblins die, it's a sad moment because the goblins have to die.
Well, yeah, it's also...
in
the sense of, I don't even
necessarily... If the shoe fits!
I wouldn't even necessarily agree with that. I would say that since a lot of this is from Priestess's perspective, it's that realization that this is what is necessary. That you have to beat children to death in order... that is necessary, or else things will just get much worse. Because... what the goblins are and what they is rooted in their very nature.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of that kind of and obviously even listening to children, no matter what race, just being beat to death is gonna fucking haunt you your first time hearing it.
Of course, especially when you yourself are a child, like the priestess here.
Yeah.
So it's that makes sense.
Yeah.
But, dark fantasy doing dark fantasy things. What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
Why are you mad?
So I actually really like that scene because it is that realization. We have to do this in order to slay goblins. You got to do this, and there is no redemption for them at all.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like a to pretty much anyone's worldview, especially someone who's just getting into adventuring. And someone who comes from a holy background that may teach a lot. This is me making some assumptions, or maybe it's displayed in the light novels or manga later. But someone who may be taught about sort of forgiveness and redemption comes across something that cannot be forgiven or redeemed to the point where you have to kill their children. Kind of fucks you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So.
Their deaths are tragic, but they're treated as a tragic necessity, nothing more.
But yeah.
Notice how he keeps saying this like it's a bad thing. By
Exactly.
The way.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah, and it's only a bad thing from the perspective of the priestess because she wasn't used to the brutality of this line of work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She wasn't aware of how goblins operate, really, because, like I think we mentioned last time, goblins attack rural areas that don't really have a lot of money to fork over, so they get a lot of inexperienced adventurers.
Yeah.
Because the thing about goblins in Goblin Slayer is that they are, as a race, engineered to require complete destruction.
Yes.
In universe, there are traits innate to them which make them a threat, no matter how marginal their society is. The Goblin Slayer says so in no uncertain terms in this very scene, informing the viewers that
奴らは恨みを一生忘れん。それに巣穴の生き残りは学習し、知恵をつける。奴らはすぐ増える。もう少し遅ければ
Just pausing this.
I love
for copyright.
I love the spelling error that they made there. They multiple quickly.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. I was like, okay, am I reading that right?
50匹ばかりに増えて襲ってきただろう。
the goblins haven't merely developed a culture which serves as a threat to civilization, they are biologically designed to multiply fast to hope.
The scapegoat enemy.
Scapegoat enemy is not the enemy based on their ideology, but based on a trait inherent to their group.
Which, I mean, if you want to get into the fact that goblins have an ideology, they kind of do. It's, just the purest, most basest form of primal greed.
Yeah.
If I want it, I take it.
I find it interesting that he says, inherently here, the scapegoated enemy. It's a scapegoat.
Yeah, but goblins aren't a scapegoat. Goblins are not a scapegoat. That's the thing.
No.
They're not being blamed for
this is the premise of the story.
They're not even being blamed
for
all
in order for there to be a scapegoat. Yeah, in order for there to be a scapegoat, you have to use them as a scapegoat for something else that's bad.
People think
there's no other scapegoat. We're fighting the Demon Lord. We're doing fighting the Demon Lord things. That's the show.
People think
fucking deal with it.
And Goblin Slayer himself is just eradicating them but mainly, at least in the first season, just revenge. He hates them for what they did to him, so he's going to eradicate them down to the last one.
Yeah.
Old grudges and to overcome the failures of their predecessors. They cannot be redeemed.
Is this a line from some racial thing in history? Is that what he's using here?
No,
he came up with that before.
He came up with 3 criterias for fascism, I think.
Oh, I've forgotten that already. I blocked at least half of the last time from my mind.
It's understandable.
Yeah.
Re-educated or integrated. According to the Goblin Slayer's information, only the total genocide of goblins can eliminate them as a threat, and this is never refuted. If anything, the series continues to re-establish it. The Goblin Slayer repeats his mission to leave not a single goblin alive in the second episode, this time juxtaposed by a smiling guild girl and backed up by incredibly elating music.
Yeah, based. Kill them all. Yeah. Every last one.
Yeah, welcome to the freaking show, dude. What are you talking about?
My guy.
I'm trying to figure out how this is fascist again.
These are the rules of the universe. I will not engage with them because, I don't know, I have some sort of degree in political science.
Because I live in the first world and I have to project that shit onto a fictional medieval setting.
Because I'm terminally online.
It is a net positive if we find a way to eradicate all viruses from being able to infect humans. There is not a single thing that would be detrimental to eradicating the concept of viruses off of the face of the planet. Try, my dude, in order to tell me that there is some sort of bad reason that we shouldn't eradicate viruses off of the planet so that we don't get sick.
And viruses technically aren't even alive. They're just doing what they do because that's what they do. Goblins actively choose to be evil.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just humanoid. Like, the whole thing is that let's be honest, dude. If these things were not humanoid and were just like some sort of, like, I don't know, mass of, let's say they're like slimes or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, this is the Slime Slayer show instead. Would you have the same energy?
Probably not.
Legitimately?
Yeah. Because there's also the fact that it's goblins, and goblins have a historical connotation to them. Like, you know.
Yeah. But, like, okay, hang on. You said that they choose to be evil, which does raise the question, can you raise a goblin to be good? But then you go back to saying there is something inherently about them that makes them evil. So they don't actually choose to be evil. So that's why I use the virus analogy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't choose any of this shit at all. So it's like, I have no idea why this dude's making it seem like, oh, they're like a race in real life, or this is bad and wrong. And I mean, I know why. It's just a stupid reason. I understand the reason, but on account of the fact that it's a stupid reason, I'm willing to make fun of it.
Exactly. Precisely.
A conversation between the Goblin Slayer and the Sword Maiden in episode 9 further serves to vindicate the Goblin Slayer's hatred of goblins entirely. The Sword Maiden, who is the embodiment of all that is worth protecting in this world, agrees with the Goblin Slayer's
and one of the most powerful people on the fucking planet. Let's not forget that.
Who, by the way, herself is a victim of the goblins.
Yeah, she was assaulted and then blinded. For the most part, she can like make out faint shapes at the very best.
Self-appointed mission. The goblins are to be exterminated entirely, and you won't find a soul who disagrees or even entertains the contrary notion. Another thing about goblins in the series is that they are unable to create and sustain their own ecosystem. In episode 6, the audience is told that goblins are exclusively a race of pillagers. They don't create anything themselves and have a parasitic relationship with the rest of the world.
Oh, almost like a virus.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But as long as that virus doesn't have arms and legs, then it's all good, baby.
Yeah.
They steal is never made clear, but one can assume that the materials they use for their arrows and vehicles were stolen, if not the end products as a whole. They also don't.
Well, no, they do make their own weapons. Like there is a distinction. Like when Ranger picks up one of the goblin arrows, she's just like, "Oh, this thing is shit."
Like, they, like even a creature like Homo habilis was able to make its own stone tools.
Yeah, for multiple purposes as well.
And not only that, but like there are other creatures on Earth that aren't anywhere near as intelligent as humans that can still make their own tools in order to...
Yeah. I was about to say, like, sea otters, they just get a special rock they keep for the rest of their lives and just smash shells open.
Yeah. Yeah, there are dozens of different animals that use tools that can... So, like, it's not all that special for an animalistic creature like a goblin that just vaguely looks humanoid to be able to make stone tools. You cannot say that automatically makes them have like some sort of human intelligence, let alone human ranges of empathy.
Yeah.
That is a false equivalence.
Very much so. And like with the shamans, like they built that rocking chair. They built that totem, both totems. I believe there was a totem in the cave in episode 1 as well as outside the cave.
Yeah, there was.
They build things. They have their own. I guess if you really want to look into it, they have a culture. If you really super want to look into it, I mean, I wouldn't really entertain it.
Sure, but it's incredibly primitive relative to everything else, which makes sense because they are creatures made for like a specific purpose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but let's not get it confused here. Having a culture doesn't mean that you have the ability to have human level reasoning and intelligence in the sense of I recognize what I do is wrong.
Yeah.
And that is the main issue that makes goblins dangerous, is that they don't have that kind of level of empathy or reasoning.
Yeah. They do not, they, like, if they see something they want, they take it, no matter what.
Yep.
Build their own homes or villages. Worst case scenario, they live in caves and underground, but they are also shown living in expropriated fortresses and sewers. The only thing they create entirely by themselves is a toxicant, mostly for the purposes of...
No, they also, like create human shields by, like, tying their victims to, like, planks of wood and stuff to, like, you know, for that. They've also been able to domesticate dogs as well. So, because remember, Kaiser, they ride on dogs.
Oh yeah, I remember
So,
that. I thought those were
wolves.
like particular like dire wolves or something, not like actual wolves, but maybe I forgot.
Well, I mean, like, I would imagine they're just regular wolves because goblins are short, so they look bigger, so they can ride on them.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
And people forget how big wolves are.
Yeah, I was just about to say, people forget how big wolves are. Like, the largest dogs that we have might look like a small wolf.
I don't know. The Tibetan Mastiff, I think, is pretty fucking huge.
Yeah.
killing
Though,
or
your mileage may vary on some pictures because they can be photoshopped, so...
This is true.
killing others. One of the ingredients for this toxicant is their own spit, so on top of being a metaphorical poison on society, they are also a literal one. The worst way in which the parasitic nature of the goblins manifests itself is in their manner of procreation. The goblin race consists entirely of males, but that doesn't mean they reproduce asexually. Instead, if a goblin copulates with a woman of any other race and impregnates her, she will give birth to babies which are 100% goblin. Even the mere idea of it is disgusting, but what's most important...
Well, yeah, because it's how it's done that's disgusting. I mean, not necessarily the... Well, I mean, yeah, the goblins themselves, but it's just also the idea is how it's done. They're not trying to rizz up some hot elf lady and go, some, like, this 2 foot tall, like, ugly ass negative.
Like they're
50.
not Stanlin. They're not
Yeah.
they're not doing a Stanlin from freaking Critical Role or something, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I want to say that this is an incredibly common thing throughout the Fae world in most of European mythology. There are dozens of different species of Fae that are a single gender species, and they have to have sex with humans in order to reproduce themselves. That is true with a lot of different water fairies, with different forest fairies, with different goblins and other diminutive fairy folk. There are just dozens of these things that are just single gender, both male and female.
So what you're saying is that the UK is racist.
It's not just the UK, it's all of Europe that
So what you're saying is that the UK is racist. Listen.
I'm sorry, you can keep going.
I'm saying that if somebody doesn't know European folklore and understand it, then they should shut up and stop talking as though they have authority, like this guy.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
And it's even worse because he has a European accent, so he should fucking know better.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, is this guy Australian or European?
He's probably English.
It sounds like it's an English accent.
Could he at least have like the northern Cockney orc accent where he's like, listen, Goblin Slayer is like the Umis.
I can't actually say that he should know better because I have met somebody who I used to talk to on occasion in the tundra. He's no longer in the tundra anymore.
Okay.
But he didn't even know that fairy tale stories from Cornwall were of English origin.
What?
Wait, Cornwall?
Dog, when a Canadian and freaking Japanese know more about your history than you.
Yeah. And like he got really mad when I said like it was kind of the same with Brittany too, because even though that Brittany is in France, it still had elements of its history where it was controlled by England. And the stories reflect that.
Yes, they do.
The more you know.
Dun 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 dun.
And impregnates her, she will give birth to babies which are 100% goblin. Even the mere idea of it is disgusting, but what's most important to realize here is that the survival of the goblin race is predicated on the kidnapping and rape of women.
Yeah.
This makes goblins the platonic ideal of a group of people who can be characterized as rapists by someone who fears them.
They aren't characterized, they just are.
That's what they
what?
are. They are. They are.
Like,
it's again the refusal to engage.
They're not characterized. They're not just characterized by people. They're characterized by the story. The story is God. The story says these things work this way, and that's it. But you don't care about that, which is fine. But then just watch something else.
Yeah, if you don't want to engage with the story's rules and premise, whatever. Just don't. Just don't make a fucking hour 13-minute, 48-second horrible video essay trying to do weird politicalisms when, like, when if you simply engage with the story's premise with your arguments, they all just die and fall apart.
And you're also trying to argue that this shit is dangerous. How the I think I vaguely remember him saying something to that effect last time. So what in the world is the danger here? Really?
I am the danger. I am the one who knows.
I was waiting for that.
The only way that this idea can be dangerous in the real world is if you don't actually think. If you have no thoughts, head empty. Anytime that you look at any kind of pseudo-intellectual YouTube video about goblins are just a metaphor for oppressed people of the world, then yeah, that can be dangerous. But that's a problem with educating your children and educating yourself. It's your fault if you're too stupid to understand.
Yes.
I was about to say, like I said in my video, anyone who is willing to fucking go on Twitter and call black people the hard R simply because they watched, actually, sorry, that's not the comparison I made. Anyone who is willing to go on Twitter and start talking down to women because they thought Master Roshi was funny was somebody who was gonna do that in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Because goblins don't just have an inclination towards rape, it is part of their survival instinct. And what all of these parasitic...
Yeah, they're ducks.
is that they are a pox on the world and nothing else.
Exactly.
They are not merely a terrible part of the ecosystem, they exist exclusively to harm it and drain its resources. Things would only
Almost like they were made by a demon ward or something.
Yeah, it's almost like those come from, like, a different celestial body.
Yeah.
Change for the worse if they were gone. But the seemingly endless string of terrible traits assigned to goblins in the world of Goblin Slayer is not limited to their biology. Beyond their basic existence and necessities, goblins also show a propensity for malice. And most of the malicious acts they perform, they seem to do without reason. If we take another...
Like animals.
Well,
yeah, like literally almost all animals do.
Well, no,
like people like to... Go ahead.
I was like, no, they do it with a reason. Because they enjoy it. They enjoy inflicting pain and misery on people when they laugh and smile when they do it. So...
Yeah. And I do want to say quickly, like, most animals have some sort of reason. for doing the things that they do. It's just that most of us as humans can't understand those reasons. And we can have a guess at those reasons. Like, the reason why cats don't immediately kill, like, the mice that they capture is because they're still riding off of that high of the hunt. And so they need to get that out of their system first. So they just play with their food a little bit.
I mean, I don't know. I still say orcas, like, launching seals, like, dozens of feet into the fucking air is just them dicking around. I mean, like, I don't know.
I was about to say.
I don't know if any of you have seen that video with, like, this group of orcas tail slapping a stingray to death, and then they just leave it.
No.
They just tails. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also, they hunt great white sharks, eat their livers, and then just leave.
Well, yeah, the liver is the shark livers are huge, especially with great whites. So I understand that, but there's also like the heart, the kidneys. That's pretty healthy too.
Yeah, no, they only want the liver. They don't care about the rest of the shark. They just leave the rest of the shark to die.
Don't like dolphins like bully a pufferfish till it pops, and then like just inhale like the remains to get high.
I guess so.
What?
Well, dolphins are.
I knew that dolphins are evil, but like,
oh yeah, dolphins are evil.
Dolphins are evil. Like, they'll tear the heads off of fish and use them as fleshlights. Cause fuck it, I'm a dolphin.
Yeah, dolphins would be our real life equivalent of goblins if they didn't live in a different ecosystem that they don't personally bother us all that much.
So one thing preventing dolphins from just doing that is the fact they don't have hands. Like, having hands is a very, very useful thing. And aside from primates, usually the only things that have hands are things like red pandas. I believe kinkajous have hands as well. Do Binturong?
Raccoons.
Raccoons, yeah. Well, no, I don't think coatis have hands. Do coatis have hands? Because they're procyonids, I believe.
Yeah. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, they'll have at least like pseudo hands at the very least.
Yeah, it's not like a true opposable thumb, but it's enough to where they can manipulate stuff and like.
Yeah.
Now, theropods, they had hands, but of course, their arms couldn't move a lot, and their wrist had horrible articulation. They could barely rotate like from side to side. So they could do stuff with their hands, but they couldn't really grasp things like we do.
Yeah.
So
and not to say that because they had limited range of motion that they couldn't do all that much with their hands, in the sense that a lot of people think of it, which is that they're basically just worthless. No, like I'm pretty sure that someone has said before that a T-Rex arm could lift up a tree trunk or something like that.
T-Rex arms. Well, first off, the reason why they look so small is because they're on a 9-ton, 40+ foot animal. They're like the size of the average human arm, and they can lift about 500 pounds each. So they're very well built.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I love dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are the best thing ever, and no one will ever convince me otherwise.
Except in Get a Robo, where they all deserve to die.
Wait, were they like evil in Get a Robo or something?
Well, not in the same way as, goblins or whatever, but there's like this dinosaur empire that just wanted to take over the earth.
Well, I mean, that sounds like the disturbing ideology of Get a Robo.
The dinosaur empire did nothing wrong. Freaking Jake the Sturgeon 2024.
Exactly.
Look at the scene from episode 1 we covered at length earlier. It quickly becomes clear that goblins love to perform malicious acts for their own sakes. The fighter is tossed around, maimed and cut, even though the goblins intend to use her for breeding. And this is not an isolated incident. Goblins seemingly revel in the pain of others, going so far as to maim them, burn them, and drown them alive.
Wow, they're evil. Thank you for telling us this.
Yep, water is wet. Water is indeed wet. Thank you.
No, that's too autistic even for me. That conversation's too autistic even for me.
Oh my god. You know what I mean.
Well, I mean, like, if you really want to get down the rabbit hole, if you're someone who believes that water itself can't be wet, you're still wrong, because ice can be wet, and ice is water in a solid form. So, like, yeah.
You said that you weren't going to go there, and yet you went there.
I know.
You went there.
I know, I went there.
You paid for the Uber and got there. And you gave them a tip.
Exactly.
Love of torture outranks even their need for survival, as they will gladly jump on women to assault them while they're in the midst of battle. They will also stop fighting just to laugh at the pain of others. Simply put, they are not shown to go for the kill in a fight, they much prefer to torture and hurt, even when it clashes with their overall goal. It is clear that any
They're not bright creatures, but they're not total fools.
Yeah.
A line that is said.
Yep.
Goblin being alive in Goblin Slayer is bad, no matter the context. Even when they are just sitting in their homes or standing guard, the series makes sure to add a sinister edge to it through lighting and music.
I mean, yeah, but that's further supported by all the other information up to that point.
Yeah, I find it very amazing how this guy not only can see the context clues for these things being evil, but actively describes it to the audience and is still like, but can we really say that they're considered evil at the end of the day?
Yeah, look at these guys. They're just hanging out in the cave that they probably dragged an innocent woman into and probably killed by now.
Yeah.
Jesus, man!
If an alive goblin is bad, then a dead goblin must be good, and the series makes sure to present the death and pain of goblins as satisfyingly as possible. Whenever a human, elf, or other member of a protagonist race is hurt, their suffering is made to look terrible.
Yes, because they're the good people and goblins are bad. Like, I mean, I would have imagined that by now we would have established that yes, the story portrays the goblins as not irredeemably, naturally, inherently evil, and the people who oppose them are at the very least better.
Yeah,
if not good.
You literally. Yeah,
So,
you literally spent like 10 minutes describing why that is the case. I'm sorry, I fail to see the problem here.
Well, it's not even necessarily a problem. It's more or less like you're essentially just giving information we already know. Can you get to the actual point already?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Becomes a narrative event. Goblins are not provided this courtesy. Goblin deaths are usually quick, and they come about through satisfying hits with lots of blood exploding everywhere in an exaggerated manner. Compare that to the dirty sludge.
Are you saying that because the goblins are evil and they do all these heinous things, that humans should inherently be just as malicious towards them by torturing them and maiming them and doing all of these terrible things that the goblins do to humans?
So it's not even a
Twilight, do you really think he's thought that far?
Well, no, you don't even. You don't even have to think of it.
That's what he's effectively saying.
I mean, it's a lot more basic than that. It's like, well, goblins are portrayed as being these awful, terrible things. So, from like more of a meta perspective, let's give the goblins like horrendously over the top deaths so the audience can feel better, and they'll be a nice like feel good moment for the audience.
Yeah, because this is a show after all. This is an action show.
He was saying that the goblins are not afforded the same things with quick deaths and all of that. He is saying that humans, by contrast, are a lot more kind with the death of their enemies as opposed to the goblins, but in a way that makes me think that he is saying that is a bad thing. If the latter of if the former of what he discussed is true.
Yeah. I don't actually, I don't know. I kind of forgot about this portion of the video. I think I blocked it out because it's so fucking boring. Like, just get to your point.
Remember,
say the thing. Say the stupid thing. Come on.
I'm not only watching this video for the first time, but I am also learning about Goblin Slayer from this video for the first time.
Yeah, this is not. You shouldn't learn it from this video.
Guys, listen, we all get to learn about it together, okay? And that's the important thing.
Yeah, that's the true meaning of Christmas. Oh, what the heck?
Exactly.
A Best Buy ad just engulfs the entire fucking screen.
Oh my god. No,
I'm glad that I don't have that problem.
I mean, I would get ad block, but there are just certain places I'd have to turn it off and turn it back on and all that stuff.
Why don't you whitelist them?
Because I don't know how to do that.
You go into the settings and then you whitelist those websites.
Hey, what do you mean this website's in the whitelist? Can't I just hit the select on my Game Boy?
Oh my god.
Back in my day, we would play good old Pokemons on our Game Boy Colors. We had to stick this weird light into the side to play it. None of this back screen stuff that you kids have with your Nintendo DS's.
You know this is the part we're supposed to give you pills, right?
I don't need the pills. I've already eaten my fair share of Ligma.
And this is where we find out that he hasn't played a video game since the Game Boy Color days.
I'll have you know, a Tetris on the Atari Jaguar was the best.
Deaths are usually quick, and they come about through satisfying hits with lots of blood exploding everywhere in an exaggerated manner.
Yeah, it's satisfying because we're watching horrible things
die. It's kind of like, I mean, that's what anime does all the time. Does this guy react this way to demons in anime too?
No.
Is that how this?
Let's go this step further. In war movies centered around World War II in Europe, does he feel bad for the German soldiers that are being killed? Not all the people.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Not because you have to remember, not a good majority of the German army probably didn't really believe in any of the Nazi shit. They were just doing what they were ordered. Unless they were part of not all.
Well, not even just that. Unless he's extra credits and is all well, if somebody chooses to be evil, then it's okay to dehumanize them.
Possibly, yeah.
There's a whole lot of nuance with the World War II stuff that a lot of people just don't like to focus on because it gets rid of their narrative that it was just a good versus evil kind of war and we were the best for winning. And just completely ignores the idea that a lot of the soldiers, like you said, were not only didn't probably believe it, but were coerced into the war.
Get into a conversation about Lori Allantone with anybody that's even remotely left wing, and they will not entertain the idea that, yeah, he was certainly part of the SS, but he didn't believe in any of the fucking Nazi shit. And he didn't do any of the horrendous Nazi shit either. He just wanted to bag communists. That's what he wanted.
Yeah.
Anna. Compare that to the dirty sludge of blood that the protagonists get covered in whenever they are injured. Goblin suffering is rarely afforded this kind of time or attention. They are massacred quickly and with total disregard. Even when their pain is given screen time, it is more often than not treated as comical. Even though I've shown it multiple times by now, you might not have even noticed that in this scene the wizard kicks one of the goblins in the balls.
I actually just now noticed that. Thank you.
Yeah, I forgot that happened.
Good. Fucking kick the thing and kick the fucking monster in his tiny testicles.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know about y'all, but when somebody is trying to do the essay thingy thang, I think you have the right to kick that dangalang, okay?
Exactly.
I don't know how stunning and brave. I know it's crazy. I'm so stunning and brave right now, guys.
I know.
I'm just saying.
I absolutely love the fact that this guy is essentially defending actual sexual assault criminals because they got their balls kicked.
This
The poor thing.
This is.
Oh my god,
this
it's the Rose Malay argument. Oh my god.
I don't know what that argument is.
Oh, you never heard of Rose Malay? That's a rabbit hole in itself. Let's not get lost in that.
Okay, yeah, I've already dived down the Boogie 2988 and Chris Chan rabbit holes. So
Okay, just
and the Daniel Larson rabbit hole, though not as much.
Have you gone down the Cyrax rabbit hole?
I have at least a little bit. I have a little bit where he's like, I was born with like half a lung or some shit, and yet this motherfucker manages to get so many girlfriends somehow.
Yeah, well, it's more. Most of them are like pity girlfriends.
Yeah, but like it's weird. Like Chris Chan over here has to pay someone to take his virginity. Cyrax, nah, nah. Well,
like the difference between Cyrax and Chris Chan is that Chris Chan is desperate, and you can smell the desperation on him, and then you're just like, nah, don't want any of that. Cyrax doesn't have that desperation, so he doesn't have that stank on him.
Cyrax also doesn't wear sports bras because he refuses to work out. Oh my god. All the lore is coming back to my mind. Oh, no. No.
You're welcome.
Well, now I'm feeling depressed because Twilight put smell and Chris Chan in the same sentence.
By God, people. Oh no, the Geno Samuel documentary even describes how he smells from people's interactions with him. So
what?
The Geno Samuel documentary on Chris Chan is the definitive Chris Chan history. No stone goes unturned. No description goes mentioned. Everything. It's an 85-part series, and it is once you start, you won't be able to stop it. No matter how fucking depressing, and it gets real depressing and real fast. No matter how depraved or depressing it gets, it's just you gotta know what happens next. You gotta know what happens next.
I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've only seen like a couple of his videos before.
I've been watching since the beginning. Like I've been following Chris Chan since the later early 2000s, so like around 2004 probably.
Oh my god, that's early in his career.
Yeah. I am an oldie.
So, oh god, you were around with his sweetheart hunt, weren't you?
Oh yeah, I was.
Kaiser, did you know that Chris Chan used to go to his mall and would like tie a rope to like a heart-shaped piece of paper and throw it at women and like try and get them?
Oh yeah, I heard about that shit. Yeah, that is so fucking insane. But hey, I see what y'all are doing. Y'all are trying to escape from this video. No, stop that.
I was just gonna make a joke before we moved on. Hey, want a girlfriend? Go fish.
Go fish.
A bizarre injection of humor into an otherwise dark scene. Humor at the expense of the goblins, of course.
Well, yeah, because fuck them.
Yeah, why would we feel sympathy for the goblins? You have yet to say why we should feel sympathy for these monstrous creatures.
Because the blacks.
Did you ever consider the Jewish people deserve better, and that the Earth is flat and that they're hiding it?
Unnecessary infliction of pain on goblins is treated as a moment worth celebrating, like in the Goblin Slayer's final battle.
No amount of pain on goblins is necessary. No amount of pain on goblins is necessary.
Wait, he's about to say an example. I want to hear what he has to say about this. What example of unnecessary violence against fucking goblins of all
Goblin Lord.
things?
The Goblin Lord.
そして俺は
Yes, the triumphant music for the death of the person that was going to completely overrun the town that they have and kill and maim and rape everybody. Yeah, you know, let's not celebrate his death.
Well,
This man.
I can't. I don't understand. I just don't
This-
understand.
This man, does he even exist in the reality that we live in?
No.
I think he's from Mars. I think he's from the same place Lily's from.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, apparently Mars has no tectonic plate, so that explains it.
Ah.
Even in universe, nobody has any regard for goblin suffering.
Why would they? Why would they?
You have failed to establish why anyone should. In fact, the only thing that you have done is just say why nobody does or should. You haven't explained why they should. Not, like, just murder every single one of them. You have strengthened the case of the show that these creatures are just mindless monsters. Yes, maybe they have a basic ass semblance of a culture. That does not make them inherently, like, good in any capacity. It means you have strengthened the idea that these things are horrible and should be eliminated. You have not said, other than your occasional whining about the fact that they are treated remorselessly, why they shouldn't be treated with absolute disdain. You need to explain that. It has been 32 minutes.
0 points for Gryffindor.
Not even their own leaders. They instead look down.
Well, Ogre isn't really. It kind of is a goblin leader, but he said that the goblins hired him to, like, I believe so. Or was it no? The Demon Lord gave the ogre a bunch of goblins to command. I think that was that scene. So, like, he technically is. It's really weird with this scene because they try and make it the ogre just seem like just a big goblin, which, I mean, I guess.
On them for being lesser creatures. If even their own superiors don't respect the goblins,
Because they're evil.
Yeah, I think they're made by a what is that? A demon lord? A daemon world? A Digimon? Yeah, I think they're called Digimon.
Well,
Yeah.
wasn't it that the Demon Lord was defeated by the Sword Maiden, and then his, like, servants resurrected him back, and then, like, we see what's her face and her party, the hero and her party, like, are about to defeat him. I believe that's the lore.
Okay, just quickly, Kaiser, how fucking dare you?
I am just trying to be funny, woman. Please. Let me be funny in peace.
This makes me want to make, like, a Goblin Slayer abridged short where Goblin Slayer just talks like a southern plantation owner. I say there, Goblin. Hey, boy. I said, boy. You gonna touch that? You gonna touch that pretty young little white lady? Not on my watch.
Oh my God. Just make him sound like Hank Hill.
Get away from that priestess there. That boy ain't right.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
I'm gonna kick your ass. I sell goblin slaying and goblin slaying accessories.
how could anyone, including the audience, be expected to do so?
Yeah,
There is,
good
lastly,
question.
a major inconsistency in the way goblins are portrayed in this world. At the
Excuse
start
me?
of episode 1,
Inconsistency.
Shh.
What do you...
Okay, let him continue to burn the pot because he didn't even put water in it. He's not even cooking anything. He's just burning the pot. But let's let him burn the pot more.
Dog, the house is on fire at this point. Let's just do it.
Including the audience, be expected to do so. There is, lastly, a major inconsistency in the way goblins are portrayed in this world. At the start of episode 1, it is emphasized that goblins are weak, barely even worth paying mind. Only the least experienced adventurers deign to deal with them, and yet they manage to make for an incredible threat.
They're weak on their own, and there is an in-universe reason as to why this is thought.
Yeah.
Or have you ever thought that maybe in this world of Goblin Slayer, there are creatures that are far more dangerous than goblins, to the point where humans, even though that they get horribly treated by goblins, raped, maimed, pillaged, tortured, there is still something worse out there that humans want to focus on more than these already dangerous creatures, to the point where humanity has decided that they are not worth their time. And Goblin Slayer is the only motherfucker who thinks that no, that's ridiculous. There are already enough people out there who focus on the big sharks. Why don't I go after the little ones?
Yeah.
Well, and
It's kind of like, I don't know, the point of the show or some shit.
And also people don't really take goblins seriously because a lot of times goblin slaying quests have such a low reward. So that way inexperienced up-and-coming adventurers will go there, and that sort of, for the most part, the general public will perceive goblins as weak because of that, as well as sometimes you can just chase off individual goblins without much threat because they're individual. However, goblins are at their most dangerous when they're in massive groups and in places where they're very familiar with.
Yeah, when you're in a world where freaking Cthulhu monsters exist, of course you're not going to worry about these things.
Beholders exist as well, and if anyone knows anything about
beholders.
My
God, you're right. I forgot about that. Holy shit.
They have like a disintegration beam, they have like other sorts of beams that shoot from their eyes. They're bullshit. I hate them.
Yeah.
Savagely destroy the young adventurer party, and they regularly overrun towns, houses, and villages. Their assault on the goblin...
Yeah, through sheer numbers. Through sheer numbers. Like, why you lying? Why you fucking lying?
Fuck you lying. Ooh, oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Slayer's home at the end of the season requires the aid of the entire Adventurers Guild to stay.
Because there's like over 100 of them.
Yeah, why would that be necessary?
There's over 100 of them, and like Goblin Slayer says, if I was in a cave, I could kill them all. But no, I can't. They're gonna go on an open field.
One ant in your house is not that big of a deal. The whole colony, however, is a much bigger problem.
I think we already established before that this guy doesn't understand physics, but I don't think we established how much this guy just doesn't understand biology.
No.
Or numbers.
Yeah.
Off. Every major fight the Goblin Slayer and his party get into, they only win by the skin of their teeth. The goblins undeniably represent a major threat to the world, but this despite the fact that they are incredibly pathetic.
It's almost like it's an action show or something. You need to make shit interesting.
They're pathetic individually, but when they have, and we actually see that they are far more dangerous when they have some level of leadership to actually guide them with the Goblin Lord. Like, they come up with a lot more advanced tactics that way, when they have someone like above them, smarter than them, to actually use them to their fullest and most efficient extent. Because when they're just left alone in their own groups without anything like smarter than them, they just act like weird primitive tribal things that are still incredibly dangerous in numbers. That's kind of the point. Goblin Slayer literally just gives a whole thing where it literally says like people think goblins are weak and pathetic because they chased one straggler out of that was either survived having their tribe getting eradicated or they just got lost, so they think they're weak. And then like there's the scene where the fucking man, this dude from like a rural area is given like a reward, and it's a very small reward for like a quest. And then like it's like, well, do you like? And the two guild girls are talking about it, and it's like, and then I think our guild girl says, "No, he'll take it," implying that like it's like that amount of money is not going to be enough.
It's a pretty big deal. Yeah, it's not going to be enough.
Exactly. So.
They're easily picked off one by one, they're not good fighters, their craftsmanship is very weak, and they are not at all intelligent. Everything they can do, other races can do much better. So they at once pose a danger to society and are presented as massively inferior to that society in every way. Individually they are utterly weak, but in their massive numbers, which they always have, they are strong.
Oh, okay, so
Yes.
so you know what you just said is a fucking lie. Okay, that's nice.
Oh my god. Okay. What the What is it with all of these people, all of these different YouTubers that keep fucking themselves in the same goddamn sentence? Who wrote this? Who wrote this shit? Who is writing these scripts for you people?
It's this weird
drinking
thing
with skeletons.
that it's this weird thing that a lot of YouTubers have these days where it's like, yeah, here's this story. It has these rules. It has this backstory. It has these kinds of characters. And then they're like, but why though? That doesn't make any sense. Well, why doesn't it make any sense? Because it's not like real life. It's a fantasy story. As long as it makes sense within its own world, it's fine. It doesn't have to perfectly emulate the real world.
Every time I look at the weird little green thingies, I think of Black Lives Matter.
Every time I watch Goblin Slayer, my knee gets really itchy.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right.
Oh, we got you for with this.
I know. It's just that I think this
We're
one's
getting so. He is so good at stun locking us. Jesus Christ.
Well, no, it's just this one's gonna get demonetized, like my last Lily Orchard one got demonetized. So.
Oh,
Why
what?
did it get demonetized?
I don't know. Yeah. I think it was some. I would. They don't. Unlike with copyright, with like demonetization, they don't tell you what you said that got it demonetized or where the thing you said got it demonetized. It just got demonetized, and I'm gonna guess it's something that Lily said. So.
Oh.
Oh my lord. What video of hers did you cover?
Grim Dark versus wholesome storytelling. That one, which was
I've been meaning to cover that one myself.
It was pretty fucking worthless, honestly. By Lily Orchard standards,
Okay.
I thought it was worthless. I mean, if you want, I would still worth giving a try. But it might have been her like really edgy joke about conservatives at a preschool or whatever.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I would just cut that out.
Mm-hmm.
Lily just can't help but insert political talking points into her videos that have no place being there. Like in the video that I'm still struggling through, which is talking about like not pure evil villains like Magneto or Ammon from Legend of Korra and how they should actually be the good guys. She suddenly pivots. She suddenly pivots to talking about corporations and companies and proper wages and stuff like that, and I'm like, how is any of this relevant?
And that's not the video where she shills her really bad fanfic, right? Where she has her like cool OC please don't steal like
no, that's a different one.
Okay, just
I know what you're talking about, but
No,
then
she
not
has
that one.
She has her demon spawn Gardevoir child in it for a
Oh.
brief moment of time at the very
God.
beginning.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
no. No, it's not illegal, YouTube.
Oh,
It's a Pokemon.
you
No,
know the
no,
saga.
Lily. No, Lily.
You
No,
know
it's a
the
Pokemon,
saga
Lily.
of, you know the saga of Pokemon.
It's like it's in the lore. It's in the lore. This used to happen. Let it happen. No, Joker, no.
Stop
No.
me, YouTube.
Get away from that bell. It's not illegal, Batman.
In universe, this doesn't make much sense. There is no
What?
Oh. In universe, it doesn't make much sense that this. Okay.
Well, in our universe, you have the brain of a peanut. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How many? By the way, like how many armies that were technically less, had technically worse equipment managed to win just through sheer fucking numbers?
A lot of them.
Yes.
Because like Russia in the Winter War, I believe, managed to win despite the Finns having just being superior in every way because they simply just had more people to throw at the meat grinder.
Yep.
Rome, I think, did that a lot too.
I mean, that's what Russia is doing currently right now. Like they just throw people into the meat grinder. That's kind of always been their thing.
Yeah, just throw. You have a lot of a lot of people. Well, I guess people are a resource, and when it comes to like governmental structure, I guess. But
Yeah.
you just throw you have the resources. You throw all of the people in the meat grinder until the meat grinder itself can't take no more and breaks. That's like the Goblin method.
Yep.
no reason for the people to refuse to take the goblin threat seriously when they cause massive harm over and over again precisely because they are underestimated.
Because they typically only attack rural areas. They're not like invading, like, they're not like constantly invading like capital cities and like, quote unquote, like,
exactly
nice places. They're like I think when they're in the capital, like when the Sword Maiden sends them out, like that's considered to be incredibly unusual. Like goblins are here? What do you mean they're here?
It was a big deal. It's almost like that was the finale of the season or some shit. I don't fucking know.
No, the finale was like the Goblin Lord stuff. That was like mid-season, I think.
Oh right, yeah. But even then, it's like a mid-season, like major arc like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal.
On a narrative level, this makes all the sense in the world. It means that the goblins can be whatever they need to be for the purpose of any given scene. In one scene,
that's
they can
usually
be
how
utterly
goblins are in any kind of fantasy setting, my dude.
Yeah.
I was about to say, like, leaving behind Goblin Slayer, what show does this not apply to?
Oh god, what was it called? Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Stone, where he like fucks a goblin.
Oh, I remember that show. Oh, well, I read a little bit of manga for it because a friend of mine recommended it to me, and it's so funny.
I watched the first season, which is surprisingly, the episodes are like 15 minutes long, which surprised me. But it's like, I will be faithful to my fiance who's so fucking stupid she doesn't know how babies are actually made. She was like an actual like child minded, and then I'm just gonna constantly fuck all of these other women and like give in because apparently he like his sperm is so strong it will produce great leaders or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's like the strongest person in the world or some shit. So
Yeah,
all the other races want a piece of that.
Yeah, so they can have strong kids and whatever. But yeah, I fucked a goblin in that. Doesn't that time I got reincarnated as a slime have like a goblin?
I mean, they have several goblins. Like goblins are all over the place, but
Aren't there like good ones in that?
Yeah, there are.
Okay. Wait, no,
Isekai,
that's
wild people.
orcs. That one has the orcs. Yeah, that's the work.
Which one?
It's I got kicked from the heroes party, and now I'm just like the one where that guy got kicked from his sister, who is the heroes party, and yeah, he's just chilling out.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that one. Where like there's.
Yeah, I don't remember goblins being a thing there. I mean, there probably
there
are.
There were orcs, I believe. There were orcs that were like not all inherently evil and stuff. They were just like chilling with everybody else.
Yeah. That's not even an isekai.
No, it's not an isekai, but it is a fantasy show, so.
Which is lesser and doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as humans, elves, and dwarves. And in another, they can be presented as an overwhelming force, one which will annihilate us if we don't annihilate them first.
Yeah, for reasons that were explained in the story that you acknowledged.
Literally spent 5 minutes explaining why the fuck is this a problem. And also, you're trying to say this is inconsistent when you don't understand basic math.
Basic storytelling.
Sit in the fucking corner, please.
God, I know media literacy is just kind of being thrown around these days, so it doesn't really mean anything. But this guy has
this is where it should absolutely apply. Yeah, this is the real media literacy challenge, and he is failing spectacularly.
Like, I love Goblin Slayer, but it is not hard to understand.
Yeah, dude, it is not that hard to say that Goblin Slayer isn't exactly the best of shows. Are you freaking serious?
Thus, by a continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak.
Rhetorical focus. This isn't a freaking dissertation, asshole. It's an anime. It's a show for fucking 12-year-olds, for edgy 12-year-olds.
But more importantly,
again,
you're leaving out the context in which the story gives you as to why the people think that. One reason that you yourself have acknowledged. So you are lying.
Yep. Yeah, I love how he just tells on himself, because he literally spent several minutes talking in length about why these things are considered weak, but also dangerous and strong. And then says that doesn't make sense, even though that he said individually they are weak, but together they can be strong. Like, it's not rocket science, my dude. How does that not make sense?
Because goblins are black Jews.
I was about to say, because black guys matter. Black lives matter. Sorry, not black guys.
Well, some guys do matter. Not these guys though.
I mean, I'm fairly certain that what's the fuck's this guy's name again? Drinking with Skeletons' wife would agree that black guys matter.
Oh my god!
What?
All right, that is below the belt, bro. Come on.
I am not.
God.
Listen, all right. In a fight, I go for the eyes, I go for the nose, I go for below the belt. I don't fight fair.
That's.
I will use the self-defense mechanisms imparted to me by my ancestors. I will shit my pants.
No.
That last sentence might sound familiar,
French?
and that's
No, I'm Irish.
Oh.
because I didn't come up with it myself. It is.
Wait, sorry. I got lost in being edgy.
Continuous shifting of rhetorical focus, the enemies are at the same time too strong and too weak. That last sentence might sound familiar, and that's because I didn't.
Thus, by a continuous
Oh my
shifting
god!
of
Shut the fuck up,
focus,
please.
the enemy are
No.
at the same time.
come up with it myself.
Oh.
It is probably the most famous line from Umberto Eco's essay Fascism or Eternal Fascism.
Oh
Eco
my
himself grew up in
lord.
fascist Italy, and his writings have been key to the discussion surrounding the term fascism and what it means. And if how well it applies to the way goblins are portrayed in Goblin Slayer doesn't tell you anything, then I don't know what will.
I would need to actually read the dissertation myself, like all of it, instead of just taking one fucking
because I don't
line.
fucking trust you, because you don't understand the fucking basic ass anime for fucking 12-year-olds.
Hey, I think I know what he's doing. He's doing a false equivalence here, and I'm not sure that he is fully conscious of what he's even doing. So, a mutual friend of ours, Kaiser, does this all the time.
Oh.
And I don't know. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, sure.
So, like, whenever he wants to be in the conversation, he usually tries to come up with a talking point that he thinks that he knows about, but because he doesn't actually know about what we're talking about, it's not actually the same thing. So we may be having a conversation about, oh, I don't know, mythology or something, and then he brings up something completely different because of one single word that could also be applied to the unrelated thing that he's talking about. And he thinks that because those words are the same word, that he can connect them together. That is what this guy is doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh, man, that's obnoxious.
Yeah. And we constantly have to stop him and say, no, that's not the same thing. Sit down. You're not in this conversation. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Surrounding the term fascism and what it means. And if how well it applies to the way goblins are portrayed in Goblin Slayer doesn't tell you anything, then I don't know what will. So the goblins in Goblin Slayer are designed to require total extinction, be a drain on the world, exist purely to cause pain, and to be at once an overwhelming force and pathetic subhumans. These are ways in which innumerable races and groups of people have been described by groups in power over the course of history.
Yeah, you know what the difference is? They were wrong. Like different races of humans are still just fucking humans. We just live in different places and got exposed to varying amounts of melanin and different environmental factors. We're literally the exact same fucking species underneath.
Yeah.
Fantasy creatures in fiction are entirely different depending on the author. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck what stupid freaking dissertation you have read. This is the basic logic here.
Boy. Oh, yes.
Dude,
yes.
And honestly, dog, as you know, one of those minority races you're trying to represent in this conversation, don't fucking speak for me ever again.
Yeah, fair.
Okay? I will appoint myself as the president of black people for just this moment. I'm sorry, Denzel Washington. I have to take the crown from you for just a brief second. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I'm sorry, okay? I have to be the captain for just a second to rebuke this motherfucker and his right to speak for us, okay? Much less any other goddamn minority population. This is ridiculous.
It is.
Yeah.
But I thought Jesse Jackson was the president of black people.
No, I'm pretty sure they said Denzel Washington.
No, I believe it was Jesse Jackson because what was it? Randy went to Reverend Jackson and like there was a picture of him kissing his ass. And then it's like Stan was like, it's like sire. It's like people who annoy you. You think it's okay to make fun of minorities?
This is just ridiculous. In the sense of like, yes, these things have technically been said about minority humans in the past. No. Goblins are not human, therefore that, but also, again, when has in the history of ever have any human minority group in history been nothing but a blight on all of human society that wasn't directly them? You can't even say that about like the Mongols or the Romans or literally any other group that has existed in history, because they do have allies. They have other groups of people that they get along with. It's not the case with goblins.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Jews in Nazi Germany and Chinese and Korean people in Showa status Japan immediately come to mind.
I mean, to your mind, but not to a normal person.
Yeah, not to literally 99% of people who watch this damn thing.
But are the goblins supposed to be analogous to a real-world group of people? I'm not so sure.
I'm not so sure.
mean,
Mentions
so
two
sure.
real-world groups of people.
You're not so sure. I'm crying. I'm crying.
So, hey, you know this thing that I was definitely implying? You see these examples that I give to definitely not plant the seed in your head to this is... No. I'm not so sure if that's supposed to be analogous to a real-world group of people.
Oh my god. Oh my
You're disgusting.
god.
Absolutely disgusting. That
Dude,
you would be so coy as to try and manipulate your audience to get them primed to thinking that this is an analogy for minority groups of people that have been abused in the past, and then try to cover your ass after finally revealing your big twist of the video by saying, but maybe I'm wrong. Fuck off.
He's not even admitting that he could be wrong. He says, I'm not so sure, as in he's unsure.
As if it's not... he is ignoring the basic fucking reality that is right in front of him. This is the problem with these pseudo-intellectual assholes on YouTube. It doesn't matter which freaking political aisle they come from. These people do not understand basic fucking human beings. They don't care about basic fucking human thinking. They stick their heads inside of a book all day and all night, looking at all the different evils that have happened in history, and they relate them to shit that doesn't fucking apply. It's obnoxious.
Exactly. Yeah. Instead of
and
reading
like
a political book, they could be reading a biology book, something that's based in awesome.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, this is just him going to reading a book, going to a psychology class, one of them, and then thinking that he's an expert, and then equating two things because they indirectly kind of sound like each other if you squint and tilt your head a little bit, you can see it, and thus he made this video. Exactly. It is not reality.
Exactly.
Yeah, no wonder you said he deleted this shit, right, Jay?
Unlisted it. Didn't private it.
Unlisted it.
Yeah. I was able to
Did he
I was able to find it.
Did he take back any of this shit or no?
Let me go to his let me go to because let me go to his wall, because he did a community post about this. Drinking with with skeletons. Yeah, there we go. Alright, community. Oh. What? Oh, here we go. Posted 2 years ago. Hello everyone, I would like to make a brief announcement to explain the disappearance of the Goblin Slayer video I uploaded to this YouTube channel a few years ago, if you can believe that it has been that long. Without wishing to go into detail, I received a death threat in my Twitter DMs this past weekend. It was very
you fucking pussy.
Hold on. It was a very trollish
quivering goddamn vagina. What in the world is wrong?
Let him read. Let him read, Kaiser.
Okay. It was a very trollish message, and it's clear to me that from the language used, in that the sender has no intention of following up on their threat, but it left me a little shaken all the same. The sender made explicit mention of the Goblin Slayer video in their message. I assume it made the rounds on some internet forum of ill repute again, and that must have sparked the ire of some people who make no bones about threatening people on Twitter. The Goblin Slayer video has been a thorn in my side since the day I uploaded it. I got a lot of flack for it, some of it very constructive and well-meaning, but a lot of it was venomous and hurtful too. Cry me a fucking river. I'm not made of iron. Mean-spirited messages got to me then, and they still get to me now. As a result of last week's death threat, I now feel the Goblin Slayer video has caused me more trouble than it was worth. Because of this, I've decided to get rid of it. I apologize to everyone who enjoyed the video and was hoping to rewatch it at some point in the future. Maybe there is a mirror out there on the internet for you to find, but in my selfishness, I hope there isn't. To all the people who have been waiting for another Drinking with Skeletons video, okay, that's just him, like, yeah, that's just him, like, saying he's not gonna do YouTube anymore.
You know what I hadn't heard? That entire community post? The realization of why this video was bad and should have been taken down. It wasn't that he realized that he was completely ignorant about the systems and the peoples and the media that he is trying to talk about. It wasn't that he realized that he didn't know what he was talking about at all and realized how ignorant that he sounded because he was doing all of this with only a fundamental basic ass understanding of any of these concepts, and also just living in a fantasy world where he thinks that he's doing some sort of net good by doing the basic ass thing of equating goblins to Jews and therefore to black people, and therefore these horrible monsters should be treated with kindness and humanity. No, it's that he thought that the video was still good, but because he got negative criticism for it, which he didn't even listen to, by the way, from the sound of it, he wanted to take the video down because it hurt his little feelings.
Yeah, like, of course, I don't endorse freaking death threats or anything like that, sure. But what I'm saying is that you're telling me that it's not any of the actual criticisms that made you take this down. It's the fact that there is a guy who made a threat that you, by your own admission, understand that you cannot take it fucking seriously. And instead of deleting the video, which would be a much better affirmation that what you did was absolutely jacked the fuck up and insensitive and ignorant as fuck. But no, you unlisted it.
Yep. Unlisted it. And it's still unlisted. Obviously, we wouldn't be watching it on the Watch Together if it wasn't.
So, TLDR, this man has no balls. He has no dick, and he has no dignity.
Well, so, like, what was that episode of Family Guy when Bill Maher was saying to Brian, you know, you took a shit, but at least stand by that shit.
Exactly. Like, it would have been so much better if he pulled the Giga Chad mood and just stood by what he said.
Yeah.
But no.
Korean people in Showa status Japan immediately come to mind. But are the goblins supposed to be analogous to a real-world group of people? I'm not so sure.
Not so sure, you fucking maverick.
Stand-ins for Jewish people. The most infamous example of this is probably the Goblin Bankers from the Harry Potter series.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!
Okay, while Twilight gets triggered by this, I'm gonna go take a piss.
I'm so tired of people just going after the fucking goblins and the house elves in Harry Potter because they see goblins and think Jewish people for no goddamn reason, and they say that they're bankers, so they must be the equivalent of the Jewish people. And they see the floor of the bank that they use for the setting of Harry Potter and say that that's supposed to be a Jewish symbol, even though that it fucking wasn't, and that was debunked a long time ago. But I still see people to this day saying that that was a thing because people are stupid. And it's the same goddamn thing of this guy in this video. Just taking things that vaguely look like they could be tangentially related and saying that they are.
Now,
just stop.
Now, I think this is just in the Harry Potter movies. Making the Irish kid constantly blow stuff up, now that's a bit head-scratching. Just fucking, like fucking Harry's on his broom. He's gonna play some Quidditch. He hears beeping. He looks underneath of his broom.
Ooh. what was great about that was because his blowing shit up came in clutch during the final battle.
Come on, ye black contends. Come on and fight me like a man.
Like, it's slightly unrelated, and he might even talk about the house elves in this video after we begin again. But I'm just gonna talk while we wait for Kaiser to come back.
Okay.
Like, people always say that that the house elves in Harry Potter are representative of black slavery. It's not, because they're based off of the brownies, these actual creatures from European, specifically English mythology.
I thought it was Celtic.
It's the same thing, because the British people used to be Celtic, and
I thought Anglos and Celts were different.
They are, but like they assimilated into the culture, and it wasn't until the Romans came along and changed the culture to a much more significant degree that we have the differences in culture between the Angles and the Celts to a certain extent.
Okay.
Yeah. But like there are different variations of the brownies all throughout the British Isles. They're called different things, but they essentially are the same. But the brownies are just these diminutive little fairies that like to help people. They do your chores for you. And the only thing that they ask in return is to, 1, never name them, 2, never give them clothing, and 3, always give them some sort of food as a gift. Never a payment. It is offensive to the brownies to give them payment in the form of food or clothing as though they are employed. That is offensive to them, and they will fuck your shit up if you do that. And that is the same kind of mentality that house elves have.
You see, all I'm getting right now is just that Europe is racist. Twilight, you know?
I mean, in all fairness, Kaiser, do you know anything about the Balkan states? Because about the Balkan countries.
I heard some stories about that.
Yeah. The no one hates Slavs like other Slavs. let's leave it at that.
Propensity for money, their large noses and beady eyes, they embody the most negative and anti-Semitic stereotypes of Jewish people you could possibly imagine.
And they're the only example of this exact stereotype in like the past, 40 years?
Goblins.
40 goddamn years, and this is the only example in the 21st century that this exists. And yet you're throwing the entire concept of goblins under the goddamn water, out with the goddamn water, just because of that.
If the only thing that you have in order to say that goblins in any kind of story are connected to the Jews are they have big noses and they have a liking for money and monetary things, then maybe the problem is you. Yeah, leprechauns can also be like that. Also, there are a lot of other mythological creatures in European mythology that are related to goblins who also have big noses. And there are a lot of creatures in mythology who also covet money, who don't have big noses. So what the fuck? Maybe it just is that it's a global European thing that in mythology, fairies and fairy-like magical creatures can have big ugly noses, and some of them also like money.
Yeah. And also, dragons also covet, like, treasure and money and wealth. I guess dragons are Jews now?
I guess so.
But dragons have never been related to a specific race before, so it's okay.
I'm sure if I did enough digging, I fucking could find that.
Yeah. if you do enough gymnastics, you can relate them to any real world culture. It's the Olympics up here. That's what this is. It's the Olympics up here.
It's
the oppression Olympics.
No, Kaiser. That's just different minorities trying to determine who's the most oppressed.
Yeah.
Well,
it's that kind of shit that people like this guy want.
Yeah, pretty much. That's true. But then and all the Irish are like, "Can we join? We've had it pretty rough." And like, "No, you're all white." And then like all the Irish don their black ski masks. Sounds like ye all black and tans come out down time to fight me like a man.
Oh, and now the Asians are starting to get that treatment too.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It seems unlikely that goblins in Goblin Slayer are stand-ins for Jewish people, however, seeing as Judaism doesn't have much of a foothold in Japan, but that's not necessarily a valid conclusion. Anti-Semitism in Japan...
You literally said, hey, this culture doesn't exist in Japan, so that's probably why this stereotype is probably not what factors into how the goblins are written in Goblin Slayer, but that's not a good excuse. You're a fucking maverick. You are a maverick. Your wiring, your system is gone fucking haywire. Your human AI is not functioning correctly. Go back, reset, please.
Also, factually incorrect. Jewish people have been in Japan since the early 1700s. So maybe read a book. Actually read like an actual educational book.
In all fairness, he said they don't have a prominent foothold.
Neither do a lot of Western things in Japan. The Japanese only go after and cultivate things in the West that they personally find interesting. And one of those interesting things are the mythologies that seem to be similar to theirs. Like goblins. Because the only time that goblins have ever been associated with Jews was hundreds of years ago. And it's gotten to the point in the modern day where we've gotten past that, except for you weird fuckos who think that we should just keep that pasted on instead of separating them again.
It's like
you keep treating this like Japan has this history, which you have no basis for.
Yeah. You just destroyed your own argument by saying that Japan doesn't have this history, and yet at the same time, Goblin Slayer is still anti-Semitic because of this.
Yes, apparently. Look at this alligator. He wants to help us. He wants to free us.
I will go down and I will live with the alligator in the sewer in the Pat Labor series. If it means that I get respite from this video.
Japan is alive and well and actually reached a fever pitch only a few. Judaism doesn't have much of a foothold in Japan, but that's not necessarily a valid conclusion. Anti-Semitism in Japan is alive and well and actually reached a fever pitch only a few decades ago. The famous anti-Semitic conspiracy text...
you mean before Goblin Slayer was written?
Well,
you mean something like that?
And this says like a fever pitch a few decades ago. I mean, like, homophobia was way worse a few decades ago. Now, nowadays, it's only like the very, very vocal weirdos that shout over the other normal people that are homophobic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it's ignoring the fact that Japan hates literally everyone who isn't Yamato Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese are very xenophobic.
He's cherry picking is what he's doing, because they hate the Jews. They also hate English people. They hate black people. They hate Chinese. They hate Koreans. They hate literally everyone and anyone who isn't themselves because they fear them for sometimes really illogical reasons, or sometimes they fear them because of the social awkwardness of speaking to somebody who doesn't know your language or who doesn't look like you.
Oh, but Twilight, doesn't that mean that there's a possibility that Goblin Slayer is anti-Semitic for the same reason?
No.
Yeah, like I thought.
It's almost like racism requires a level of knowledge and vitriol in order to perpetuate it.
Not to mention,
Racism,
we actually... Oh, go ahead.
racism is an action that you have to consciously perform.
And by your admission, dude, this author did not perform it whatsoever.
No, he did not. And like, I also think like being anti-Semitic is you also do have to like essentially parody or insult or call the religion itself evil. Not for any of the inherent things it teaches, but by its inherent existence.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Of the Elders of Zion was translated into Japanese multiple times and sold incredibly well, as did anti-Semitic works published in the 80s and 90s by authors like Uno Masami and Ota Ryu. A 1988 poll conducted among the Japanese populace ranked Jews in Israel.
Okay, so Goblin Slayer was made in 2018, and he's citing shit from like the late 90s, mid 2000s.
Yeah, and even then, the light novel was made probably at the tail end of that. Hold on, let me actually look this up.
Wasn't it 2010, 2013, I want to say? Or no, 2016. Was it 2016? I can't remember.
Is this implying that either any of these books have just references to Jews being goblins, or is he saying that by inheritance of the fact that these books had entered Japan at some point, that that the Japanese have just reinvented the Jews equal goblins, just out of out of nowhere?
Well, I think the whole point here is that he's trying to say that that I guess what he called, I haven't read any of these fucking books, but that a lot of the books he's referencing are like they were anti-Semitic books that sold well in Japan, and thus he's trying to like weave.
And you think manga writers like this guy actually read this fucking shit?
Kaiser, let him speak.
Yeah, let him stick his foot in his mouth.
Yeah.
No, let you speak because you were talking. You didn't finish your point.
Because he's trying to interweave like 15 no, this was 20. The anime came out in 20. Well, when was the manga or light novel written?
No, the light novel came out in 2016.
So in 2016 when the light novel was written, over a decade, like about, let's say a decade prior, you had popular anti-Semitic books selling well by what metric? Exactly. Like, if these books were reaching like #1 bestsellers, then you'd probably have a point. Or were they selling well in regards to like translated books at the time, not written by Japanese authors? Like, what the fuck are we talking about doing well and selling well by what standard?
Yeah.
And Ota Ryu.
That's why context is very important.
Yes, it's incredibly important.
My apologies. Keep going.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. That's how this works here. If I had some of my other friends in here, we'd just be yelling over each other. That's because one of them would be drunk, and the other would be Irish.
1988 poll conducted among the Japanese populace ranked Jews in Israel as incredibly untrustworthy. And
okay, 1998 poll. A 1998 poll.
Yeah, now a more recent one.
8 years before Goblin Slayer was made. So good work, good job.
Shoko Asahara, the founder of the Doomsday Cult.
Oh my God, he's mentioning fucking fat anime Jesus. Of course, the Doomsday Cult leader was an anti-Semite. Yes, okay. What else is new?
which was responsible for the Tokyo subway gas attack of 1995, was a raging anti-Semite as well.
Okay, but did the public know that? Because I know he was on a bunch of talk shows.
I also find it really funny because, like, he's a raging anti-Semite because he possibly read a bunch of books, and Jews aren't really that much of a problem in Japan because Japan is like 98% Japanese.
It's also a doomsday cult leader.
Yeah, like, dude, does anybody get the impression that this guy is making a racially essentialist argument?
Yeah.
Because of how generally xenophobic the Japanese are, ergo, vis-a-vis the author, we shouldn't rule out the possibility that this author themselves might be anti-Semitic and therefore projecting that bias into his work.
Ah, I see. That does seem to be a bit, oh my, I never considered this line of logic, Kaiser. He's doing the leftist thing. He's doing the leftist thing of trying to explain why something is racist. He ultimately comes
racist.
Exactly.
He becomes the very thing he wishes to destroy.
It's the orcs are black people argument, where it's like you see an orc, you list off all of these characteristics that were at some point, during Jim Crow and the slave era in the U.S., attributed, quote unquote, to black people, and then he is trying to then place those on orcs and then because it psychologically, when they see black people, they think those things. And they know that something's wrong, and they can't decide if it's with them or with orcs and how they're portrayed. Oh god, that's amazing. That's great.
Funny how that works.
Yes, it's amazing.
So even though the Jewish community in Japan can charitably be described as marginal, anti-Semitism still lives on in the country. That is not to say that the goblins in Goblin Slayer were intended to be representative of the Jewish community.
You implied that!
You implied that.
Yeah, what's the point of bringing all this dumbass shit up?
I think if I remember correctly, he's going to do it's the unconscious bias of racism that's seeping into your work.
Oh my god.
I bet this man, Twilight and I were talking about it while you were away. I bet this man has no problem with the Harry Potter movies portraying the Irish kid as constantly blowing shit up.
Oh, I heard you. I have Bluetooth headphones. Yeah, I heard that. That is so funny.
I know it's hilarious. It's hilarious, but I'm pretty sure he sees no problem with that. No cultural tensions between England and Ireland ever happened. None at all.
Totally. There is no war in the UK.
It's not that if you go to Ireland and you say, "Are you," and call an Irishman English, you won't get the shit knocked out of you.
The possibility shouldn't be discounted. Goblin Slayer presents goblins as the perfect enemy, but not in a way that directly reflects real-world racism in the way that, say, Terraformars does.
Oh!
Serious?
Oh, wait, Kaiser, are you aware of...
I know exactly what this means. Oh my fucking... I want to kill myself!
Twilight, are you aware of Terraformars?
No.
Oh my god, it's gonna be so funny.
Also, Kaiser, you might actually die if you keep, breathing in to talk while you're eating.
No. Let him cook.
I've suffered worse.
Let him cook.
I'm a robot. I can get away with it.
No, you can't.
You're a cyborg. Excuse me.
The enemy race consists of dark-skinned, bug-eyed cockroach men who are really good at American football, wear golden chains, shoot pistols, gangster style, and drive around.
Oh wow.
They're super-powered ants. They didn't even... What?
To be fair, some of that is a bit stereotypical of black people. In all fairness, but it's done to such a ludicrous degree. It just becomes hilarious. Like it's clear that the author is taking the piss.
Yeah.
He's just being an edgy boy, and it's fucking hilarious. It's just gangbanger ants just coming across.
Oh, look how swole they are too.
You know, he comes across like one of the normal people and bumps into him, and it's like, "Hey man, watch where you're going." And the guy goes, "Wait a minute, I don't have to deal with this. I'm human. Hey, don't you walk away from me. This is a perfectly good moment to throw your life away."
Throw your life away.
I love Boondocks is amazing.
Boondocks is ahead of its time.
Yes.
Like gangbangers, as well as presenting a hero in the form of a blonde white man who is the result of generations of eugenic science.
That just sounds like someone taking the piss. That just honestly, that sounds like somebody just wanting to like make a silly, edgy story because he thought it would be funny.
And besides, that blonde guy isn't even the main character. It's just that, okay, this is a coalition of people from different countries fighting these fucking things. So of course, some of them are gonna be the dreaded Aryans.
I love how much this guy just cherry picks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't think anybody watches Terraformers and looks at the ants and thinks, "Oh, that's racist." They go, "Jesus Christ, that's fucking hilarious."
Yeah.
Slayer displaces its vile hatred a little further than that. But
is it vile? Is it vile hate? No, I don't think it's vile hatred. It's just. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Yeah.
As well as presenting a hero in the form of a blonde white man who is the result of generations of eugenic science, Goblin Slayer displaces its vile hatred a little further than that. But the pedigree of Goblin Slayer does make one inclined to side-eye the series somewhat. Before the anime, before the manga, and even before the light novel, it was a choose-your-own-adventure forum thread on two...
This part's fucking funny. This part is so funny.
Oh, here we go.
This part's so amazing.
Here we go.
Channel. 2channel is the Japanese predecessor to 4chan and is much more popular than 4chan in relative terms. Content-wise, the two sites greatly resemble each other. Some of the posts are benign, a lot of them are questionable, and some of them are outright vile and dangerous. 2chan is among...
You're fucking serious, bro? You're comparing Japanese people to fucking Chan use.
Well, this is basically Japanese 4chan, but like, look at this. Look, it's like she's got the Iron Cross. She's pretty. She's got the SS uniform on, and it's like, you understand that Japanese people find a lot of the iconography more like exotic and nifty than actually believing in it. Even like the Imperial Japan, they did not like Nazi Germany, but it's like, well, we have the same enemies, so
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was trying to read that.
Oh.
I was like, I wonder if like what he's actually showing us is like incredibly benign, but because he can't read and he didn't bother to try and translate it, and he just saw like the sexual images of women, that he was like, this must be
yeah, this must be any like
they must like, as you can see, she has what resembles to be a Waffen SS uniform, as seen with the German Iron Cross on her arm, and she's drawn and sexually positioned. This is clearly representative of the Japanese finding the idea of Nazi Germany sexy.
Okay, so if we can go back, then I can screenshot it and just send it to you.
The two sites greatly resemble each
Okay,
other.
I'll screenshot this. Pause right.
A lot of them are questionable, and some of them are outright.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. Okay, I'll screenshot this and then send it to you. Twilight.
Yes, Twilight. You can read Moonspeak. That's good.
I can partially read moon runes. Like, let's see. Like right under Guten Abend, that's the kanji. That's the kanji for now, and I think afternoon. So like, It's the afternoon.
Okay.
I just sent it to
don't
her.
know that.
So.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't know the kanji after no, but the one after the two after that are like life and day. It's also the kanji for raw or lively. Ganyate kita wa. Sorry, I'm not gonna spend like all this time trying to translate this.
Nah, it's okay. It's just something for you to have fun with in the background while we're focusing on this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Vile and dangerous. 2chan is, among other things, a major hub for nationalist rhetoric.
What is this? Clearly written response. You've got it all wrong. It's not the Japanese, but the Koreans that I ask should disappear. In Japanese, my translation. When the Japanese used is not native level, the posters are also understood to be Korean, never Chinese or from Western country. And the Japanese respondents often resort to English to insult the original poster, as these responses to a poorly expressed Japanese message illustrates. 87 stupid Korean. I tell you truth. Your words don't translate well. You study Japanese hard. 90 how stupid Korean. Your Japanese words means nothing. Okay? That just sounds like
in a fucking website. Yeah, it sounds like just okay. Even if we interpret these as dangerous in your mind, yeah, of course. When there's a public forum where people can say whatever the fuck they want, yeah, shit like that happens. How does this relate to Goblin Slayer at all?
Well, the author of the light novel, I believe, like did some stuff on this. Remember the choose your own adventure stuff. He's poisoning the well, essentially.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, he's effectively saying that this is racism when we don't have the broader context for this. So it could be that some Korean was talking smack and doing it in like broken Japanese, and these people are just making fun of the fact that this Korean is speaking in broken Japanese.
But of course, more importantly, this is a 4chan predecessor. It's the internet. And I doubt this person has ever been in a classic Xbox 360 Modern Warfare 2 lobby.
Probably not.
Like, good God, that is like the most foul, most hateful shit you'll probably ever hear by a 12-year-old, and it's... Is it bad that I kind of miss those times where you could just load up into a lobby and you just yell at each other and say the most heinous, awful shit? And I think, like, even old Xbox Live, you could send voice messages to people.
I mean, maybe. Like, it was definitely something that I never wanted to be a part of because of that. That's for sure.
I mean, that's perfect.
And me, I was just a PlayStation boy, so you know.
Oh, no, I dropped my phone.
I mean, it's perfectly fine if you don't want to be a part of that, but it just, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I guess it made it feel more
syndrome.
honest.
I get it.
It made it feel more honest. I guess like it was.
Yeah.
it was like old Twitter, like when Twitter first started, when it was the wild fucking west.
Mm-hmm.
Before the dark times.
Twitter has never not been in the dark times, my dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, there were the dark times, and then there were the fun dark times.
But I get it. You have Stockholm syndrome and don't know how to process it. It's okay.
Listen here, you for being listen here, you little shit. Doesn't mean if you're correct. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right.
Hey, I know that line.
Well, yeah, people die when they're killed.
Oh yeah, as they always do.
Again, this is not to say that Goblin Slayer is a vile, nationalistic work, but it might have been born of such an ideology. In the original thread, the author uses ASCII images of pre-existing characters to represent his own. The Priestess, I believe, is a character from Dragon Quest, the Spearman is a Lancer from the Fate franchise, and the Swordsman is Guts from Berserk.
Yeah. Like, if you look at the spear guy, he does look like Kuklain, and the sword guy does look like Guts. This is true.
Mm-hmm.
Those last two were barely differentiated in the transition from thread to published work, incidentally. As for the goblins, they were represented by,
They were represented by the Terraformer ant people, yeah.
Okay, he probably saw that when he was like, I don't know, 13 years old or however old he was, and thought, hey, these guys look scary.
Or better yet, he probably thought, ha, that looks fucking funny. What if they were this?
Okay. I want to go off on a little bit of a tangent here about black racism and the history of it in Japan.
Sure.
Because Japan actually loved the look of really racist depictions of black people from the early 1900s. Mm-hmm. They didn't understand the context of it. The only thing that they thought of it was basically like a kabuki comedy thing. So they loved it in the sense of like, oh, it's just some sort of clown costume, effectively.
Yeah,
they didn't understand the racism behind it, and so they were able to take it out of the racist aspect of it in their culture and just have it as any other cute little mascot because they had no malice for it. The fact that it originated from a racist thing never really crossed their minds, and it wasn't until other foreigners, mostly Americans, came over and said, hey, this thing that you guys enjoy actually has a very terrible origin to it. The Japanese went, oh my god, we didn't know, and now a lot of that has been taken out. There are still aspects of manga and stuff that still do those depictions to this day, but as a whole, it's not as popular as it had been because of the fact that the Japanese aren't malicious with it, they just didn't know the origins. And once other people in Japan started understanding the origins of it, they mostly got rid of it.
Wow, it's almost like a xenophobic country that doesn't get exposed all that much to outside cultures don't know shit about outside cultures.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
This is why I say that it's really important to not attribute malice when you can just go with ignorance.
Yep.
Because just because you as a Westerner understands these Western concepts doesn't mean that other Western countries are going to automatically know that, let alone non-Western countries.
Mm-hmm.
The Twilight. It's racist.
Yes. No. It's only racist if you allow it to be racist.
I'm sorry. It's so funny looking.
Right. If that is not a smoking gun, then I don't know what is.
Buddy, you wouldn't know a smoking gun if you were at the tail end of it.
You wouldn't know it was a smoking gun if it shot you in the knee.
I was about to say if it gave you a hole in your chest.
But
what would a cockroach that is turned into a humanoid look like?
Not like that.
I mean, legitimate.
Well, the oxygen would have to be fucking high. There would need to be a selective pressure that would force them into maybe not necessarily bipedalism, but some kind of like erect gait rather than just crawling on the ground. I don't know, really.
That's That's mainly the question that I have, because, like, yeah, you have this, but if you look at a cockroach's, like, face, the main thing that I have a problem with when I'm looking at this is, where are the fucking mandibles?
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Then why do they have pinnae?
Yeah.
Yeah. They wouldn't they
I mean,
they wouldn't have pinnae.
they're much longer and, like, more, like, they would be coming out of, like, the in-between area of their eyeballs, right where their noses are.
No, I mean ears, like the little earlobe
Oh, yeah,
stuff.
oh, yeah.
That are called. That was like that's like some of my vet tech stuff coming in because like.
No, I heard antenna, not what you said.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the pinnae. That's what the. Because like I don't know, for me the ear is the bones that are inside your head, inside the canal, whereas like the cartilaginous thing right there is like the pinnae.
Yeah. Sorry. I know that some people say antenna as antennae, so that's what I heard.
Oh. No, I say,
okay.
You know, I say antenna, and they have the black people hair as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got they look like they compressed it with a do-rag a little bit. So yeah, I can understand. Like I understand how somebody can come to that conclusion, and maybe it's true. I don't know shit about Terraformars. It looked cringy when I first saw it, and I never watched it. But one thing I can say, equivocating this to the Goblin Slayer author is fucking insensitive.
Well, like,
but also,
not only
like,
that,
even if the origins of this is like Terraformars, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's equivocating this to black people. Not only that, but like American black people.
Yeah, especially given the fact that these did not make it into the final product.
Yeah.
Like not when he wrote the freaking light novel, not when the manga was made, and definitely not when the anime came out.
It could just be that he understood that these weird ass creatures were considered to be just inherently evil. It was a potentially popular thing at the time, and thus he used them in order to show these creatures that he's using for his little roleplay thing are just creatures that are inherently evil. Wow, what a concept.
And my hypothesis is that because it's taking place on what is essentially like proto-Japanese 4chan, he's just taking the piss because he thought these things looked funny.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like this is such a nothing burger.
Honestly, the thing that I want to focus on more is just how fucking impressive the pictures are.
Oh yeah,
because you do that with text.
Yeah, like that's
I don't know how he did it.
Yeah.
Well, like that used to be so common back in the day when we were teenagers, and that skill has just disappeared now.
Yeah, there are very few posts that I've seen that have like been like this with just text. Yeah. Maybe you can find them on Tumblr or somewhere, but definitely not on Twitter.
Not on Twitter, not on Reddit.
Maybe on Reddit too.
Oh yeah, maybe Reddit.
Oh, but... not on Reddit? Yeah, I was about to say there's probably some r/ place where you can find these.
r/art with text.
Yeah.
Oh, part 3. We're just tearing the veil. Creating the perfect hero. Oh my god, the stuff that he has to say about Goblin Slayer is so hilariously fucking wrong. It's amazing.
Alright, let me just pull the band-aid off, and we need to get through this part much quicker, because... oh boy.
Yeah.
When I first started writing the script for this video, I had a different order in mind for it. I wanted to open with this part and leave the discussion of the portrayal of the goblins for later, but it eventually dawned on me that this wouldn't be an effective way to get my point across. What I'm about to discuss is just how brutal of a person the Goblin Slayer is, and how disturbing the lengths to which he is willing to go to exterminate goblins are, all the while still being unambiguously portrayed as the hero of the narrative. Herein lies a certain roadblock, because no matter how abhorrent one of the Goblin Slayer's acts might be, there can always be narrative justification. So no matter what I'm about to cover in this section, someone is bound to respond by arguing that the Goblin Slayer had to do it because it was the only option to fight back against the goblins. This is why I felt the need to cover the portrayal of goblins first. Because while reality moves as a result of actions and reactions, fiction does not. A story is not conceived linearly, event after event. It is conceived as concepts, characters, locations, and set pieces.
It can be, though.
Yeah, they have to put they have to put these things in fucking order. A story is a series of events. What the fuck are you talking about?
A story is a series of events that follows cause and effect.
Yeah, even then, though, there are different methods of writing, and this guy is focusing on one of them. He is cherry-picking one type of way to write a story in order to feed his narrative. There are writers out there who are considered pantsers, who just write by the seat of their pants, who don't know what their story is going to be like, but they just start writing from the first page, and then they stop writing at the end.
And then hopefully they go back
do that kind of bullshit.
And hopefully they go back and tweak things, you know?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Like, that is the writing process. But, like, there is a difference between coming up with a concept, coming up with different scenes, and then stitching them together and just writing from start to finish. There are different authors who do those different methods. There are authors who do the same method over and over again. There are different authors who do the same methods, who do different methods depending on the story. It's all different. You cannot just say that a story is not linear just because it is stitched together, or just because you don't want to admit that stories can also be written linearly.
Most stories are. Like, most stories are linear. It's like point A to point B. We're not like Christopher Nolan this shit, you know?
Yeah, like, well, he's trying to say that it's not linear because stories aren't created as linearly. Like, the end product is linear, but not the creation of it. And that's what I was saying was bullshit, because a lot of stories are created linearly.
In fact, this is doubly the case, because remember, the author based all of this off of a D&D campaign. So all of this had to be done linearly from his perspective.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like, what the fuck?
To argue that whatever Goblin Slayer does is only done as a response to the Goblin Crisis misses the point.
But it is, though. Like, when you look at the story itself, the reason why he is brutally murdering the goblins is because of what they did to him and what they do to other people.
Yeah.
So, can I just say that it's so fucking hypocritical that he is so unwilling to engage with the narrative and the concepts therein, where it doesn't benefit his perception of the goblins and how fucking bad it is to portray them as, you know, intrinsically evil. But when it benefits his point, we can look at abstract concepts like metatextual writing.
That's fun. It's funny.
Fucking Maverick.
People have standards.
Because both of us are created by the author. Nothing in Goblin Slayer had to be the way it is. There was infinite room to write the world in whatever way you could imagine. So
Shut up.
Yeah, no shit.
Shut up.
But
forth into this section, I want you to keep in mind that everything the Goblin Slayer does is necessary only because of the way the goblins were written to be.
And also, this video is written in a way that it is because it's necessary for you to stop having a dick in your mouth. It's so goddamn ridiculous.
I hate the talking point of that stories can be inherently racist because authors chose to make it that way, and they could just choose to make it some other way. Like, it is such a disgusting, vile mindset.
to say that because an author wanted to have a simplistic story about good and evil, about people that are fighting against monsters, that somehow makes it evil for the author to have done, and that they could have written the story in any other way that they wanted the author to write it, instead of what the author wanted, which was just to write a story about good and evil. They didn't want to have to write a heavily politicized story because you wanted them to. It's not your goddamn story. You're the one that's choosing to engage with it. You can just watch something else.
You don't even have to go that far, because the argument of, like, well, the Goblin Slayer had no choice, they had to do it, because person A... I'm sorry, when person A, you know, says, wow, he kills all these things brutally, is that really necessary? And then person B goes, well, yeah, he has to because of reasons X, Y, and Z. And then person A goes, well, this author didn't have to write it this way. Person B is having a very different conversation, because they're talking about the events that are happening within the story itself. Person A is talking from a meta perspective, which person B already fucking knows that the reason why this is the way it is because the author wrote that from a meta, but he's talking about stuff happening in the
you're
narrative.
basically treating person B like a fucking idiot. Like, this is the problem, right? This is the problem with a lot of people's takes on other stories with controversial elements, like Evangelion. People said this about Evangelion in the early 2000s all the goddamn time, especially the end of Evangelion, and especially in regards to that scene in the hospital, you know, the one, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, of course Anno chose for that scene to happen, and yes, there are an infinite number of ways to portray the fact that Shinji is so far down, you know, in terms of his mental state, that he's willing to do that. But just because a story chooses to do one thing to facilitate an idea that makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah, like...
it's that
also,
fucking simple.
You know, he could have chosen to go the hard opposite direction and go more Terraformars, but he also didn't.
Yeah,
because he didn't want to.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not criticizing the logic of the internal world forcing the Goblin Slayer's hand. I'm criticizing the fact that the world was written in such a way that these horrible actions seem justified.
Okay, so then you're not. So once
you're
again,
an idiot.
Then once again, we're not engaging with with the actual story itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're basically just pearl clutching and saying, but why violence though?
You know, as for
why
someone
don't you just make a slice of life show?
Well, I mean, more importantly, for someone who started this video off by talking about rock songs and whatnot, and how he loves Stone Temple Pilots.
God, I fucking forgot about that.
Yeah, well, then rock and roll. I mean, people thought that was the devil's music. People thought that, you know, Elvis gyrating his hips a lot would make women into utter fucking degenerates. It didn't matter how good the music was, but you're starting to sound like those people. Doesn't matter what doesn't matter the internal logic or internal consistency of the story and how it's written. Because a lot of propaganda pieces, or a lot of like those kinds of stuff, if you watch it as right wing, left wing, I'll use A Matter of Faith, because that's just the one that's most that came out of mind, like the anti-evolution propaganda movie. That movie is when the propaganda comes in, it's it derails literally everything, all narrative, all character, to promote this one fucking idea. And a lot of left wing, a lot of times when the leftoids put their shit in there, I want to say it was Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Sam's speech when he's you gotta do better, Senator.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah,
and it's which that scene comes off as unintentionally racist, because you have a black man saying that maybe it's a good thing I don't understand how complicated the political systems are.
Yeah, exactly.
When someone asks a metatextual question, i.e. why was the Goblin Slayer written to stoop to such horrific measures, it is pointless to respond to that with a textual answer, i.e. because it was the only possible response to the goblin threat.
Because the thing is...
Get to your point already.
Yeah, because the thing is, people know... the writer wanted it that way.
He's effectively saying that the textual reason is the thing that doesn't matter, only the metatextual reason, when it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Even if we go from a metatextual perspective, it's like, okay, the writer wanted it that way. Discussion over.
Yes, but that implies that inherently, even in a metatextual as a story concept, that this is wrong, and you have done nothing to prove this.
Exactly.
Yes.
If you would like to listen to a longer explanation of this line of reasoning, I highly recommend watching Folding Ideas' video The Thermian Argument, which I'll link in the description. The video also sort of predicted both the events of Goblin Slayer and the backlash to them with a shocking degree of accuracy before the light novel was even released, so it's worth watching for that alone. So then, what does the Goblin Slayer get up to in his eponymous series? We've already covered the minor genocide, children and all, the Goblin Slayer commits in episode 1, but things get much worse than that. In episode
they get much better.
I wanna respond a little bit to the Thermian idea.
I have no idea what that is.
It goes again.
Go on.
Well, he basically showed it on screen. The idea that you ask a metatextual question and then you get a textual answer, and that is a fallacious argumentation to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like this goes back into what we were talking about with the how it doesn't have to be that deep, bro.
Yeah.
I am somebody who is trying to publish my novel. I want to have a lot of dark things later on in the book series. Not necessarily in the first book, but later on when the kids are older and they're becoming adults, and there are lots of darker things that they have to experience.
Sure.
And somebody could easily come up to me and say, why did this have to be in the story? Why didn't you just write it a different way? And I said, and like my answer doesn't have to be anything more complicated than because I wanted it to be that way, to show how dark this world is, to show these kids being in danger, to show why they need to fight.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. If I want to say that these kids are fighting against a really dark force that is threatening their lives, I have to realistically show them being in actual danger, that the threat is threatening.
Yeah, this would be the equivalent of going up to fucking Yoshiyuki Tomino and saying, hey, why are all in this war story, why are you having all these kids dying, man? What the hell?
Is that the guy who made Gundam?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
That's the Gundam guy.
Alright, he sounded familiar.
Yeah, it's really
Gundam.
stupid. Look, it's a great series,
Is
but
it?
like,
Yeah.
it's a perfect example for this, because all of these arguments that you can make in regards to having these elements in the story, you can then make that same argument for anything anybody can interpret as anywhere near problematic in some way, shape, or form. It's that freaking vapid.
It is. And honestly, personally, I hate arguing from a metatextual perspective when talking about certain things.
Me too.
I prefer talking it from the actual content of the story, because
also, you can't really talk about the metatextual aspect of the story unless if you are directly speaking to the author.
Exactly.
Because you don't know what the author was thinking. So what is the point of talking metatextually?
Which is why it probably would be good if this guy actually brought receipts from, I don't know, this author's interviews or some shit to get further insights to why he made things the way that he did.
Yeah. Like when fucking Leslie Headland is talking about the shit for The Acolyte and saying how I think it was the actress that said this, but I'm pretty sure Leslie was also believed this, where it's like, we want to make a show that white men are scared of. It's like,
Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
I see what kind of story this is going to be, and it was that kind of story. It was really bad, and rest in piss, Acolyte. Don't ever fucking come back.
I know literally nothing about the Acolyte other than apparently there were like black twins and like a woman cult, and then they got massacred. And
yeah, it's really bad. And the story, and like you also read from interviews, Little Platoon, in the last episode of his review of it, did a really good job kind of breaking it down. Is that like,
I've seen that video.
Yeah, it's really good. Little Platoon is just really good in general. But he basically said that like from and he actually pulled from interviews. Well, one interview, but he pulled references and stuff from what Leslie Headland had said. And it's like she got the impression she thought the Sith were really cool, and how we never really get it from the Sith perspective, and you know how kind of neat it is for the bad guys. And in the end, it's portrayed as like killing Squid Game guy, the Jedi, was the correct thing to do, and that becoming a Sith was actually a good thing. And it's like, so when you want to say that Acolyte kind of says that being evil is okay, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that.
Yeah.
right.
Whereas here, like I don't remember him pulling up any receipts from the author of the Goblin Slayer, whether they be the Goblin Slayer light novels, the manga, or even the people who worked on the anime. I don't think he brings up any interviews with them.
What a goddamn shock. And yet he has the goddamn gall to speak about what their motivations are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fucking Maverick.
See, I know Maverick is an insult, but whenever I hear Maverick, I just think of Top Gun Maverick, which is a really good
God
movie.
damn it. Both you and Raven.
It's like fucking Maverick, and like, what did Maverick do? Don't think, do. You can be my wingman anytime.
God damn it.
2, he burns an entire regiment of goblins alive. In episode 3, he initiates the murder of a duo of goblins.
The murder. Notice the language. The
Murder.
A regiment.
The murder.
I mean, technically, he's right. It is a murder. It is a murder. That's true. But like,
do we murder wolves and rabbits and cows?
So okay, so if you want me to get super into it, we would have to redefine what person would mean in a fantasy world. So in this, for you have elves, dwarves, lizard people. They would be considered people, but they're not human because personhood isn't necessarily a human specific concept. Because like if tomorrow chimpanzees were in a Bronze Age, they'd be considered people.
Yeah.
And you could say the goblins maybe potentially meet the definition of person, just given the fact that they are a tribalistic society that does make their own stuff. They do have somewhat of a culture, and they are intelligent enough to make certain decisions that like mentally handicapped people would make, but still people. So you could argue that it is murder in a sense, but that's if you really want to get into it.
Yeah, but we do know why he is specifically saying these emotionally charged words like murder.
And he used genocide multiple times. He used a regiment of goblins, not a camp, not a tribe, not a horde, a regiment of goblins.
Yes.
Yeah.
After their first appearance on screen. Episode 4, he desecrates the corpses of those...
Desecrates the corpse.
Desecrates.
Now granted, this
is... my lord.
Now, granted,
cry me a river.
Yeah, now granted, in this scene, the reason why is they need to get the blood to smell like the goblins, so that way they don't like pick them up while they're in the cave, because, you know, Goblin Slayer's a professional.
Same goblins engages in chemical warfare against unsuspecting
warfare, which is just is literally just making a sleep spell with like it's magic. It's not chemical. It's I believe the dwarf has cast a sleep spell on them with like, granted he used his like wine that he has, but it's a sleep spell. It's not chemical warfare. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man.
goblins before later drowning them. Episode 6.
First off, he didn't drown the ogre. He used a scroll that opened a portal to the bottom of the ocean, and the change in pressure was so intense it cut him to pieces. That's actually what happened. He was going to intend it to like drown a fucking nest, but he had to use that there, or else they'd all die.
He once again engages in chemical warfare against goblins before drowning.
It's chill. I think that was chili powder, wasn't it?
I think it was
some kind of like really intense spice that he threw at them to burn their eyes, and chili powder gets in your eyes, is gonna fucking hurt.
Chemical warfare,
yeah.
Dude, get off.
Chemical warfare, because chemicals were used on the Jews in the concentration camps. Seedy little fucking liar, dude. What a Weasley little liar, as the great Hassan Piker would say.
Oh my god.
With feeding them to an alligator. Episode 7, he leads a genocidal charge.
Genocidal charge.
You're not being subtle. You know what the difference is between you and folding ideals? Is that the dude knows how to hide the fucking sea shit he says. He actually has some goddamn wit to the way that he describes things.
And I don't necessarily disagree that murdering all the goblins is a genocide because of the reasons why Goblin Slayer is doing it. However, in this instance, it's like in a world like this, you would have genocides that are and aren't just. And I know I pulled this example multiple times in part 1. 40K is like that. Like, it is a moral good to completely wipe out every single orc in the galaxy. Moral good, everyone would benefit from it.
Ending with the torturing of...
Same with the Tyranids and Chaos.
...a goblin champion. Episode 9, another genocide.
Torturing? What do you mean torturing? He was trying to kill him, and he was using human hair to strangle him because because he didn't have a weapon. He was basically he's basically on 1 HP. Yeah, and that was the only thing he had in his that would do any damage. And he's reciting this. He's just telling him they use human hair for assassination attempts. I see why it's very effective.
Yeah.
This time with a triple digit with feeding them to an alligator. Episode 7, he leads a genocidal charge ending with the torturing of a goblin champion. Episode 9, another genocidal charge, this time with a triple digit victim count. Episodes 11 and 12, he leads the entire adventurers guild in a fight against the goblins, again with hundreds of victims on the goblin...
Victims! Such loaded language. Such fucking Weasley.
Dude, you are sad. Language. You are so sad.
Such Weasley little fucking seedy language. You fucking absolute fucking. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Inside and 0 on the other. Devoid of context, these are all horrible things to do. But even
yes, devoid of context. But if you add context, it makes it justified.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's almost like context is important or something.
Yeah.
But of course, he's gonna say why Metatextual is bad.
Hundreds of victims on the goblin side and 0 on the other. Devoid of context, these are all horrible things to do. But even in context, some of these actions are inexcusable.
What do you mean inexcusable? No. They're not inexcusable. What the fuck do you mean?
You spent 20 minutes detailing in very minute descriptions why it is necessary.
Yeah.
So shut up.
In episode 6, Goblin Slayer bombards a pack of goblins with the fantasy equivalent of Agent Orange for no reason.
Agent Orange.
For no reason.
What do you mean?
It's so that it'd be easier to kill them. What are you talking about?
Yeah. They're also on a ship on a moving platform as well. They kind of have the goblins kind of have an advantage on it, and not only that, it's well within Goblin Slayer's character to make them suffer as much as possible.
Also, he is just reusing the scene where you described what he's using as chili powder.
I believe that's what it is. I don't It's some kind of it's an irritant essentially. It's not equivalent to Agent Orange. It's like a severe irritant. I can't remember.
But
if it's
Agent Orange.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Agent Orange is the big talking point to use because everyone knows that Agent Orange is a big bad thing, but they don't even know what it was. Why
not just use fantasy tear gas? That's actually that's much more description.
Why not use just fantasy pepper spray? That's what it was.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Agent Orange.
The group of goblins he's fighting is small by this series standards, and yet the characters try to play it off like it's their biggest battle yet, and
because the goblins are an ever-present threat underneath the capital fucking city, a place where they should not be, and there's a lot of them there. By the way, there's a lot
dude.
of them there.
Did you forget about the part in the beginning of this video where you describe an event in this very show where where characters, an adventurers party even, underestimated the goblins and got absolutely shat on for it?
Exactly.
Are we forgetting about that part? Did that part just not happen?
I guess.
Did I imagine that shit?
I mean, look, it's just a small party. It's like, yeah, one small party of a much larger group that are down here in the capital city. So, yeah. And plus, goblins piloting a ship is probably a very uncommon sight, too, because people don't consider that to be a possibility. But clearly, because people underestimate, despite the goblins. That's kind of like one of the big things. They're not bright, but they're not complete fools.
Yeah.
Therefore, everything goes.
Everything goes with goblins because they use poison too, retard. You fucking said
yeah, what?
the fantasy equivalent of Agent Orange. Well, they're using the fantasy equivalent of tetrodotoxin. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and they use it to kill and rape people. What are you doing?
This is.
Imagine. Just imagine, still after 41 minutes, that he is trying to say that this is the equivalent of genociding black people.
Oh. No. It's like genociding
And
Jewish, Native American, black people, Indians.
Yep.
There we go.
The number of goblin deaths at the hand of the Goblin Slayer and his compatriots is staggering, easily numbering in the triple digits. This is doubly impressive when you consider that this is a 12-episode show, and 3 of those episodes don't even involve fighting goblins. It deserves to be said in no uncertain terms, the Goblin Slayer spends his time on screen committing one massacre after another.
Good! Kill them all!
Fuck. Hey, dude, what's the name of this show again? I seem to have forgotten.
It's called...
Goblin Tea Party.
Yeah, there it is.
Tummy Tickler.
Tummy Tickler.
Tickle me, Goblin.
Diddle me, Goblin.
No, the Goblin diddles you.
Oh my god.
Said in no uncertain terms, the Goblin Slayer spends his time on screen committing one massacre after another, but that in and of itself is not the problem. Many TV series, both Japanese and Western, feature deeply morally compromised characters in starring roles. What sets Goblin Slayer apart from many of those series is how far it bends over backwards to portray the Goblin Slayer in a positive light and never question his motives or actions.
But he's not a morally complex character.
Well, they do question. They don't question his motives. But they question how serious he goes. Like Ranger says, no fire, water, or poison while we're here.
Yeah.
Like he goes overboard because the uncle says he's gone absolutely nuts. He's gone insane. This is not the same person you knew from when you were kids. Like that person's gone. He's lost it.
Yeah, exactly. Like the story actively portrays Goblin Slayer as a tragic hero.
Yeah.
How? What do you mean they don't question what the fuck he does? They do it all the time. That's the pathos of his goddamn character. That's the point.
Exactly.
Let's return to the scene from the first episode in which the Goblin Slayer kills a nest of baby goblins.
Oh, please. Oh, fucking please. Do me the honors, guy.
The scene puts on the priestess's terrified tears, one could argue that the audience is meant to take away that the Goblin Slayer's perspective is unreasonable, or perhaps even that he's lying. This could have made for an interesting subplot.
Yes, those pig noises.
Yeah.
Those horrible, horrible pig noises.
Yeah.
No revelation that the Goblin Slayer is projecting all sorts of horrible traits onto goblins that they do not actually embody, but that is not what happens. During the final battle, the Goblin Slayer fights his most dangerous foe yet, a Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord is strong, sadistic, and conniving, and has managed to develop these skills by repeatedly begging for mercy from roving adventurers. He even tries to attain the sympathy of the Goblin Slayer and the Priestess to no avail.
Oh, like demons.
Oh my god, I just realized why he wants to do the whole, like, you cannot respond to my metatextual questions for the textual answer. It's so he can avoid the criticism of not engaging with the story.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, basically.
But
which would be a fine maneuver to have if, again, he can prove that the narrative doing this is in of itself a problem. But the problem is that we're dealing with a child, not a man.
Exactly. How dare you insult children?
You know what? You're right. You're right. Even fetuses deserve better. I'm sorry.
The point of this scene is to fully absolve the Goblin Slayer of committing infanticide, to prove that he was right about the dangers of leaving baby goblins alive, and once you take a step back and observe it on those terms, the sheer horror of it all becomes a lot more clear.
The horror of it all, you fucking pussy.
Yes.
No, like it makes sense. You leave these goblins alive because they are small and cute and innocent. The only thing that they'll learn is that they can manipulate people to keep them alive because of that reason. They may not even understand like why crying makes humans not kill them, but they can just use that they can just weaponize that.
Exactly.
Like, humans weaponize crying and tears and other people's sympathy all the time, and that's human beings. What about a creature who doesn't fully understand it, but understands the general principle of do certain thing, get certain result?
Well, that's what cats do when they meow. They primarily meow at humans to get what their owners, to get them what they want to do, specifically at similar frequencies to the noises, to when a baby makes a noise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There exists in this series a near complete refusal to explore the depravity of the Goblin Slayer's obsession with killing goblins.
You're lying. They absolutely do.
They do, yeah. Stop lying.
That is the point of the goddamn story, you inconsiderate fucking clod.
Man, fucking... It's a fucking clown territory now, man.
At his very worst, his obsession is treated as a funny fixation.
No, it's not. No, it's
Dude,
not.
you didn't watch the show. You did not watch this goddamn show.
No, it's
he didn't watch the show.
No,
That's
didn't.
it. This is proof. This is proof right here. He didn't fucking watch it.
No, I think he did watch it. I think he's just lying. He's lying. He's flat out lying. This is a flat out lie. This is a flat out lie. Like, I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt in the fact that he didn't watch it. I'm saying he's just flat out lying about it because it doesn't appeal to his personal sensibilities when it comes to storytelling. So he's trying to lie about it.
Mm-hmm.
It is played for comedy alarmingly often in this series.
Goblin か。
It's important to take...
Okay, but that's not the only way it's portrayed.
Yeah, there's a scene where like he collects a priestess and it's like we're trying to have a conversation and he goes, "We aren't," when it's literally him saying he's going to do something. Like the man doesn't know what a conversation is.
Yeah, do you know what characterization is, sir?
He's hyper autistic, Doomslayer, Batman, Mandalorian, but not shit.
Yeah.
Like he had his entire childhood robbed of him, like, and he just goes in an obsession. It's
Take note of the fact that it's not his murderous tendencies that are being played for laughs here, but rather
murderous tendencies. Murderous tendencies. We're gonna check that off.
The depth of his obsession.
Yes, the depth of his obsession, which is unhealthy, and that is and people try and tell him that it's unhealthy.
These gags could be about how much the Goblin Slayer loves drinking tomato juice, and nothing would have to be changed about them
no. I mean,
structurally.
Would you have to change it structurally? I think you would. So the jokes about Goblin Slayer's obsession with killing goblins, he's trying to make it sound like it's just a running quirk or gag and not a character trait. So he's just being disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in order for that to be equivalent, then tomato juice would have to have like
killed his family.
I don't know. Killed his family, saved his life when he was walking through the desert, and be like that's his only major point of backstory. Like, nothing major happened in his life except for tomato juice saved his life when he was walking through the desert or something like that.
In other words, the nature of his obsession is backgrounded while the depth of his obsession is foregrounded.
And this
what?
The nature of his obsession is backgrounded, while the depth of his obsession is foregrounded. So
in order to explore the depth, how the fuck can you explore the depth without exploring the nature? What?
The nature of his obsession is driven by the fact he watched his sister, the only family he had left at the time, be brutally murdered and, let's be honest, raped as well by goblins as he was hiding away in the floorboards.
I don't.
Does this man understand the concept of, like, if one thing happens, then something else will follow it? Does he understand that?
You mean cause and effect, one of the most basic fundamental necessities in storytelling? No.
Yeah, that. Do you think he understands that? I'm sorry. I know that cause and effect are like really big words, so that's why I use like really dumbed down language. But do you think that he understands that concept?
Absolutely not. Or actually, I believe that he does, and he's lying to pretend that he doesn't in order to make his point.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
At what point though does lying about something just make you look like you're absolutely stupid and can barely feed yourself without assistance?
Well, the lying in of itself is the stupidity, in a way.
Yes.
Because even if we say, okay, he's doing that on purpose, all we gotta do is look at the motivation and say, okay, why are you doing this? This is stupid. You're not gonna benefit from this. You're gonna have fucking people rail on you for making a dumb fucking video, and yes, send you death threats, which I don't condone. However, I'm not surprised that it happened.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say about
even
that.
by his own admission, it's like the way it was presented was obviously the guy who's taking the piss, but shook me so much.
Which I can understand to a certain extent, where it's all like, okay, it's the straw that broke the camel's back because he faced a shit ton more stuff like that at the time, and then there's this which kind of brought these things back. I can get it, but it's hard. Not impossible, but hard for me to feel any sort of sympathy towards someone for having that happen to them when it's like you did something this goddamn stupid.
Yes. All right.
Warped perspective on the matter is not exclusive to the series' humorous moments. Whenever the Goblin Slayer is criticized for his obsessive behavior, it's never because his obsession is the genocide of a species, but because he's too obsessed with genocide.
This dude just isn't. He's not telling the truth.
Yeah, liar. Weasley, little liar.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he is pretty crazy. Just pausing for copyright.
I'm pretty sure that the reason why they're pointing this out is more of a commentary on his humanity or lack thereof.
Yes.
Like,
well, yeah, like the witch here has been in the guild for a while. And you know, obviously Goblin Slayer has made a name for himself, you know, because of what he does and how he does it. So it's like, yeah, she's just saying, yeah, that guy's off his rocker.
Yeah, he's fucking crazy. Which, I mean, he is crazy.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean that he's it doesn't mean that he's wrong. It just means that he has lost his humanity along the way. And that is something that he can be criticized for, not the killing of these evil creatures.
Yep.
Yeah.
The fact that Goblin Slayer dreams of the eradication of goblins isn't a problem, it's the fact that he's so emotionally attached to it and that he engages with his desires with such abandon that makes it a character flaw.
Yes, because it stops him from doing this. Again, this is once again, this is what this Weasley little liar doesn't understand, is that his obsession is what prevents him from forming connections with people, and as such, it's kind of what is going to kill him one day.
In fact, that is the very reason the elf archer character exists and why she's in the party, where it's all like, hey, I want to show you what an actual adventure is like for once.
Yeah.
It's almost like even in this really dark fantasy story for older teenagers or adults, that it's still got the shonen trope of friendship is power.
I mean,
friendship is important.
It's not necessarily that friendship, it's not necessarily that friendship gives him like actual literal strength, except for maybe the instance where he basically gets a nat 20 on his death save. But it's more.
Yeah, no, I never said that.
I know, but it's more in the Tolkien sense of friends are like healthy for
camaraderie.
Yeah. It's basically like the friends can help us in ways we can't help ourselves.
Yeah. It's still a very shonen-esque mindset, though. Yeah. It's just that shonen itself just turns that into a literal thing.
Yeah.
But the sentiment is still identical there.
Yeah.
Sure.
If only the Goblin Slayer would engage in his murder sprees with a more clinical attitude, the series seems to say. After all, if you're not taking part in the Goblin genocide, Goblin Slayer has no qualms about portraying you as a stuck-up fool. But the series isn't just preoccupied with painting the Goblin Slayer's quest as just, it also wants to make sure that the audience sees the Goblin Slayer as a just man. Someone who embodies all virtues you'd expect in a hero who is always right, never to be questioned.
Except he's not always right.
And he is questioned many times.
Yeah, no fire, poison, or water.
He's just not questioned in the way that you want him to be questioned, because that's not on the table to be questioned.
It's like, don't get too carried away. We can't afford that.
Yeah.
The audience has shown numerous scenes over the course of the series which don't really serve a purpose except to emphasize how good of a person the Goblin Slayer is.
Okay.
Why not say the same thing about Guts? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, the scene he's showing right here is to show just how detached he's really become. He's eating with his armor on. He just plops a big old bag of gold on the table and says, "This should cover the rent." And this is after he's done his rounds to make sure there's no goblins around. He checks for goblins every single morning. It's to demonstrate how thorough his obsession is and how much it has consumed him, and just how little humanity he currently has left.
Mm-hmm.
Or at the very least, he's not human in the more meaningful ways of, just learning how, just in the social ways, I should say.
Yeah.
Right.
In episode 2, a big deal is made out of just how generous of a guest the Goblin Slayer is. He gives an unnecessarily large portion of his earnings to his host, who only accepts the money upon Goblin Slayer's insistence.
Because Goblin Slayer doesn't care about how, first off, this is the uncle of his childhood friend, who is the last connection to essentially his old life that he has, and he wants to make sure that they're well off, that they can act for that reason. Not only that, if it doesn't involve buying like basic supplies and stuff to kill goblins, he doesn't really care about it at all.
Yeah, which is why most of what he has tends to be freaking standard ass equipment, because anything higher is just overkill for killing fucking goblins. The dude is all about efficiency.
Exactly. I have all this leftover money. Fuck it. I'll just give it to this guy. I have enough for food, have enough for weapons, have enough for supplies on the road. I don't need the rest of this money. What am I going to buy with it? Like, I'll get more.
It's just dead weight.
Exactly. He's hyper-utilitarian.
Yeah. It's not showing how incredibly selfless it is. I mean, it is in a way, but it's showing this is what good characterization is, asshole. You use one moment to display several aspects of who the character is all at once.
Exactly.
Fucking Goblin Slayer. It's such a simple fucking story.
Player is.
Yes.
He gives an unnecessarily large portion of his earnings to his host, who only accepts the money upon Goblin Slayer's insistence. This moment has two purposes.
Okay.
One, it establishes that the Goblin Slayer is generous, and two, it reaffirms that the Goblin Slayer kills goblins out of conviction. He's not in it for money, he's in it for justice.
No, he's in it for vengeance, asshole.
He in episode 2, later in this episode, he says, "In return, I became a monster to them. I dreamt about how brutal I would kill them, how many I would kill. All I want to do is get revenge." Like his own inner monologue is just reaffirming how much he just despises them.
All this says to me is that this man can't read.
He cannot read pictures, exactly.
And despite being a dangerous
scenes.
obsessive,
Yeah,
he
that's
still
true.
manages to be incredibly kind and somwhat charismatic.
What do you?
Charismatic.
Oh my god, that's so.
Okay, now I'm at the point where this guy is just that much of a fucking maverick. He is that stupid.
I asked at the beginning of this if he knew what words meant. And I keep being proved right. He doesn't. He doesn't know what charisma is. He doesn't know what it means.
Yeah, Goblin Slayer would have like so the thing is, Goblin Slayer is a very handsome man underneath that helmet, from what little we see of his face. However, the man has the social skills of a lobotomized gardening hoe. He cannot
like he only has better riz than Mineta.
Yeah,
that's it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like he is enigmatic, I guess you could say. Like he is an enigma that may like draw some people towards him, just the mystery of who he is. But in terms of his social skills, in terms of communication with people, he is horrible at it because he's boxed himself. He's isolated himself. He spent, I believe it's the last 10 years since when episode 1 started. At least. Yeah, it's 10 years.
At least.
Training and hunting hunting goblins and killing them obsessively, nonstop. That is all he does, all he thinks about. And that is isolated himself from people, except for the farm girl, who is like his childhood friend. It's the only one he feels somewhat comfortable around. And the whole point of the story is when he meets Priestess and he gets with the other people is they very slowly start to chip him down. And that's why at the very end of the first season, when he takes his helmet off at Priestess's request, it's why it's so meaningful.
Yep.
It's actually a really nice story.
We're just selling Goblin Slayer to Twilight right now.
It's a very simple story. It has its problems, but it's my third favorite anime of all time. I adore Goblin Slayer. Just because it just has like these nice, earnest, wholesome and meaningful stuff to, violently murdering goblins. May they rest in peace.
Yeah.
It's a wholesome story within a grim dark world. That's actually really nice shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
His preoccupation with goblins hasn't stopped him from caring for the well-being of others, for one. And despite praise being heaped on him constantly, he still manages to be incredibly humble.
No, he just doesn't care.
He either doesn't care or he doesn't really understand why he's being praised.
This is the same guy who literally got trained by an absolute freaking maniac to be hyper vigilant all the goddamn time.
Also, apparently, Burglar's a Rhea. How he looks like a rat man, not a Rhea.
Oh no.
The Goblin Slayer doesn't have any real character flaws once that...
You little liar.
Are you fucking serious?
Liar.
Okay,
liar, liar.
No, I think I'm at a point where, okay, if you're going to say that Goblin Slayer has charisma, I think you're not purposefully being stupid. I think you're actually brain dead and you need help.
Honestly, kind of, yeah. Like, how can you see a story about a guy who is so obsessed to the point where Batman is probably telling him to calm the fuck down?
Yeah.
Batman has friends.
Character flaws.
Batman at least has many adopted sons and an actual biological son that he spends time with.
Yeah.
And at least he's had mistresses and shit. He's a playboy and all that.
Is it alright if I bring someone else in?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
It's my I gotta give him the... Because he left. Let's edit.
Guess we'll have to catch him up a little bit.
Server settings. How do I... it's been a while since I've actually had to fucking do this shit. Like, invite people to the server.
Oh, okay.
Well, you just go to podcast. There is the open chat, and then there's create invite right next to it.
Yeah, I sent him the invite to the server because he used to be in it, but this is the first time I've actually used it in years. So he just left because nothing was happening in it, and then we'll see when he joins. Okay.
All right.
Let me give him permissions.
Also, while we're not talking about this,
sure.
It probably might be a good idea for podcasts in the future to have recording robots.
Wait, recording?
Oh yeah, recording bots tend to be good.
Yeah, for my other podcast, not the one with Team Jack, but the one that hasn't come out yet, we have Craig and Geark, and they're used to individually record each and every single individual in the podcast, so that you can make it so that we don't talk over each other and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
But everybody, Wyatt, say hi.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
The sky.
Yeah, that's about it.
Why do you sound like you're in the Bronze Age?
Hold on. Better?
That's much better, yeah.
Much better.
The Watch Together link is in the call chat. We are 46 minutes in, and we got like a little less than 20 minutes left.
Yeah,
goody.
I don't know. I don't know how much you know about this video going in. I don't know if you want us to catch you up to speed a little bit.
I think my good old co-host here. I think he's shown me this video before.
We watched it like 2 years ago, or no, we watched it last year. Yeah, it was last year.
Yeah, we were just hanging out because we were having a hard time. We were having a hard time finding this video, right? Because it was originally like just completely gone, and then
I found it because it was posted on Reddit. Found it unlisted, and I downloaded it. It's still on YouTube, but I have it downloaded on my old laptop. So if it does mysteriously go missing, I still have a copy of it.
Sweet.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, but we got to the part where he said Goblin Slayer is perfect and has no flaws. Which...
No, he literally said that this guy has fucking charisma.
Yeah, he said Goblin Slayer has charisma.
Okay, so I haven't even watched the show, and even I fucking know that that's not true.
Yeah.
That man has negative charisma.
Like the reason why the Sword Maiden, this is primarily more season 2 stuff. The reason why the Sword Maiden like really does like act likes him is because they have a similar trauma in the sense of like they had their lives permanently altered by goblins, and the second is that like there's a scene where it's like if there are any goblins in your dreams, I'll kill them all, and she doesn't have nightmares anymore. So
yeah, it's like he is only appealing to people that are almost, if not just as weird as he is.
Just as weird,
which makes sense.
Just as weird and just as broken.
Yeah.
And the Sword Maiden also serves as kind of an interesting parallel because she, I think, aside from the hero, she's like the most powerful person on the planet.
Or at least one of them, yeah.
She's one of the most powerful people on the planet. She defeated the Demon Lord prior to what's happening currently in the story, and she's terrified, absolutely terrified of goblins to the point where she can hardly like stand. Like, whereas with Goblin Slayer, he's silver rank, he's like probably like, you know, above average human levels in strength, but he obsesses about murdering them. That's all he ever thinks about. So it's a neat little parallel they have.
Yeah.
Let's just say like if he was a D&D character, his preferred enemy would just be goblins.
He is absolutely a ranger.
Yeah, he's a ranger, probably wouldn't you say ranger fighter, multi-class, or would it just be pure?
Yeah,
ranger?
I would say so.
Yeah, so
I would say a ranger fighter.
Yeah, ranger fighter, and then anytime you're fighting something that isn't a goblin, he would just go, "Why are we not fighting goblins?" And he goes, "What? That sword's not doing anything. It does a lot to goblins."
Impact him. His obsession with killing goblins doesn't get in the way of his or anyone else's ability to live their lives.
Why would it? Wait a second. Why would it? He minds his own business. He takes the quest to kill the fucking goblins. He does his thing. How the fuck is that reasonably? I mean, how is it even possible for that to get in the way of anything?
The only way that it could get in the way of other people would be like if he just obnoxiously, like, he takes the quest, he's like, "Oh, I'm off to go kill some goblins."
Yeah, he literally he arrives, takes the quest, leaves. Like, everyone in the guild thinks he's a fucking weirdo for just only killing goblins, and I think he gives silver rank adventurers a bad name because he only kills this one type of enemy that is perceived to be incredibly weak and pathetic by the general public, and as such, it might put a stain on the reputation of silver rank.
Terrifying.
Yeah, and there's a reason in universe as to why the general public thinks they're pathetic and weak and not worth the time.
Yeah, because they have, well, number one, because of where they attack, which tends to be small settlements, and also because, you know, the rest of the world is filled with fucking Cthulhu monsters, so yeah, on the totem pole, a bunch of little green men that kill and rape people, that's kind of, you know, that's kind of tame in this world, which is kind of sad in a way.
There's a reason why in most D&D games, like, killing goblins is pretty much, like, your first quest type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a character flaw, it's on the same level as tripping a lot. It's not a good trait to have, but it also does not affect character interactions in any meaningful way.
Little Weasley, little
Again,
liar,
okay.
dude. Little liar.
Before this, Wyatt, we were sort of like debating a tiny bit over whether or not this dude is the way he is on purpose, and whether or not it's just he is that mouth-breathingly stupid.
What?
At first,
Right?
Wait, what did you say?
What? Just right? Like his creator is just that stupid? Or
I haven't heard that name in a long, long time.
Well, that's because I forgot. Isn't that who the person whose video this is? This is Just Right's video.
No, it's not. I know he sounds similar because they have the same video essayist cadence, but no, unfortunately, this is not the same.
Oh, so yeah, I was just listening to this. Is like, man, normally Just Right just talks about like video games or The Hobbit.
He talked about Attack on Titan. So he's a video essay man person that famously went to talk to Mahler and Wolf about The Last Jedi and got utterly humiliated.
Well, more specifically, they had a whole conversation on objectivity, and it created that whole this issue between them, where essentially, because you point out something that has a flaw, you're essentially robbing joy away from other people, which is just not how we view.
Which is childish.
Yeah.
It's incredibly such a childish mindset. Especially, and he even said that, they asked him, okay, what do you think about your old videos where you shat on the Hobbit, justifiably, mind you, because those movies were bad or whatever in their opinion, for this and that reason. It's like, I kind of regret that. I feel like somebody who actually likes the movie feels pretty bad about that. I'm like, does your brain not function in the same universe? If people are going to be that sad because of hearing somebody criticize a thing that they like, maybe they didn't like that thing as well as they think they did. Sorry, not fucking sorry. Okay?
Well, yeah. I mean, not to mention, like, when it comes to, like, it all depends on how your content views media, essentially. Since Dragon's Den and Yarp, that's my podcast, our whole thing is dissecting it on a media
on the narrative
level. So like when it comes to how we feel about a movie, we'll normally discuss it, but then afterwards we will talk about the actual problems.
But of course, from Just Right's perspective, he's trying to look at things from a different perspective, which you would be correct on, and I agree with you to a certain extent. The problem is that Just Right has the same problem as every single other motherfucker on this website who says, hey, subjectivity is important. Always do, is that they are never consistent on that shit.
Oh, no.
These are the first people that will tell you that, everybody's opinion matters, but this is the way you should look at this thing, and if you don't look at this thing this way, then you're a fucking idiot. Like,
I mean, that's literally like
stupid.
Patrick Willems' thing. Like,
exactly.
You're watching movies wrong.
I mean, I would argue Patrick Willems has watched movies wrong, so there is that.
I don't want to say that he watches them wrong, because the only way you could ever truly watch a movie wrong would just be if the TV's off. But I can definitely say that he's not paying attention.
I mean, would
it's
you
a
say
step
that,
right below that.
Would you say that Movie Bob watches movies wrong?
I would say that if you don't pay attention to the movie, then yes, you're watching it wrong. Because you have the point of entertainment is to actually engage with and be entertained by the movie.
Exactly.
I can agree. I was more taking it more to the technical level, because
sure.
For instance, with Alien vs Predator Requiem, I would imagine somebody would have a hard time saying you're watching that movie wrong when there's a good chunk of the movie that's just a black screen.
Yeah, it's an audio drama. I love it, but it's an audio drama. It's bad, but I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's
but
better
I could
than Alien
definitely
Romulus. That's for fucking sure.
Oh, yes. It's weird when everything else looks better in perspective. So
like,
bizarre.
I like you look at Requiem and it's like, I wish the Alien movies were as good as you now.
It's weird when I look at Alien 3 and just go, perhaps I treated you too harshly.
And then I go, no, I didn't.
yeah, then I remember, oh right, Newt drowned in her cryopod. You know what? Nope. Throwing you back in the garbage.
Newt is dead. Hicks is dead. Bishop is effectively dead. Fuck you, Ripley. You fought for nothing. Now here, die in a fucking vat of molten metal, bitch. So,
to correct me on the error I had made a few minutes ago, who actually is the name of this content creator again?
Drinking with Skeletons.
I forget his name.
Drinking with Skeletons.
Drinking with Skeletons? Okay.
Yes.
Are there any other notable stuff that he has made as well?
He's made a video that's talking about how the Punisher would be against the police or something, but I haven't seen it.
What?
Watched the actual video
itself.
Okay.
I've just seen the thumbnail of it.
Extra fucking doubt, dude. You serious? The guy who is all about killing freaking gangsters and taking vigilante justice, the former military nut, is against the police. Okay, sure, Jan.
It's either he is or he should be. I can't remember the title off the top of my head.
I don't know.
That is very stupid, especially when you understand everything that Frank has gone through in just his main run. He would not be against the police.
Like, maybe it's sort of like the perception of he would be against today's police with their police brutality.
It's very hard to be more brutal than Frank.
Yeah.
there was this special, I think it was either a KGB agent or some other thing, who was super resistant to torture and all that stuff. Frank found him, drugged him up, and that man woke up with his intestines wrapped around a tree while he had enough painkillers so he wouldn't feel that. And Frank just goes, "Let's talk."
Yep.
Anyway, Goblin Slayer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to derail.
The worst thing about the portrayal of the Goblin Slayer as a near-perfect figure is how often...
A near-perfect figure, but we've already disproven this point, so we'll move on.
The narrative has to take the route of utter nonsense, simply to prevent the Goblin Slayer's actions from being called into question. Neither the series nor the characters hold the Goblin Slayer to the same standard as the rest of the cast. In episode 4, the Goblin Slayer reprimands the archer for drinking too much water of all things, and the issue is dropped almost immediately, in his favour of course. Later in the same episode, the Goblin Slayer pulls a stunt that could have gotten the entire party killed, and it's never even brought up again.
So first off, in that scene that they were going to die if they didn't do it, because nothing they had at their disposal besides that would have killed the ogre that can regenerate and cast powerful magic spells. And second, the whole reprimanding her for drinking too much water, he said it'll slow you down. You'll get too full. Because he was thinking about it incredibly.
What the fuck?
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it practically in his utilitarian mindset, because this is their first mission together, and this is still when he's hyper autistic man.
I mean, when is he ever not? But yeah, you're right.
Well, he goes from hyper autistic man to super autistic man.
Right.
It's an upgrade.
Yes. There are more egregious examples than that too. In episode 7, the Goblin Slayer's callous leadership makes the party fall into a trap in record time, and no one even deigns to mention it before or afterwards.
Okay, but it didn't. It happened once. They were fooled once, and it didn't happen again. If it was a thing that kept happening, then sure, but it just happened once.
Yeah.
Maybe the characters decide to give him a break on account of him nearly dying, but they have loads of time to give him an earful before that. In episode...
What do you mean loads of time to give him an earful? The goblins then start filling the room full of poison gas.
Does this guy just not understand the words that are coming out of his mouth?
Most of these people normally don't. Like, they don't think of the actual implications of the things they are saying. Which is why.
Oh yeah.
Which is why you must constantly redraft.
Exactly. Yeah. I literally screamed into the mic, "Who the fuck wrote this?" Because he contradicted himself within the span of like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this doesn't have the same energy as if he was just basically using, if he was just going off on a sort of rant.
Yeah.
So this clearly is a scripted video.
Oh yeah, this is a scripted video, because he apparently read multiple sociological papers and stuff that discuss the nature of fascism and blah 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 blah.
Yep.
Before or afterwards. Maybe the characters decide to give him a break on account of him nearly dying, but they have loads of time to give him an earful before.
They don't.
In episode 8, the Goblin Slayer calls in help from high-ranked adventurers for seemingly no reason.
For seemingly no reason.
What?
But
what?
He explains why he needs the flower. He uses the flower as an explosive.
I don't understand.
For seemingly no reason.
Dude, okay, yeah, this dude is literally too stupid to breathe. How the fuck can you not understand? The story is incredibly basic as fucking Goblin Slayer.
He literally explains why he has the flower to ignite it and use it as an explosive, which is what they use against the Beholder. And I think that's how they managed to blind it so they could kill it. That's how they kill the Beholder. It's like, instead of like this massive epic battle, it's like, we'll just blow it up.
Yeah. And he literally says it with its words. So it's like, why? Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you like this?
Tells him off for it, but that character is consistently portrayed as a petty bug, so it's safe to say the audience is not supposed to be swept along in his anger.
He's being an asshole, yes, but the thing is, he actually kind of does like Goblin Slayer.
Yeah.
How hard was it for them to get the flower?
How hard would it be for them to get the flower? Not hard.
Oh, okay.
We're stopping every couple of words again.
I know. I know. Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's exactly that which makes for one of the main contradictions in this show, one which helps the Goblin Slayer be both sympathetic and titanic. You see, all characters...
You can be both. The fuck you talking?
Is there anything to say that you can't be both?
No.
Yeah,
it's a contradiction to be sympathetic and titanic. It's like, okay, you can be both.
I mean, I would think it would be rather difficult to be a massive ship that sunk because of an iceberg.
Listen, Matthew McConaughey managed to use domain expansion to raise it, okay?
Exactly.
All right.
Characters who can be considered major players in the series revere Goblin Slayer to some degree or another. The priestess looks up to Goblin Slayer like he's some kind of superhero, and is
he saved her life. He saved her life.
Yeah, even I.
Yeah,
even
I wonder why.
Even I know that. Yeah, he saved her life and saved quite a few more members of their adventuring party from the very beginning, or at the very least one of them.
Reputation has travelled so far that both the Elven and Dwarven languages have unique names for him. Episode 2 even ends with a bard quite literally regaling an audience with tales of the Goblin Slayer's achievements. And of course, as I've already mentioned, there's the Sword Maiden, who wholeheartedly condones the Goblin Slayer's quest for goblin extinction.
I wonder why!
I wonder why, you know, that the blindfold on her eyes, I wonder why she has that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Backstory? Backstory? Nah, that doesn't exist.
Slayer's achievements. And of course, as I've already mentioned, there's the Sword Maiden, who wholeheartedly condones the Goblin Slayer's quest for goblin extinction. The Sword Maiden being a character who is often portrayed wielding the scales of justice, just to assuage any sense of subtlety in her portrayal. All of this combined creates an atmosphere which encourages the audience to see the Goblin Slayer as an unambiguous, heroic figure. But this is not a great position for a protagonist to be in, because a character who is put on a pedestal, who is lionized by those who surround him, is difficult to relate to.
Says Hook.
Yeah,
Well,
says
I mean, says a lot of people, but at the same time, this isn't true. Because yes, just because he's considered a good person doesn't mean that he is a relatable person, and that's kind of the point of the story, isn't it? That is what we talked about earlier.
One of the biggest things about like the dwarf and the elf and coming and meeting Orc Bulg or Beard Cutter, whatever names they have for him, is realizing that he's a fucking weirdo. He is an absolute antisocial, obsessive fucking weirdo, which is a massive which is just a huge whiplash. Huge.
Also, can I just say, why the fuck do we need to relate to the character for them to be a good character, or for us to understand their actions and to follow their story?
I mean, it helps.
Yeah, it helps, but it's not required.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But like, and it's like, for someone being like an unambiguous hero is hard to relate to. I'm like, I disagree. Like Superman.
Yeah. In fact, go ahead. You use Superman as an example. I have another one.
Yeah, I use Superman as an example because people say it's hard to relate to him, and he goes, I mean, it's pretty easy to relate to someone who constantly feels isolated due to inherent characteristics of them rather than who they are.
Jake can't kill himself.
So you can say the same thing about Goblin Slayer what I'm hearing about him.
He's very relatable.
Yeah.
Like you can say that he is relatable in the sense that if you're somebody who struggles with social norms and social complexities, that he just doesn't understand that, and that's relatable to you.
Because he suffered trauma.
You could relate to him. You could relate to him if you were somebody who obsessed with your work to the point where your social life suffered.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You could relate to him in the sense of you forget the joys in life because you're so obsessed with your goals that your mental health started to suffer. You could relate to him in many different ways.
Which on some level with that last one, I think is very pertinent given the fact that, this was made by a Japanese person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say I don't know. I disagree with that idea that he's not relatable because I find from a surface level, I find Goblin Slayer relatable in the same way that I find the Doom Slayer relatable.
It's funny you mentioned that.
On his goals.
Just let him speak.
Sorry.
He's super hyper fixated on his goals and it's what leads to a lot more character development, even if it's not verbal. Like, to relate to Doomslayer, his need to constantly kill demons, while also at the same time he's a massive nerd. Like, which you see through a lot of the interactions through the collectibles or even his own death. Like, if you fall into lava, he'll just straight up do the Terminator 2 thumbs up. Like, he's hyper fixated while also being a massive dork, which is definitely something I can relate to.
Absolutely. And like even then, like, even if you say that he isn't relatable in the traditional sense, again, I bring up people's reaction to Evangelion, and especially people's reaction to Shinji as a main character. Just because a character isn't traditionally relatable or likable doesn't mean that you can't relate to them at all, or you can't, understand them at all. They're just not in a way that you like them. And if that is your problem, then I suggest you go somewhere else.
Yeah, like there's a difference between being able to relate to the character in the sense that you empathize with them and relating to a character in the sense of you sympathize with them.
Mm-hmm. But let's see what this guy means by what he means by that, if he defines it, hopefully.
It's funny you mentioned Doomslayer, Wyatt.
So naturally, Goblin Slayer doesn't leave it at this. While all of the Goblin Slayer's allies, those who are close to him and presented as kind people, speak positively of him, the same isn't true for the extended cast. Within the Adventurers Guild, the Goblin Slayer is treated as a pariah. People think he's weird for focusing exclusively on goblins, and no one openly associates with him. You might think this serves to balance out the praise heaped on the Goblin Slayer by the core cast, but that's not really what happens here. The guild members don't represent an alternative point of view on the Goblin Slayer, they serve as social obstacles to the Goblin Slayer. Their opinion of him is never given room to flower and become a potential ideological source for the audience.
I think I have an understanding. I think I'm starting to understand what the fundamental problem is. He doesn't understand the core theme of Goblin Slayer.
No,
like
he it's funny you say themes.
Core theme.
It's funny you say themes.
Oh God! Oh
God. Is it funny that I say themes?
I'm gonna let you discover that when it comes, because oh shit, it's
oh my God.
We only have, what is it, like 23 minutes left of this?
No, it's like 49 and then like 11. No, oh wait, you're right. No, right, it's about 20 minutes left. Listen, all right, listen. I do biology, not math.
She possesses
That's
the
fine. That's more
skill.
knowledge than this guy has.
She possesses the greatest skill, time math.
Yep. I may not be good at math myself, but I at least know time. But yeah, I find it really interesting that he thinks that the core theme of the story should be whether or not the Goblin Slayer is a good person for doing the things that he does, instead of the core theme of it being how can this man reclaim some aspects of his humanity through socialization, one of the things that is the hardest for him to do because he's a social pariah.
Yeah.
Exactly, Twilight. Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, I have never watched this show, and yet I understand its themes.
Which is insanely wild, because again, you would think that in order to miss the point this much, you would literally have to be blindfolded, have paper just shoved into your ear holes, and just have to interpret the story by echolocation.
That or he genuinely just got distracted by the cool goblin killing.
No, he thinks.
He doesn't think. He thinks it's not very cool.
Wyatt, you missed
he
all
doesn't
the
think it's very cool.
All the descriptive words. He said, "Oh, he led a murder against the goblins, a genocidal rampage against a regiment of goblins. He desecrates the goblin's body.
They're evil."
Yep.
Like, this isn't one of those things that's up to interpretation. Goblin, rape, murder, and steal. Like,
no, here's the best part about this, Wyatt. He fucking describes every contextual reason why that is the case, and still says that's a problem. Because hashtag racism.
And but more importantly, why his arguments in his questions, he prefaced this before we got into this, is that he's asking these questions and on a metatextual level. So responding to that with a textual answer is not going to work.
Then what's the point of asking a metatextual question?
So he can attribute certain motives to the writer as to why he wrote these things.
Yeah, it's evil.
Really...
You are a terrible, awful human being if you are going to put words into another human being's mouth because you have a problem with a piece of entertainment that they created.
Yes,
I was about to say
right now.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, I said this before. Anyone who is going to do something bad to a minority population or women or gay people or whatever just because they saw a fucking cartoon they were going to do that anyway, and they are not worth my sympathy. The same
yeah.
way as people like this guy who is ascribing malice to the author for writing an edgy, dark fantasy fucking story. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, yeah, it's that same type of logic, the Jack Thompson type situation. If you play by
100%.
you're gonna.
Have you seen my video?
Crimes. No, I have not. This is the first time we're meeting.
I showed you his Lily Orchard video. I sent that to you.
Well, I'm talking about my free run video where I talk about this specific topic.
We're getting off in the weeds again, guys. It's been 3 hours already.
So,
okay,
only 3 hours.
Only 3 hours.
We still got, again, 23 minutes of this video to get through, and it's been 3 hours.
Well, I mean, it's better than the Jules Chan video, which was 20 minutes, and it took us 9 hours to get through it.
I was gonna say,
my god.
Well, yeah, you're talking to two people that let's see.
I don't want to get off into the weeds into this conversation. Can we just please continue on?
Fair.
All right.
Yeah.
Characters simply aren't relevant enough for that to happen. The only exception to this is the Spearman, who is so insufferable that it would take a lot of benefit of the doubt on the part of the audience to ever come to respect his opinion. What these guild members serve to do is to let the audience see the Goblin Slayer as an outsider, even though his closest compatriots idolize him and his ideology is proven to be correct by the narrative time and time again. That last part is especially important. The guild members are explicitly wrong. The Goblin Slayer doesn't deserve to be mocked for his mission because the goblins are a serious threat. And all of these characters have to face this reality at the end of the season, when they join the Goblin Slayer to defend his house from a massive goblin invasion. Through this final fight, it becomes clear that their way of doing things is incorrect, and it is the Goblin Slayer's methods and overall goal which represents what must be done to keep society safe.
He's, of course, missing one important line when that one lady that's looking to be a paladin says to Guts, I know, like, it's like, yeah, you know, he killed that goblin horde that destroyed your village. So they know how dangerous goblins are. The problem is that the bounties don't pay a lot.
Yeah.
That's the whole issue, is that the bounties don't really pay a lot. And it takes this massive goblin horde from the Goblin Lord. Haha, rhymes. And 1 gold coin per goblin killed to kind of get them off their ass. And then also just seeing Goblin Slayer literally beg everybody to help him and saying, I will give you literally everything I have. Like, him
actually like making himself vulnerable and asking for help instead of people coming to him for once.
Yeah.
It's really interesting that he's, so far at least, and probably for the rest of this video, ignoring the class-based issue that Goblin Slayer seems to be kind of subtly telling here by saying that the strife of people who don't have a lot of money aren't worth our time.
It doesn't really go into that.
The problems... it is kind of a, like, it's not something that's focused on, but it is still something that is there.
Okay, yeah.
It is inherently, if you don't have a lot of money, your problems aren't worth it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Especially for higher rank adventurers, that's why Paladin Lady says he only goes after goblins, and then I think Guts says, and they give self-rank adventurers like us a bad reputation or a bad name. He's seen as the weirdo, even though all these people would know how dangerous goblins are, because they're obvious. Because like Kukulane right here, he talks a lot of shit, but no, he can back it up easy. He talks shit because he can back it up, and he does kind of like Goblin Slayer because he is weird and quirky. Because instead of like taking everything that he has, he says a strong drink will suffice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Taken in isolation, the Goblin Slayer being presented as a messianic figure who is not to be questioned.
I'm sorry, Twilight, but I'm a messianic figure.
That
Yeah, no, I had to laugh at that too.
Messianic, yeah, the Messiah of Asperger's.
Yeah, bro. What the fuck?
You know, if he would have said that Goblin Slayer clearly has Asperger's, it's like that's the first correct thing that you've said this entire video.
110%.
Also, like, even I don't know, even from my outsider's perspective, like, even what he's doing as a service and as a job, and he's holding back basically this goblin infestation. He's still kind of murdering babies. Like, it's the thing that needs to be done. Don't get me wrong when it comes to this type, because not even recently, I remember asking our friend Slur, like, so what if someone essentially tries to raise a goblin in a good environment? It's like, no, they live to destroy.
Yes.
So
they're more evil than the orcs from Lord of the Rings.
Well, don't you know they have families now?
God. Rings of Power gave orcs families, yes. It gave orcs families, and they don't want to go to war, even though... Even though, like, when the fucking... the Urukai are like, well... I think there's a difference between Urukai and orcs, but whatever. The orcs just want... They love to kill and maim and destroy.
The point the point I was making was... I'm sorry, Twilight, you go ahead.
I was just quickly saying that, like, Tolkien had even himself grappled with this issue. Someone had asked him, would there ever be a good orc in that world? And he did say that, like, there would be a very, 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 very small chance. However, you would have to, like, raise that thing basically from a baby, and that thing would also struggle its entire life with its morality versus its basic instincts. But yes, technically you could.
Yeah, the same way as domesticating an animal, yeah.
But so while what he's doing, like, is this service, like, you can have this figure who is doing ultimately a good thing by keeping this population in check. At the same time, he does a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Like,
and the story doesn't hide from this, but I guess this guy just disagrees for literally no reason.
I mean, isn't one of the most famous lines of the story is the only good goblins are the ones that don't come out of their stinking holes?
Yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, this scene right here is the scene where, like, he takes his helmet off and he's like seeing, wow, I have friends now, and it's a nice wholesome scene.
And isn't problematic. The same goes for his nature as an unrepentant goblin murderer. It's
unrepentant goblin murderer.
Goblin murderer. Hey, what about all these adventurers here? Are they orc murderers? Are they dragon murderers?
Did they murder that beholder? Wait a minute, did the sword maiden and the hero murder the demon lord?
Yo, Demon Lord, lives matter. He deserved a fair trial for his crime.
What? He was only going to fucking destroy the world. I mean, come on.
I mean, I'm now just imagining a Mace Windu type. He controls the Senate and the corpse. And the corpse. It's too dangerous to be left alive.
And the corpse.
Yeah, and the corpse.
When you put these two elements together, that you create a character who is not just a genocidal ideologue, but one who the narrative absolves not only of blame, but also the very need to be questioned and critically examined.
No. That is just blatantly untrue. And you even admitted that he is questioned. That doesn't make... Like, saying one thing does not automatically equate to the other thing.
Wait a minute. I see the picture on screen. Is he about to say that the Doomslayer is is unjustified when it comes to his murdering of demons?
Oh, it's amazing you mention Doomslayer, Wyatt.
Oh no.
I've seen a fair number of people compare the Goblin Slayer to the Doomslayer from the 2016 reboot of the video game series Doom.
Yes.
And I think that comparison is not valid in the slightest. On a surface level, they are both emotionless supermen who have dedicated their very lives to the destruction of a certain race and are revered for it, yes. But there are key
So first off, Goblin Slayer isn't emotionless. He just doesn't know how to convey his emotions. Let's just get that
Doomslayer's not emotionless either.
He's very
angry. In fact, I was going to say he has one key emotion, and that is angry.
Yeah.
But he's, again, as I mentioned previously, he's also kind of a dork. Like, have you guys have any of you played Doom Eternal?
Yes.
No.
I've seen some game. I've seen definitely a few gameplay and clips from it. I know the scenes that you're talking about though, and they're really dope.
To quickly just explain, you have this hub, which is basically a watchtower type place where you can go upgrade your weapons, all that kind of stuff, do collectibles. But in Doom Guy's room, he's got like a full PC setup and has like action figures and shit. Like he's a total dork.
differences in the narrative surrounding them that need to be taken into account. The first is that the demons in Doom, which are the race the Doomslayer slaughters indiscriminately, are not the villains of the game.
Okay.
You want to take this one, Wyatt?
As a matter of fact, I will, especially since I have the mark of the Doomslayer literally tattooed on my arm. So, the demons from Doom, do you guys know where they come from?
Hell.
Hell?
Exactly. And specifically are trying to kill and take over the world and dimensions as horrible as possible because of all the stuff involving the their version of like the greater demons and the like. They've absorbed entire realities just to continue their evil quests of being shitty demons that need to be slaughtered by the millions. And when we get to Doom Eternal, they're taking over Earth, which is kind of an important thing because on a surface level, like in relatability, that's where we are.
Yeah.
So we don't want to see demons on Earth.
There's a primary enemy you kill.
They're the
in the
villains.
Game as well. And if they're not, and even if you want to say they're not the main villain, they're a villain. There are many villains.
Yeah, even if you want to go into the detail of like those those archdemons that I completely forgot their names of, what's the Sigil of Sin or whatever it's called? What the big wall enemy from Doom 2, who was then turned into this giant fucking monster, the Icon of Sin. There we go. The Icon of Sin that is just this walking giant demon. It's gonna kill thousands of people. You gotta kill it.
Yeah.
Bear with me for a second.
No.
The demons in Doom are effectively rabid animals. They have no expansionist ideologies, and they are not responsible for their own presence on Earth. That honor belongs to the Union Aerospace Corporation. They opened up a rift to hell, and the demons are merely responding to being given more space to roam around. And
responding by...
Isn't that the same way? Isn't that the same way you can rationalize the Demon Lord creating the goblins?
Yes.
And also, like, yeah, I guess if you want to say the UAC is evil, yeah, Doom Guy hates them too. The whole thing of when you're interacting with Samuel Hayden is he just wants to temporarily shut down the Argent Energy Collector, and like he tries to give Doom Guy instructions on how to like remove the lenses and stuff, and you know what he does? He just fucking breaks it because anything that is summoned from hell is just bad.
Yeah, like are you? What? Oh, yeah, the demons are just rabid animals. You mean like the fucking goblins, you goddamn maverick? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand, man.
It's not. I'm just reminded of the fucking Thawne clip from this Flash. My motivations are beyond your comprehension.
Like with the goblins in Goblin Slayer, the extinction of the demons is not the end goal of Doom. That is the
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What?
Yes, it is. It is the extinction of demons. What do you mean?
Also, just because that isn't the... I'm sorry, so are you saying that genociding a race is okay, killing swaths of them is okay, as long as that's not the goal?
Yes.
Is that what I'm hearing right now?
Yes, apparently.
If it just happens to be along the way, then it's perfectly justifiable.
The real genocide are the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, like when you're just casually driving to the store, you're like, it's like, oh, I'm gonna go get some milk. You know what? I think I want to kill all the Jews. You, in this guy's mind, you'd be perfectly okay because it's just a side quest.
It's just a side quest.
Closing of the portal to hell, which in turn requires the defeat of Samuel Hayden and Olivia Pierce. The demons are merely an obstacle on the path toward.
And Olivia Pierce turns into a giant fucking demon, doesn't she?
And you don't even defeat Samuel Hayden.
Yeah, he fucks off, and that's when the game ends.
Yeah, and he pays the consequences in Doom Eternal when he's just a fucking torso.
Was achieving that. Another important distinction is that the Doomslayer is not lionized by his allies. In fact, he doesn't really have any. Instead, everyone is kind of uncomfortable with him. Samuel...
Like Goblin Slayer?
So... I don't know if Goblin Slayer gives off that, like, intense rage energy just from his sheer existence.
He gives off the weirdo in his basement making pipe bombs energy.
Yeah, different energy then.
Yeah,
which people are still put off by, of course, as this guy himself acknowledged, but he says that's not good enough because we don't actually let these thoughts flourish within the show.
Even though it's not true, but go on, King.
Hayden him as a pawn who he knows he can barely contain, and the demons are scared to death of him and are desperately trying to kill him for good. In fact, a handful of demons are either created by the UAC from scratch or enhanced by them. They are victimized before the Doomslayer even finds them, and the game...
Oh my god, the demons are victimized.
Yes.
They're victimized!
The demons, the poor demons given weapons to be better at the thing they love doing, and that is murder.
I don't even want to justify that with a response.
Yeah.
Just laugh at him. Yeah. Just laugh at him.
The Doomslayer may be a force for good, but he's not a good force in and of himself. And that's the irony of drawing a comparison between...
He's not a good force. He's a force for good, but not a good force in and of himself. Which, I don't know what that means.
That doesn't make any sense, considering he, by the time we get to Eternal, he's pretty much the only thing holding back the entirety of the demon invasion. He's the only reason humanity is able to even survive as a species.
Yes.
Doom and Goblin Slayer, it puts a spotlight on just how disquieting Goblin Slayer's portrayal of its protagonist really is. Because not only is his ideology less sound than that of the Doomslayer, he is treated much less critically for it by the story he is in. And I think that says something about the differing ideas at play in these two works of art. And
oh god, he's playing licensed music again.
He's playing Old Town Row? Why are you playing Old Town Row?
Yeah, if you're gonna even from a surface level editing choice, you would play, I don't know, BFG edition. Division, I mean.
Yeah.
The fuck? Why are you playing Old Town Row?
Also, it would really enhance his visuals if he chose BFG Division, because that's like you'd be doing what every other montage person has done when it comes to looking at Goblin Slayer.
Oh yeah, there's this one where it's like they will fear but you will be worse. Rip and tear until it is done.
Until it is done.
That is not something that reflects positively on Goblin Slayer.
I am so glad I have more subs than this guy.
Let's see. Hold on.
He has 2,000 subs.
I have more too. Okay, I have more as well. That's nice.
Yeah, if you could both give
Thank
some of those
God.
to me, that'd be great.
I try to, but like for some reasons, like no one wants to. I don't know.
I need to find your channel first.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this, and then you guys tell me when the license.
Yeah, we'll let you know. This is weird. Old Town Road has no relation to this at all.
Right. Is he talking now?
Okay, he's talking now. Oh, hey,
yeah, bring it back.
Wait, hold on. Okay, now it's good. Okay. Now he's about to talk.
Right. Okay.
Here's a little fact you might be familiar with. Adolf Hitler was an avid...
Oh!
Oh my god.
Dude, stop! Fucking stop!
You know the blinking guy meme? That's from the Giant Bomb cast, where the guy's just blinking in response to just hearing something just so absurd. That's what I'm doing right now, because I was just like, we were just talking about Doom just moments ago, and then suddenly Hitler was a painter, you know?
So there you are, sitting with your friends talking about Doom, and then BAM! Someone talks talking about Hitler. You didn't ask for this. You didn't want this.
You didn't choose. You don't want this. Here you are.
I still, for the life of me, like, I see this every time, like, somebody tries to use the example of his art, and then it's just like, you know, these aren't even really that bad.
Yeah.
Why did he fail?
I think it was not the style of the time, or it was... Basically, it's like, wow, this is pretty good. If he went to a school to help him get better and be successful and take his mind off of something...
Yeah, maybe.
Wakanda.
Wakanda forever.
A painting by him. There are a handful of recurring themes in his most famous paintings, such as unmolested pastoral vistas and stately homes. Perhaps this was a subconscious choice on Hitler's part, or maybe he picked these subjects on purpose, but either way, these visuals, the wholesome countrysides, are part and parcel of fascist ideology. One of the things that makes fascism effective at recruiting believers is an appeal to learned nostalgia. Fascism might seem like an extreme means, but if you can be convinced that what the world has lost under liberal society is immense, and that it can be revived through concentrated might and the removal of a certain people, you might also be convinced of the value of fascism. And this is what these paintings do as well. They appeal to a prelapsarian idyllic time period in which life was good, the world was beautiful, and all resources were plentiful. That era never really existed, of course, but if times are tough and if there isn't enough to go around, even if there's merely a perception of there not being enough to go around, it's easy to convince people that things used to be better, and that they can be like that again.
Given the fact that Germany was in the middle of a recession, then yeah, I think that's a pretty valid perception to have.
No.
Yeah, that's only what happens when you're forced to pay for a world war.
So... What do you guys think he's gonna tie this into? Because I remember. Do you remember what he ties this into?
Is he gonna say because Goblin Slayer has good art, it's fascist?
I don't know. That's
taking everything this guy has been saying into account, I think what he's trying to say basically is that even tacitly, he'll probably weasel out of it by saying, it's all very unintentional, but it is still very reckless and dangerous to portray these sorts of things and these thematic, consistent elements in your story, because then to someone who is less intellectually inclined, these things will prove to be motivation to do something very drastic or stupid shit like that.
Is what he is trying to say that there is a motivation in Goblin Slayer to get back to some sort of more idyllic time in the past before goblins became a thing, and that is what makes this fascist?
That's what I'm thinking.
We'll find out.
Also,
Oh,
his
boy.
statement doesn't make sense anyway when talking about like, but the environment of Hitler's paintings didn't exist anyway. When it's like they probably did. Not like we're not a super industrial planet yet, so there's plenty of just patches of just open areas where we haven't just stripped mined to hell and back.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but like the German countryside exists in the 40s. The 40s was less developed than 2020.
Yeah.
It's true.
Very true.
You're working with real life, there's a hurdle here. Because if society and the economy are in decline, either in reality or in perception, it is difficult to appeal to someone's sense of love for that society to light a spark in them. That's where this prelapsarian ideal fits in. Things used to be great, and they can be great again. But if you're creating a work of fiction, you don't have to deal with this hurdle. You can create a world which fully embodies this idyllic lost era, which is on the verge of being torn apart by a scapegoat.
Hey, wait a minute.
A scapegoat for what?
Wait a minute. Wait just a second.
Oh,
is he saying the
wait.
goblins are Jews?
He hinted at that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Is he trying to make the idea that this is some sort of like Japanese thing where I don't think that he's that intelligent to say something like that.
I mean this is anime, so this is a Japanese thing.
No. I was going to go into the idea that he was going to say that this is Japanese propaganda to keep Japan Japanese and not let foreigners in. I don't think that he's that intelligent to actually talk about something that actually affects Japan and Japanese politics.
This would be a world worth protecting, and which needs protecting from the undesirables, let's say.
Oh
It should
my
come as no
God.
surprise
Yes.
at this point that Goblin Slayer is a prime example of this. And that's yet another reason why the first episode is so bad. I've seen a
First episode's actually good. The first episode is good. I will die on the hill that the first episode is good. I will die on this hill.
Also,
Same here.
I love how he's trying to paint this narrative of like they're the victims as we're actively watching a woman get stabbed.
Yep.
Yeah, yo.
Listen, it's just part of their culture. All cultures are beautiful.
The undesirables, as showing as they just fucking stab and prepare to rape this innocent woman.
With a blade, by the way, which I'm pretty sure is confirmed later that is covered in their own shit.
It's their own spit, but it is poison, yes. But it's brewed from their own spit, yeah.
A handful of people tried to defend the events of the first episode by claiming that they set the tone for a complex, dark fantasy series. And
Alright.
No one says that.
They got the second part right. Who the fuck said that Goblin Slayer was complex?
No one. Like, nothing.
Yeah,
no one said this complex.
I would say a more, so this is gonna sound weird, but hear me out. A more realistic tone as to what the situation would actually be. Because it's going as much into the implications as it wants to, essentially.
That's
well,
not
yeah,
complex.
the shock of it is usually in video games, you go into your first cave, maybe you might have a little bit of a hard time, but you always end up victorious. You leave the cave. Whoopsies, I dropped my microphone. Sorry about that. You leave the cave, everything's hunky-dory. These are your first level enemies. They're not a big deal. They're a cakewalk. The twist of the narrative is this isn't actually a cakewalk. You shouldn't underestimate these early creatures that you fight in video games just because they're early level shit.
Right. I was sort of just going into the implications route, because like when you have these sort of enemies and it's revealed that this species has no females, how else would they procreate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about that at length earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You are very much correct.
Suppose that's true, but there is a small problem with that. Goblin Slayer is not a dark fantasy series.
Yes, it is.
It's what?
It is a dark fantasy. It is dark
Stop!
fantasy, yes.
Stop!
Actively,
Every single word you say just comes out like shit!
What do you think a dark fantasy series is, my dude?
Oh my god, bro! This is insane!
Did you watch a woman get almost raped in the first episode?
Well, no, we watched one get almost and one actually get. So...
It may occasionally flirt with aesthetics or tropes that resemble those you might find in the Dark Tower or Glenn Cook novels, but the vast majority of Goblin Slayer's runtime is spent in a world which more closely resembles a run-of-the-mill isekai light fantasy world. This isn't the tone of Goblin Slayer, this is. The amount of time spent engaging in gore-spewing fights is vastly overshadowed by scene after scene of characters conversing in the guild hall or enjoying a day out on the town. The world of Goblin Slayer is nothing.
Yeah, it's almost like it's almost impossible to have an entire series with just fucking fight scenes like it's a 90s OVA, you goddamn maverick.
So, I mean...
Also, in other dark fantasy series, you still have like moments of levity or moments where the characters aren't constantly in danger. So what is he talking about?
I mean, even Berserk has, like, nice...
I was about to bring that up as Twilight was bringing up Berserk. It's like, there was plenty of moments where Guts just essentially was hanging out with the Band of the Hawk. Like,
yes.
Sometimes forcibly, as Pippin had to just literally pick him up to bring him to the party.
Mm-hmm.
And
like,
even post Golden Age has those moments, like in when they got to the Isle of the Witches.
Yes. It has moments of somberness, but also a lot of moments of hope and levity. Because because it's this thing when you're crafting a story, you do have to provide like a back and forth. Otherwise, your reader will get emotionally exhausted.
And one of my
go ahead, Jake.
One of my favorite moments in any 40k novel is in Rin's world, where Pedro Cantor goes to the woman and says, "You've carried your burden. You've carried them well. Now it's time someone carried you." In the middle of like an orc invasion of their home planet, when it's like when you could say, well, the practical thing to do would be to put the mother out of her misery. But of course, Pedro's like, no, I can't do that. I have to protect them. They're wards of the chapter now. So
that sounds really awesome.
Oh yeah.
Even in more lighthearted stories as well. Like, does anyone care about One Piece spoilers?
Not very much so. I think I may know which moment you're probably talking about. You, Twilight.
I haven't watched One Piece since 4Kids still owned it.
Oh God. I'm so sorry.
I decided that I would drop One Piece because Funimation was redubbing it, and I didn't want to have to rewatch everything that I already watched from the beginning.
With the good voice acting instead of the awful.
So
I didn't care back then.
Yeah,
I mean that's fair. But the moment I was talking about isn't even the 4Kids didn't even get to this. I'm talking about Sabaody. When the Straw Hats first go to Sabaody, it's the first real time that they really get an L, and it's the first time when they see the pacifistas with Kuma. It's the first time Luffy says, "We're not going to win this. Run." And one by one, we see the Straw Hats get separated and supposedly fucking die. And it ends with Luffy essentially on his, on the ground, beating his head against the ground, essentially begging Kuma to stop. Now,
yeah,
it serves to teach the audience that in this lighthearted anime about a kid who wants to become king of the pirates, that the fights are only going to get tougher. And it serves the tone to really get that into the reader's head. You have to have moments of darkness in order for the light to really mean something.
Yeah. Now, the only way that this can be like an issue, I suppose, is because I do have an issue in regards to Goblin Slayer, at least the anime, not necessarily as much with the manga, that like there isn't as many what was it? That they're like the scenes of the characters talking aren't always very interesting. There are some misses here and there. And I do feel that the presentation of the show is just overall lacking and kind of undercuts the subject matter and things that it has. Like, it doesn't really feel all that much like a dark fantasy just looking at it, except for the action scenes, you know what I mean? However, it overall still, I would still say that it is a part of that fucking genre.
I guess that also asks the question of what makes something dark fantasy.
Fantasy.
I mean, I will tell you one thing. This guy doesn't know a single thing about that.
Yeah.
Would you argue? Has anyone here played the Witcher series?
No, but I have heard of it.
Nope.
So I would argue that that's dark fantasy, but that's because it very much addresses that essentially one of its key details is that the Grimm's fairy tales were real at some point. And like one of the DLCs, Blood and Wine, you're actively recreating the story of Rapunzel, and then you found out that Rapunzel hung herself with her own hair. Like it's just those sorts of aspects that make it dark fantasy, an acknowledgement of what would somebody who has that level of isolation, because they're basically in a make-believe area, like a pocket dimension that's essentially broken down over like 2 decades. So imagine somebody who was dealing with that isolation of Rapunzel. What else is she to do? It asks that type of questions.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Nothing short of bucolic. It looks lovely, it's a great place to live, and it's almost entirely free of strife. That last thing is
entirely free.
You're forgetting about the Demon Lord, which is a big deal. This is the second time the Demon Lord is going to potentially destroy the world in this universe.
It's almost like without the goblins or other type of really dark creatures, a world without those things is pretty idyllic.
Also, they're in the countryside.
Yes, in the countryside. And yes, it again, because he was relating it to Hitler's paintings, yes, the countryside of Germany and Austria were pretty idyllic. The countryside.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's almost as if the countryside, just in general, is something that we humans value as idyllic.
Yeah, because you go out and just look at, like, I don't know, just go out in the middle of, I don't know, Montana, right? Get like a cabin somewhere in the wilderness or whatever, and you just go and look out at the fucking pastures and the forest. It looks so gorgeous, so beautiful, and you just get that sort of like a primal, like, maybe Ted Kaczynski had a point.
I
wouldn't go that far. So
I lived with my grandparents during COVID, and they live out of town. We live in a small rural city just in general because we're up in Canada, northern Canada, which means that there's basically nobody up here. But even then, we lived out of town during COVID. It was pretty fucking idyllic. It was quiet. It was peaceful. It was scenic. was nice. And heated floorings.
Because when people say they like living in the city, they don't like living in the city itself. They like what the city has to offer. If the city didn't have to offer all that stuff, you would despise living there.
Well, that's why. That's why, depending on the city we're talking about, rarely anyone actually lives in it. Like
Just
when
the
whole, like when I lived in Kansas City, the whole thing about it was that there was very little residential areas inside the city itself. It's because you worked in the city. You worked in the city, and then you went to one of the suburbs to actually live.
And this is why Vancouver is awesome, because you can actually live in the city and like walk to work.
I don't know. I don't want to stub my toe and then be told I should kill myself.
I don't think it's that bad.
Doesn't Vancouver like have the highest population of raccoons?
I don't.
In one
think
area.
so.
And I don't know. It's some city. If it wasn't Vancouver, it might have been somewhere, maybe Chicago or New York. I can't remember.
I don't know.
Important.
I'm gonna look that up.
Lack of conflict that isn't caused by monsters in Goblin Slayer. There is no political discord, there are no bandit alliances, racism is limited to light banter, and seemingly no one's livelihood is ever in jeopardy.
One would argue
because it's not the main conflict of the fucking show.
Yeah, I don't. If I was to watch this show about killing goblins, I think I'd call it distracting if we suddenly had an episode where it's all about Goblin Slayer tilling the fields.
In slow motion?
I'm getting just to go back to the previous conversation, Toronto, not Vancouver.
It was Toronto, right. It was okay, so it was Canada. How does it feel to have how does it feel that your country has the largest population of raccoons in one city?
No, it's I don't think it's the largest just in general. It's just the largest of a metropolitan area in Canada to have raccoons. That's probably still 1% of the raccoons that are in Canada.
I wish raccoons were better pets, because I would have one.
Life in Goblin Slayer is so...
I'm sorry, to go back to what he's saying, it's like, we don't hear anything about the politics of the world. It's like, okay, well, why is that a bad thing? What?
Yeah.
I mean, I can see a scenario where somebody says that the world feels a lot more empty because we're so focused on just the act of the main plot. And it is hard for a lot of people to get into the world when you don't see much of the world outside of the very specific thing that you're doing.
Yeah, but also you could argue...
To be fair, you're in season 1. Like, I would assume it would open up a lot more as, like, the story goes on.
I'm not saying that's never going to happen with this show. I'm just saying, like, to the idea of who cares about the world building, lots of people technically do.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying just world building in general, just political discussions specifically.
It would feel very distracting before they took a goblin quest, and and suddenly there's this 15-minute rant on homelessness.
The thing is,
politics doesn't mean just talking about homelessness or modern day political issues. It could be fantasy politics. It could be maybe these two guilds are fighting for whatever the fuck petty reason that they have.
No, you're correct. It's just from how these people perceive storytelling, it does come from a lot of, like, a modern political lens, as opposed to being immersed in the world and talking about the actual issues that would be in it.
Because while I would agree there are maybe some things that happen in the story that you might need to talk about certain things, like certain kings getting involved. The goblin problem is really big. That certainly would not hurt the story. We're not talking about, like, the Monsterverse, where we've had major cities be utterly annihilated, reduced to ashes. There's a hole in the fucking Hong Kong leading to the center of the earth, and we hear not a fucking peep about anything involving that, about any governments doing anything.
Don't you understand? Stuff fell in the hole, so it's probably blocked off.
Yeah, well, there's a hole leading straight to a nightmare hellscape, and there's more portals to the nightmare hellscape opening up around the world. And then we're going to make this public knowledge on national television that now the public knows there's monsters beneath their feet, monsters on the surface, and monsters that can come from outer fucking space. So whatever, but like it's whereas that story, you need to have sort of a discussion about the internal politics of the world due to all the stuff that's happening. I would say it's not necessary, at least in season 1, to start talking about certain precautions to take when it comes to goblins by like kingdoms and whatnot.
No, you can leave that to later seasons of the show or later in the manga.
But even then, in the first season, there was like a lot of the leaders of the lizard people, dwarves, and elves came together and chose those 3 specifically of him to like go and get Goblin Slayer, if I'm remembering the story correctly. So it's not like necessarily like a discussion about like, well, we need to put our armies here, put our armies there, or like, you know, this and that. It's just like, oh, we're gonna get together and we need to do this. And obviously, there's no mention of racism, which is like, well, I mean, why is that an issue? I mean, this is clearly a world where, like, in terms of racial tensions, aside from just the squabblings, the trope of the squabblings of dwarves and elves, seems like there's no real mega racial tensions between like humans, lizard people, elves, and dwarves, which I don't see that as inherently a problem.
Yeah, maybe because of the big fucking demon lord army in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's almost like part of the reason why we have these issues like racism in the first place is mostly because we don't have anything else to fight against that's a lot more important.
Well, yeah, that's actually another whole thing on like with Warhammer, is that with Warhammer Fantasy and things like the end times, when there's no chaos to fight, essentially, and there's no big orc wars happening. Yeah, we have plenty of like strife between the races of man, elves, and dwarves, but then they do have the uniting focus of stopping the world from blowing up, because demons and like the 4 chaos gods are just essentially ripping reality to shreds. So it's coming together.
Yeah, 40K is kind of like that too, or at least that's what it kind of needs to be that way, just in the sense of it's like, all right, knife ears, all right, blueies, we got to fight chaos, so we got to work together. I don't like you, you don't like me, I don't like you, and I don't like me.
I mean, seeing Bluey with a bolter would be entertaining.
I'm okay if the Tau go extinct, though, except for Farsight. He's cool.
Political discord, there are no bandit alliances, racism is limited to light banter, and seemingly no one's livelihood is ever in jeopardy. Life in Goblin Slayer is so Elysian that characters have time to take the day off, travel for miles, and eat ice cream in the town center.
Oh, yeah, like how people...
Dark fantasy does not mean that you are constantly fighting for your life every single second of the day, and if you don't stop fighting for even a moment to just have dinner, then you're going to die. I'm sorry, dude. Please understand what dark fantasy means. I beg of you.
It's not dark fantasy because you can go get an ice cream.
Yo, guys, Berserk isn't a dark fantasy anymore because Guts had a moment where he can sit down, look at the waves, and smile for once.
It's not a dark fantasy anymore because he had a splash fight with Griffith while he was naked.
True.
We don't talk about that.
It's a world which resembles medieval Europe, but appears to be off much better when it comes to the economy and society.
Well, yeah, because it's also fantasy. Like, I don't like pulling that fucking card, just because a lot of the times people pull it to excuse utter retardation. But it's fantasy, and you have, like, magic and stuff, so obviously you would incorporate things like magic items into... like the technology or into your business or into building and construction. So
Well, it's like how, to bring up One Piece again, we don't, like, there's so many technological advances that, yeah, we don't need to worry about, like, mass communication, for example, because we've got the seagulls delivering newspapers. We've got the transponder snails, so you can talk to people on the other side of the planet. Like, it all vastly depends on the level of technology, and yes, you could also just flat out say it's magic.
And
like,
it's
a story. Like, when it comes to storytelling, you don't need to answer every single question.
Yeah. Although surprisingly, gasoline exists in this world, but they haven't really used it for anything besides lighting goblins on fire, which is the correct use.
I mean, to be fair, when it came to, like, the innovations of, like, the internal combustion engine, like, it wasn't just, like, the creation of gas that, like, finally spurred it on. Sure. Like, multiple technological advances need to happen in order to, say, for example, have locomotives.
And I mean, oil has been a thing in human history for thousands of years, up to even the ancient Egyptians. And whenever they found an oil reserve, they got rid of it because it was a nuisance.
Oh, wow. We could have been digging in Egypt for that oil.
I'm sorry, did you say oil?
This despite the US government that the world is supposedly overrun by monsters much more dangerous than any animal we deal with in reality. Every major hub needs an adventurers guild with dozens of members to keep the surrounding areas safe, but we never so much as get a glimpse of the troubles these adventurers are supposedly preventing.
You are lying. We literally, one of the side characters, we literally see them have a quest where they are fighting like a giant worm thing or some shit like that.
Was it fighting the bugs in the sewers? And like he lost his sword, so he went to go ask Goblin Slayer for help, and he's like, "Oh yeah, just make a club."
Yeah.
Get stick. Use stick. Be one with stick.
Use stick. Basically, yeah.
But don't break it in half and like tie it with like a piece of cloth. Then your stick is useless. Such a poor, helpless, retarded stick should be cast aside.
But yeah, this dude is actually lying. And even then, okay, that is also not true, because remember, this is only the first season of Goblin Slayer that this guy is talking about. I'm pretty sure in the season 2's events, I haven't seen season 2, so I'm just guesstimating, because I'm more of a manga reader for this shit. I'm guessing that whatever some of the events in season 2 include points where we see some of the perspective of other adventurers. And even without that, that's fine, because you have the side content, but I understand that that's not necessarily an excuse. But still.
To bring it back to... Sorry, go ahead.
So the wizard from the first episode's brother becomes a prominent character for a couple episodes.
Yeah.
And like, but a lot of his stuff is like him training, and he wants to kill all of the goblins, like Goblin Slayer. And while he doesn't stick around to the end of the season, it basically just ends with him kind of looking at Goblin Slayer going, "I don't want to be like you. You're a fucking weirdo." Anyway.
Oh, but the show never criticizes Goblin Slayer, guys. This never happens.
But more importantly, Goblin Slayer laughs, and he's happy that this kid is not going to be like him. That he's going down the road.
Which is always a good thing.
Because he says, "I'm going to go slay a dragon." And it's like,
That's cool.
Yeah, he says, I'm gonna slay a dragon. And it's like, it's nice.
To bring it back to just the fundamentals of storytelling, the author can just choose to not show these things just because he deems it as not important. Like, how odd would it... Like, Jake, we recently watched The Mask of Zorro. Mm-hmm. How odd would it be if just for 45 minutes we started focusing on that priest that was sent to the labor camp?
That would be very strange.
Yeah, so the filmmakers decided we don't need to see that, and we can focus more on Alejandro's personal struggles.
Yes, everyone needs to watch The Mask of Zorro. It's really fucking good.
I always wanted to watch that movie. I just never got to.
It's so good.
If we ever hang out again, you will be watching it. Don't you worry.
We are told that society is feeble, but nothing ever actually slips through the cracks.
Except the goblins.
No, they're the victims, don't you see?
That is, of course, with the exception of goblins.
Ah, okay.
Whenever a problem arises in the world of Goblin Slayer, it is invariably caused by goblins. In the 12 episodes of Goblin Slayer, there is not a single interhuman conflict worth mentioning. No other kind of monster ever visibly causes trouble either, despite
except
another monster on screen.
Except the beholder, except the alligator familiar, I believe, causes some trouble.
Except for the insects.
Yeah, except
for the freaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for the giant worm or something. I'm pretty sure there's a fucking worm.
We don't even need to go that far. Again, what's on screen?
Yeah.
A creature that's not a goblin.
Yeah, the creatures that because this is when this is during the final battle, I believe, with the Demon Lord after he's resurrected.
Like the fact that most of them are more dangerous than goblins as far as we're told.
Yes.
The only exception to this are the giant rats which overrun the sewer, but giant rats making a nest out of the town's plumbing doesn't compare to villages being ransacked and women being kidnapped.
Except giant rats in your sewers is actually a bad thing, because you would still have sewer workers, and those giant rats could let's say at night come out of the sewers and start killing people.
I mean, that's even if you believe in rats in unusual size.
No, they don't exist.
Yeah, no, they don't exist.
Nah, no way.
To do. Though oddly enough, this only ever happens off screen or in flashbacks. With the exception of the final battle of the farm, the goblins never mount an assault within the present day time frame of the series. There is the attack on the Goblin Slayer's village, which happens in the past, the assault on the Sword Maiden, which also happens in the past.
He acknowledged it. So there's a little bit when he was talking about the Sword Maiden and stuff, 7,000 years ago.
Complete bullshit.
Yeah. Guys, no, Jake, don't you understand that was 5 minutes ago?
I mean, considering how long it's been.
Yeah. Present, which the audience is made privy to by someone bringing it up at the Adventurers Guild. It is never actually shown. All of the fights...
Wait, hold on, I need to listen to that again.
...so happens in the past, and a village being overrun by goblins in the present, which the audience is made privy to by someone bringing it up at the Adventurers Guild. It is never actually shown.
Actually, we see Goblin Slayer...
We have seen it!
No, this specific scene right here, we see Goblin Slayer eradicate them. This is when the tree starts burning, I believe, is what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, you're right. But also, you literally said, oh yeah, we've been shown that these things happened in the past, and we're seeing several examples in world building that indicate that, yeah, these things are happening. So like, I understand the value of telling and not showing, but when there are enough details through the story that are giving you, understandable, concrete fucking examples of these things happening, then there's no need to say that much further. Also, especially when you accuse this show of half the time being an incredibly generic fantasy. How generic would it be to show just some random attack on a village by a bunch of freaking orcs or something?
Well, don't you understand? Orcs are Jews.
Well, also...
no, orcs are black people. Goblins are Jewish black people.
Jesus Christ. And in terms... I completely forgot what I was going to say because that distracted me.
That the goblins are also... that the goblins are also the Irish because they have no respect for borders and they basically are in every family.
Right.
Also, I remember what I was gonna say. There's nothing wrong with being generic as long as you use that setting properly.
Yeah. As long as everything is executed well, even if you call your main villain the Dark Lord. I mean, Kaiser, would you agree that Konosuba's kind of a generic setting?
Konosuba?
Yeah, which kind of setting wise, it would say it's kind of generic.
Yeah, setting-wise, it's pretty generic. It has a lot of details in it, that make it different. But on the surface, in a lot of ways, yeah, it's a pretty generic place.
But Konosuba
Same with Frieren.
Yeah, Frieren. I guess
Freerun does take place in a sort of
Yeah.
generic D&D style world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But both are really
At
good.
least on the face of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, both are really good and they absolutely succeed. And we already understand that, yeah, the things that are happening in the world happen for a reason. And yes, it makes way more sense in Freerun's case that we see different scenes of villages being attacked by monsters and demons, but that's because fighting a specific monster or demon isn't the goal of Freerun. The goal of Freerun is to travel to a specific place.
Yeah, so it's to go to heaven so Freerun can talk with Himmel and say, "Man, I'm real sorry I didn't fucking, I didn't actually take the time to get to know you better."
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I didn't give you the opportunity to split me like a log.
Oh my god.
You are welcome for that imagery.
Fights the Goblin Slayer and his team engage in, again with the exception of the battle at the farm, are campaigns of offense. They never fight on their own home turf, they're always engaging the goblins either in goblin territory or in settlements that the goblins have conquered. This would be the most blatant instance of expansionist ideology the series has to offer if it...
Expansionist ideology.
But they're not expanding the empire or anything. They're going to stop the goblins from being fucking evil. What are you talking about?
Yeah, what?
Expansionist ideology. These goblins are going around kidnapping elven women. Do something, Goblin Slayer. I will. And there's a neat payoff in season 2 because the girl that they elf girl that they rescued in these 2 episodes, the one that was like in the chamber, we see her again in season 2, and Goblin Slayer goes up to her and just gets on her level and says, I killed them all, every last one. It's a good scene. It's a good scene.
For the fact that goblins do pose a threat to society, just never on screen.
What do you mean never on screen?
Are you serious?
What was the first episode?
What
was the first episode?
What was
no,
the
he's
last
saying
episode?
That it's inconsistent because we don't see it enough in his mind.
So we should see goblin rape every episode. Okay.
I love the idea. We're watching that woman be stabbed. It's like, these guys clearly aren't a threat. They're not dangerous.
Totally.
It's almost like the threat is minimal because they're proactive in their killing of the goblins whenever they show up.
Yeah. Oh, and this scene right here, this 2 episodes, they have actually taken over, I believe it was an elven temple or something. Or some kind of ruins that the elves...
So and nothing of value was lost.
Yeah. Okay, look, elves are not cringe in this for the most part.
What makes elves cringe?
Well, they murder fucked a god into existence, so that's probably one reason.
We're mainly talking about it from a Warhammer perspective. Yeah, they're the reason a chaos god was birthed.
Yeah, the Eldar, wow. The Eldar are like, the Eldar are clowns.
Well, yeah, that's what the Harlequins are. They're literal clowns.
Fuck off. Wait, no. Now you reminded me when the fucking Harlequins, managed to get past a bunch of custodies and almost get to the Emperor's throne room.
Yeah, that's a completely separate tangent. That's the reason why we make fun of elves.
Yes.
That and Elder Scrolls, because they're just objectively the bad guys.
In the way this allows 2 contrasting truths to coexist, this is genius. At once, the righteous kingdom can be beautiful and peaceful, and its fighters can always be on the offensive, all the while the goblins continue to threaten the basic stability of society, putting it on the back foot. It is very clever storytelling that is unfortunately used to engender more underhanded duplicity in the series. Tactically speaking, the protagonists of Goblin Slayer are always the aggressors, and yet there is always the implication...
They're always the aggressors after the goblins invade territory that isn't theirs and are hurting and harming people of other societies that are not theirs.
Oh no, they should be given they should be given reparations for always being on the back foot. They need to be given those kingdoms.
This man needs to read a Horus Heresy book.
This man needs to go back to English class.
This man needs to go back.
Yeah, just go back. How do you breathe, man? How do you breathe?
Well, I mean, I would say it's an automatic response your body does, but, you know, so is, I guess, blinking, so, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't do that.
He's just stuck manually breathing and manually blinking.
Wait, stuck? Manual? Stuck?
Oh my god.
Man? Stuckman?
I don't even know how I figured on this point. Like, I don't even...
We got 10 more minutes, guys.
Let's go.
Assault to justify this aggression. But that Goblin asserting the protagonists of Goblin Slayer are always the aggressors. And yet, there is always the implication of some prior Goblin assault to justify this aggression.
Implication. Would you not say that goblins invading the capital city and killing people, would you not have that be aggression? Like,
no, that's just propaganda that the anti-goblin rhetoric wants to tell you.
But that goblin assault needs to happen away from the present visible reality, lest the image of the beauty of society be tarnished.
You're looking way too deep.
It shows what they're trying to protect.
Yeah. But more importantly, it's really funny how he shows this scene where it's like the one scene where Goblin Slayer is without his armor because it got damaged. I believe it was in the Capitol. And it's actually really funny because he goes to the guild hall. Nobody recognizes him because he always wears his armor. And his skin is incredibly pale because he always wears his armor. And why does he always wear his armor? Because he always feels the need he has to be 100% on guard in case the goblins attack. Because he's obsessed and paranoid.
Like, awesome character design, by the way.
Oh yeah, Goblin Slayer's character design is excellent.
Oh yeah.
For a series as ostensibly mature as Goblin Slayer, it is surprising how lacking it is in detail. In the 12 episodes the series consists of, so little world building takes place, it's almost baffling.
It's the first season, you fucking child.
Goblin Slayer wastes so much time showing characters eating ice cream or engaging in endless goblin murder sessions that one might think the series has...
Okay, you are not... Sorry, the ice cream scene is Goblin Slayer confessing to Priestess one of his greatest fears as a child. He's opening up for the first time
ice cream.
For the first time in years. He's opening up to either someone who isn't Farm Girl or just someone in general. He's the barriers that he's put up, but are being broken down bit by bit, and he's telling how his greatest fear as a child is if he took a step, he felt as if he would fall right through the ground, and then he says, you know, sorry, and then she says stop saying that, because, you know, playfully, and then you can hear the smile, you know, when you smile and you hear people talk, you can hear the smile. It's a great scene. It's amazing. Stop! Don't you fucking devalue this scene, you fucking hack.
No, it's ice cream.
Ice cream and racism.
Like that, don't you fucking...
Ended.
Don't you fucking reduce this scene to fucking just eating ice cream, you fucking clown.
There's too much time on its hands, and yet we know next to nothing about the world it takes place in.
But we know a lot about the characters. At least the main ones. And characters are the most important part of your story. As much as a stickler and like I am for world building and coherency and consistency with the plot, the characters are the most important.
In most of them.
In most cases.
Yeah, there's some stories that are mainly just setting based, like the Homeworld games are entirely, except for Homeworld 3, but that's the bad one. These games are mainly setting based. We're talking more about like the journey that these thousands of people are taking rather than just this individual person.
Okay.
The entire series takes place in 2 cities and their immediate surroundings, and everything else is left a mystery. This
For now, in season 2 we go to the home of the elves. In season 2, they build like a training facility, so the older generation of adventurers trains the newer generation of adventurers, so they can help, like it can help the younger adventurers survive longer.
Was to benefit Goblin Slayer in a very specific way. It can be implied that society has no problems without having to engage with how difficult to believe that is. Let's take rulership, for example. We don't know what kind of regencies exist in the world of Goblin Slayer. Has the land been divided into countries or empires? Or maybe population centers are limited to city-states with vast swaths of unclaimed land between them? Well, no one knows, and that works to the series' favor. Because if the audience doesn't know what kind of rulership is in place, they cannot question its inconsistencies.
What inconsistencies?
Well, we know that like elves and dwarves and lizard people have their own societies. That much we do know, because you don't see like there's a comment at the Guild Girl, you don't see lizard people very much because they're like tribal Native Americans. If the Garb didn't give it away already.
Sure.
And inconsistencies there would be, because it's difficult to believe that there could be peaceful rule in a world where monsters are a constant threat. If the ruler...
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Wait, let him cook.
It all depends on where you're setting it. Like, if the conflict is some far away... Like, say your fantasy land involves a war that is happening continents away. People could be dying over there. That doesn't necessarily mean that if you're in the capital city, that people are just dying left and right there. It just depends on the story you're trying to tell. Again, we're going back to fundamental basics when it comes to storytelling.
Yeah, no. This guy wants like Game of Thrones level, like, you know, this is.
Oh yeah, clearly.
Not everything needs to be Game of Thrones.
And inconsistencies there would be, because it's difficult to believe that there could be peaceful rule in a world where monsters are a constant threat. If the ruler, be they king or democratically elected, is benevolent, then how is it possible that their rule isn't constantly being threatened with insurrections?
What?
Because maybe there's the constant threat, and they don't...
Yeah, maybe, dude, this isn't season 8 of Game of Thrones, where people would rather fight over a fucking chair than deal with the freaking Lich King at their front door.
Not to mention... So, one of the central themes that's normally told through most storytelling is uniting because of a central conflict. Lord of the Rings is a great example of this. The struggles between men, elves, and dwarves, but they must all put aside their petty differences to help fight against Sauron and destroy the ring. It's like, we don't see a rebellion in Rohan, because, like, by the time that Theoden is back to his senses, there are other fucking problems. Like, there's dissonance before he comes back with, I keep wanting to say Faramir, that's very much not who Éomer, riding off and with his riders. But then they all unite once Gandalf brings them to Helm's Deep.
But no, but more importantly, why would there be insurrections if there's a threat? Why would they want to destabilize? Insurrection means like internal overthrow, right?
Well, yes, that is the nature of what an insurrection is.
Okay, all right. I'm just making sure I'm not wrong here.
It's because this guy is essentially saying that this wouldn't be possible because human nature is its most basic need is to destroy. But he said, guess.
But also benevolent kings are not pussies. They're not soft.
Yeah. Like,
a benevolent king just means fair and just and not tyrannical, but they can still be firm and hard. And it's like there's armies at our doors. Yeah, we'll put their heads on some fucking pikes, and no one can ever bother us ever again. Yeah, let's do that.
And they would probably be smart. And even then, an insurrection of a king, that's an entire story in of itself. Why would we waste time on that?
Because politicisms, Kaiser.
Oh, right. I understand.
Ruler is an autocrat, then how come everything is so peaceful? Remember, this is not a light fantasy series. You cannot gloss over these issues by saying things just work without losing a ton of narrative credibility. But Goblin Slayer...
Remember, a dark fantasy cannot be... Well, I guess if it's not a light fantasy...
It has to cover all manner of dark topics, no matter what, in any degree whatsoever.
This guy probably thinks that when we talk about Warhammer, he probably thinks it's the straw man of everybody's fighting everybody.
Yeah, when that's not the case. That's not the case at all.
Does do that. On the question of regency, it seems to say, don't worry about that, it's going smoothly. Let's worry about these goblins first.
Which, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
They're the more...
Yeah, it'd be one thing.
The story is goblins, not regency and politics. You can have regency and politics in the background as set dressing for your story later on after you set up the main conflict of the story. But the main thing of the story is fight goblin.
Yeah, it all just depends on the narrative you're telling, and also just based on the characters that are in your story. Luffy essentially front lines a whole revolution in Alabasta, not because of any of the political reasons that are within the region. It's because somebody upset his friend.
Yeah. But here's the thing, One Piece has room for that kind of storytelling, even if it decides to go into the politics and have the main characters be involved in it. Goblin Slayer is not that kind of story. Which is perfectly fine. And it would be one thing, right? Because here's the fucking thing, dude. I would rather have something like Goblin Slayer over something like Ruby, which tries to shove in every single, different kind of dark topic under the motherfucking sun and not be able to handle any of it in its freaking runtime. You expect Goblin Slayer to have that level of freaking detail in 12 episodes in the first fucking season?
Yes.
Are you mad?
It takes a hell of a writer to be able to talk about, like, a lot of heavy political subjects within what could be viewed as simple storytelling. That's why the prequels fell so flat on their faces, because George just couldn't figure out how to tell that story.
Pretty much, and it's not that George had a lot of yes men. It's just that I think he had a lot of yes men, or is
he had some. So it's a misconception that he was surrounded by yes men, and that everybody thought his ideas were great. There were plenty of times when people would talk back. Ben Burt, who was the main. He was either the main sound designer and helped with a lot of editing. During the first viewing of the Phantom Menace, which is where we get that famous George may have gone a little too far in a few places. This guy is essentially breaking down as to why the battle with the Gungans, the fight with Darth Maul, Anakin in space, and then the Queen assaulting the throne room, why essentially that doesn't work on a storytelling aspect because too much is going on. But by this point, the movie was pretty much finished. That's when the biggest ball being dropped comes from. It's the fact that they essentially finished the damn movie and only realized how many mistakes were really in there.
Yeah.
And by doing this, the idyll of the world of Goblin Slayer is kept intact by flat out ignoring what should be areas of conflict. Simply leaving things that don't make sense unmentioned is a very childish way for an artist.
You haven't explained what doesn't make sense, because the series, for the most part, is internally consistent with the rules and characters that it has established and how they behave. So
yeah, it just doesn't focus on the things you care about.
Exactly.
Which is even more childish.
Like there's nothing really involving the goblins that would, like, if like a bunch of goblins like in like various different like cities set off explosives or set fire to them, like in a coordinated effort, and like we get nothing on those kingdoms and the rulers like coming together and maybe getting the Goblin Slayer and trying to find a way. That would be weird. That would be really weird. That like none of these kingdoms' rulers are actually, you know, getting involved with the fact that their entire cities were burned down. We're not getting anything on that.
Yeah.
That would be like head scratching. Why you would want to get them involved? But
sure.
Currently, no. There's no story reason why they should.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if the show presented these things and then never did anything with them, but it never does so in the first place. So this is the important thing. There's this narrative thing called emphasis. When a story puts emphasis on something, even for a moment, okay, that clues you in. That sends signals to your brain that, okay, this is important to keep in mind about it. But if it's not giving you anything at all, then that's like, okay, this is not important to the story. Let's move on.
Yes.
It's that simple.
To achieve the world they want to achieve. And this applies to other factors in Goblin Slayer as well. Take the issue of racial harmony for another. Numerous fantasy races coexist in the world of Goblin Slayer. Besides humans, you have elves, dwarves, lizardmen, padfoots, and some others as well. These races live in de facto segregation. The two towns most of the series takes place in are human settlements, and very few of its denizens are members of other races. The elves, dwarves, etc. predominantly live elsewhere.
That could just be
their own
I was trying.
Countries or merely cities is of course not entirely clear, but what is clear.
So the point that I was going to quickly say is that it's just a logistical thing. You're not going to see, like, if say we're at a human settlement, we're not going to see like 70,000 elves living there. We're probably going to see mostly humans.
Why he thinks it's weird that like this medieval setting isn't like a major metropolitan area where you have like a bunch of people of different races. It's like, why is everything racially homogenous?
Yeah, dude.
It's like, why are there no black people in the middle of like 15th century fucking middle of nowhere Norway? I don't feel represented.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, just because the races get along with each other, that doesn't mean that they should live with each other necessarily. That's a ridiculous thing to say. It's like, oh, I'm friends with Kaiser. I'm gonna go live in his house.
Yeah, I'm friends with Wyatt. I'm gonna go live in his computer.
Oh my god.
You don't want to be in there.
Yes, I do. She's mine.
Oh boy.
Except the races don't intermingle much. That is a bit strange in and of itself. You'd think there would at least be small enclaves of most races everywhere, but it seems...
Again, see,
why is there no Chinatown filled with elves?
Yeah, see, he thinks it's strange that this medieval setting doesn't have like mixed race everywhere, and everything is racially essentially like ethnically homogenous for the most part, except for like maybe big cities, like how it would, like Constantinople would, like major, like, or pretty much any major city that was on the Silk Road would have like people from different parts of the world trading and hustle and bustle. But in the middle of bumfuck England, there's some village somewhere. It's gonna be white people. Like,
yeah, like even if this guy is English, I'm going to assume that he probably lives in London, which is the least English city in all of England.
Oh, yeah.
Because of how, for centuries, for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years even, it has been the hub of other people coming into the country. And mostly staying there. So, for a lot of countries, it is mostly the larger cities that have these, and smaller cities, towns, villages don't have any of this. But this just goes into the problem. If you're somebody who has lived all their lives in this kind of city, you don't know anything else. And it's hard to conceive of a life that's different from that So even in a medieval setting, they're like, why isn't 1500s, 1300s looking town not New York City?
Yeah.
Well, imagine, for example, imagine living your life for almost 30 years believing that God was basically dead, and then you find out there's a whole pantheon of just gods themselves, whether they be good or evil is entirely out of characters' a scope of reality, essentially. Like it would be a major shock to somebody.
Yeah.
It would be a major shock to somebody to realize that there is a way of living outside of your personal experience.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why, I didn't know what you were cooking with that one, to be honest.
Wait, hold on. I don't. Hold on. I have to say that again from the start.
I was talking more on like my own personal storytelling of a D&D character that Jake would be more familiar with because he's in this campaign. It was essentially a character who like was basically a turbo atheist, and then it's like, oh, God's real? Shit.
Well,
That doesn't. That's not really relevant to the conversation, though.
So the point that he's making is just in this vast different how perspective changes everything, because he doesn't understand that with this type of like small village you wouldn't be seeing vast swarms of other races.
Maybe it's because it's how late it is. I'm not sure how that led to that.
If I'm not getting my point across, it's fine. We can move on.
Yeah, it's been we've been at this for 5 hours.
No. It's 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 55 seconds. Come on.
Oh,
no, it's been longer than that. We started as soon as I came in. Remember, and that was before the 3-hour mark, or that was before the 3/6 hour mark.
Is it still recording? Yeah, it's still recording. Oh, it's still recording. Okay. I don't know. It's the weird.
I would just be surprised that your software is still working.
Goblin Slayer effectively consists of a series of ethno-states. Because of this, it is doubly weird how little prejudice there appears to be in this world. If you think about it, it seems unlikely that these races would get along so well. They are very disparate cultures, it seems they all have their own languages as well, and most importantly, interactions between races are fairly rare if the events of the show are anything to go by.
So that means that everyone is a racist, I guess.
No. He's actually doing the opposite sort of thing, because most people complain about the fact that there is racism in these stories. He's complaining that there isn't racism.
Yeah, he's complaining that there isn't enough.
There's not enough racism in this story. Give it to me more now, pronto. Redraft. I need all the racism.
He doesn't understand that the reason why there isn't racism in this world between these races is because there is something more important to fight.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, sure, maybe I'm not a historian, so maybe the logic in the specific circumstances might be a little bit skewed, sure. But again, that is not the focus of the story. You really have to... You're saying that, because it is a dark fantasy, it is somehow obligated because of that label to focus on other aspects of, the society that is dark or uncomfortable or whatever, instead of just focusing on the main thing that it cares about.
Yeah. And that's
really stupid.
And it's not... It'd be one thing if there was a bunch is in one episode there was people being racist to the Lizard Man, and then in the next episode for the rest of the series everyone's just perfectly fine with it. That would be an inconsistency, but that never happened to begin with. They just say it's strange to see lizard people, since I don't really venture outside of their home territory that much. But it's and the thing is, adventurers in particular would probably not be particularly racist, at least against elves or dwarves or anything, just because they probably have
at least not in a major way.
Yeah, because they probably worked with
like
them
that would like.
yeah.
Sure, and besides, like, we even see later in the manga that the elven villages are incredibly isolationist anyways, and barely have contact in the outside world.
Yeah, when
which makes, you know, people like the elf archer that's a part of the Goblin Slayer's party, you know, a special case. She is rare among their culture. That is acknowledged by the narrative. But of course, this motherfucker thinks that we should have this shit now. I want my societal commentary now. You know, like it's like the same thing as people wanting Freerens and wanting demons in Freeren to be these incredibly complex antagonists right from the very beginning. Instead of waiting a little bit, just waiting like 2 arcs and they'll get exactly what they wanted.
No, now. We want it now.
Okay.
I want more racism now.
I want more racism. I want my race war now.
Don't care how. I want it now.
I want my racism now.
It's like I need at least 7 racial slurs on my desk by tomorrow morning for this story.
Yep.
So then,
bring me more slurs with Spider-Man.
This has been a clash. The clues as well, and most importantly, interactions between races are fairly rare if the events of the show are anything to go by. So then, how is it possible that these races don't clash? The closest the series ever gets to portraying racial tension is light racist ribbing between the elven archer and the dwarven shaman. The fact that they share these interactions is plausible in my opinion because the Goblin Slayer's party has known each other for some time already, so they might have already worked through most of their racial biases. As for the rest of the world, it's more difficult to swallow their progressiveness. Most of the characters in the series, both major and minor...
Listen, if it's a society that happens in the past, they have to be racist.
No,
Unlike
what he
our
wanted...
modern society, which is simultaneously very racist, but also progressive and righteous.
No, so what he wanted was all the Goblin Slayer Team Goblin Slayer all sitting around a campfire and go, alright, so we know that's a stupid knife here, you're a dwarf and it's thus short, and you're a scaly. Alright, you got a racism.
You have a cloaca, gross.
Like... That's what he wanted. It was a scene for them to put their racial differences aside when that's clearly not the fucking point.
It's like gross. Like you're like a platypus. You have a cloaca.
might not even see one person of a different race in a month, and the same goes for their social circles. And yet somehow, racial tension is nowhere to be found. The exclusively human Adventurers Guild has nothing to say when a lizard man walks in, something that has to be a rarity. The Goblin Slayer's party shows up talking of an unforeseen threat to life, and it's simply accepted as read. All of this is plain unbelievable. Prejudice...
I mean, for your simplistic, retarded mind, but sure.
Sure.
Against other groups cannot be dispelled in a racial vacuum, at least not on this scale. So what we see in Goblin Slayer is a world which is post-racial culturally, while enforcing near absolute racial segregation. And why?
It doesn't enforce racial segregation. Nothing is
because it's based on D&D, you idiot.
Well, no. Let's not even just go into the meta. What we'll do is it's not racial segregation is not enforced. It's just that the different races just don't interact with each other. They're not hostile. They just choose to be over there, but like they don't hate each other.
Yeah, it's almost
fine.
It's almost as if like you want to live with other people that look like you and speak your language and have your culture, but those guys but your neighbors over in the next town over, they don't have any of that, but they're still pretty chill people. But I'm not going to go over and live there.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah,
right.
I mean, what do you think under like the concept of just nations in general? Like, obviously nations have gone to war, but like there's just been like lots of like countries and stuff that's like, yeah, those guys over there are cool, but we like to live here.
I'm sure if, like, they were, say we're in a different setting and the humans and the lizardmen are at war, it would probably be viewed with a lot more tension of the lizardmen walking into that mostly human guild.
Yes, but no, it's just a bunch of
people in that world
in their own countries, chilling and enjoying their own lives, not getting in each other's way, but they're not like, but also it's like, hey, we're grouping together, and it's like, oh, that's neat, that's chill. And then the dwarf is like, hey, knife ear, you're like
the
fucking
worst,
skinny.
The worst part is you can do this with any simplistic story possible. You can do this with anything, dude.
Yeah.
This is so fucking unnecessary.
No.
I find it really interesting because I got like one of my friends got annoyed at me because she didn't want racial segregation in my story. It's like, well, why don't you create a story where there's a metropolitan where all of these different races get along? It's like, because the fact that they're all divided is kind of the point of my story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe the fact that this story that we're watching, that we're reacting to right now, the point of the story isn't about racial segregation and all of that kind of stuff, so it doesn't matter.
And there's nothing within the story that is brought up that would necessitate discussions of this either. Like, again,
and like there's nothing in this story from what we've been discussing so far that has led me to believe that racial issues have ever actually been a thing in this world. So what the fuck is he talking about when he says that you can't just get rid of something like that? When has that ever been a thing it to be gotten rid of?
Oh my god, does he think that racism is an inherent attribute to people and therefore it should exist in fiction?
I mean,
no, what we need is an episode where trade disputes are happening between the elves and the lizardmen, so Goblin Slayer needs to get past the lizardman blockade and settle with a sort of federation of trade.
Oh my god!
To fix this trade dispute.
Like,
yeah, that would be entertaining in my Goblin Slayer.
Like, again, to go back to like the monster verse, it's like, yeah, I know New Empire it's not about discussing the ramifications and repercussions of all of this. This monsters destroying everything and leaving cities ruined ashes, but like, why? Like, this should be something that you should be addressing because of all of the rampant destruction these things have caused, and like the fact that so much of the world would be changed because of this. It's not like that, because we're entering the state of everybody seems to be mostly chill with each other, which is fine.
Yeah, like, to a certain extent, I can kind of understand saying that, hey, if the story had, if he's with us right now, he would probably be like, hey, I'm not saying that I wanted this to be a main element of the story. I just wanted this to be in the background in order to, because I believe it would enhance the interactions between the other characters and make the world feel a bit more lived in. And I would be like, okay, sure, let's run with that a little bit. The thing about it is that there's already a lot that we're getting out of Goblin Slayer, given how simple it is. It's like I said in my free run video, which I linked to you, Wyatt, earlier. Yeah, just because a story is less good for doing something doesn't mean it's bad for not doing it, if that makes any sense. Yeah. Like, just because it's not freaking Shakespeare and trying its hand at every single cookie in the cookie jar in order to be the bestest, possible story, doesn't mean that it's a bad thing for not doing it. Like, you're saying all this stuff, dude, like, this is all basic character writing, but you are constantly ignoring all of that throughout this entire fucking video. What right do you have to say that any of your words have been persuasive thus far? Whatsoever? Why should I listen to any degree what you have to say about this story when you have the gall to say that Goblin Slayer is shown to be charismatic?
Well, don't you understand? He's saying words, therefore you should listen.
Yes.
He's saying that.
Well, if it's that easy, no wonder I have more subs than him. I'm clearly saying more.
Well, in all fairness, he also gave up on the YouTube thing, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, it's not like he would have succeeded if he kept going.
Probably not.
No.
When did he quit?
Like,
he quit.
It's always good when...
I believe he quit, because on that post that I read earlier, the last paragraph was him telling him why he had stopped. Part of it was due to just personal life being too busy, and he just feels as if he's not cut out to be YouTube video essay man, which he's not. So,
hey, you said it, not me, buddy.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate because
he would have been a content gold mine. To be fair,
my viewpoint is always that we all kind of deserve, not even deserve, we all should have a chance at a slice of the pie.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
So when seeing somebody who's given up, that's being viewed as somebody giving up on their dream, possibly.
Yeah. And, it's robbing me of content, and I don't like that.
I mean, we always have organized chaos.
We do always have organized chaos. I mean,
He
doesn't say anything, but when he does, it's usually really stupid.
Yep.
Well, for the same reason, there is no political strife, because it allows for the narrative to laser focus on goblins as the only threat.
Except the Demon Lord, but we'll just forget about that.
Yeah, it's the only threat that is relevant to the main story that we came here to watch. There are other threats in the background. In fact, there's a freaking side manga where we get all of that stuff. Now you might say, "Oh, why are you saying that I should listen to all this, external material in order to get all of these things?" Because it's not the main fucking story, you fucking cunt. That's like saying, "Hey, I'm watching My Hero Academia. Why don't we see any more vigilante heroes?" Because the show isn't about fucking vigilantes, you fucking cunt.
Yeah, go read Vigilante then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If there is no unity among the initiated races, there can be no unity against a scapegoat.
It's not a scapegoat.
Means is that the narrative has to bend over backwards and abandon plausibility for one of its elements just to make the goblins the sole enemy force. And not only is there no racial tension in Goblin Slayer, there is virtually no tension of any kind that isn't caused by goblins. With the single exception of an instance of theft which is cleared up within the span of one scene, there is no interpersonal conflict in this series of any kind. The characters are all nice and well-meaning. Some of them are a bit hot-tempered maybe, but they all have each other's best interest at heart. Even the spearman...
Yeah, because they're adults.
Yeah.
They're mature adults.
Well, I mean, even mature adults can have their arguments. And disagreements on things. I can understand his criticism here. We don't have to constantly disagree with this guy just because most of his video has been garbage. Let's not just make a demon out of this guy. I can understand the idea that it's disappointing that there isn't more to the story in terms of the characters actually being people, and that everything is fairly flat and dull, and the only thing about the story is just this one element. When the majority of really good stories out there have more than just its conception. We talk about, you could talk about Gundam, where the whole thing is about how war is bad. But then you can just show that with the fighting and watching as boats and ships and countries get blown up and stuff like that. But then on top of that, you also have the characters having their own struggles and their own conflicts with each other. And that makes the story a lot more vibrant and a lot more alive. And I think that that is technically what he is arguing in this moment.
in an idea sense, I absolutely agree. Do I trust that he is well founded in this? I don't, because I need to. So I'm gonna leave that on the table for now until I rewatch the show myself.
Mm-hmm.
Of the guild members doesn't ever engage in any untoward behavior. The characters can sometimes be rude, yes, but they never do anything that is detrimental to the well-being of others.
What?
The closest
you want Spearman to go on like an arc where he's having like an extortion racket going on? That's not
it could be that he's saying like detrimental in the sense of like maybe they're doing something that's more self-serving, or maybe they're going to sabotage somebody so that they can get the benefits of it. Not sabotage in the way of like this person is going to get horribly maimed or killed, but just like they don't get the benefits.
They're gonna get less money.
do. Yeah.
Like something like that, which, okay, I can understand like that as a criticism, sure, but like I said, I don't trust that this guy's criticism is well founded. I'll just say, ideally, yeah, he would be correct. That would be a valid criticism to have.
I can't even say that I don't trust him on that, because even if he has been disingenuous prior with a lot of his talking points, it still can be that a certain aspect of what he is saying can be true. So even we just have to understand whether or not what he is saying is fundamentally not true in order to figure out what he is talking about is true or not.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose. I guess.
I know it's so hard to disagree with somebody, to agree with somebody that you fundamentally don't like.
But
if you're listen, the equivalent of all of this going down the brass tacks, we're just giving him 1%. That's about it. Okay? This is the 1% that he's correct.
It would certainly help if he was a lot more forward with his points that he's making, because we've agreed with content creators plenty of times whenever
we'll make this group watch faster.
What?
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I said in response when you said that, I wish he was more forward with his points. I said definitely would have made this group watch faster.
Yes, it would have made it much faster.
Well, that's why when we every once in a while, like when we talk about somebody like this is a more recent example, when Birdman is making a point about something, like we're not just Jake and I haven't just immediately just gone like, oh, he's made this good point, but he's a piece of shit anyway. Like even though rarely he makes a good point, we still acknowledge it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Like with Lily Orchard, we disagreed with her on most of her points on her Twitter, but there were a couple of them that we did just flat out agree with. And we weren't going to just disagree with her because we didn't like her and we didn't like all of the other points that she made in the past.
Yeah.
Sure.
You have to be fair even to the psychopaths.
Yeah.
No, don't you understand? Rey is the best character because in her headcanon she's a lesbian.
Oh my god, it's so funny y'all say that, because we've been covering her fan fiction.
See, Wyatt, they've been doing it. I tried to rope you and the others in. We would do readings. We would do it. We would milk this cow for content, and they've beaten us to
Why are you yelling at me? I wasn't against it. I was just saying we need a full cast.
Well, Max or Slur, they're not here, so I have to yell at you.
Well, we only have 2 people that are reading. Everyone else just reacts, and not gonna lie, last week, yesterday was pretty, bad in terms of everybody's behavior when it came to the rules of our read-along.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we don't like to go off on tangents because some of us have a curfew, and we do read it at kind of late at night, so like we have to move along, or else we're going to maybe get like 3 paragraphs by the time that person has to get offline. So we ask, like, don't go off on tangents, don't go off on conversations, just make your quick quip and then let us continue on. And there were a lot of people that kept making conversations with each other and making like really long ass quips and then responding to somebody else's long quip with their own long quip, and it's like, guys, stop.
Well, to be fair, this is pretty expected when you have this in a Discord setting, as opposed to just having it live during a podcast.
No, this became a problem more after we went live. When it was private, just on the Discord server, it wasn't as much of a problem. It got worse after we went live.
I see.
Yeah.
Probably because they
Anyway, moving
wanted
on.
to try to be performative or
Yeah.
something.
Moving on.
Yeah.
The series gets to introducing a character whose presence is genuinely hurtful is the Goblin Slayer's mentor, who only appears in flashbacks. He is incredibly emotionally abusive towards the young Goblin Slayer, but his actions no longer actively affect the narrative because he's not present in the current day. It's also the only heinous non-goblin character in the series still bears a significant resemblance to goblins, even though he's supposed to be of a human-adjacent race. A lack of conflict in a story is not a problem in and of itself. In fact, I'm of the opinion that we could do with more slice-of-life works being produced. The problem is that a serious fantasy narrative feels flat without it. Any story in which the only conflict comes about from a very clear divide between good and evil, with a complete lack of nuance, simply isn't very mature.
Lord of the Rings.
Okay, but Goblin Slayer never set out to be very mature in the first place, so you've already lost.
Well, no. He's taking it as a broad categorization. Lord of the Rings. Argument destroyed. Like,
I'm gonna argue back on that just a little bit. Lord of the Rings is getting to the point where it is showing its age. It still isn't a bad story per se, but it is older now.
I'm talking
and
about the
fantasy...
movies. I'm talking about the movies, not the books. I've never read the books. I'm talking about the movies.
even then, like, Lord of the Rings isn't set in a dark, mature world necessarily, though. I think that is the point that he is trying to make here, based off of the context of what he was saying.
You can still be mature, but not be dark. A lot of times, maturity comes with accepting the good in life rather than just letting the bad beat you down.
And also,
yeah, and I never said that was the case.
I know.
But even then, when it comes to Lord of the Rings, there was still a lot more to it than what a lot of people give it credit for.
Oh,
definitely. There is like that. I think that is what he is saying is missing from Goblin Slayer. Like, you're saying Lord of the Rings kind of destroys his argument, but I think that because of the nuances and the characterizations in the Lord of the Rings movies in particular, since you mentioned that, then I would say that kind of goes into his point.
Well, he's talking not necessarily about Goblin Slayer, but just good versus evil stories in general.
Yeah, but you can still have a good versus evil story where there is more to it than just that. And Lord of the Rings is one of those stories. The movies are, at least.
Well, yeah.
Which is fair, and all we can really admit then is that, yeah, that is one aspect that kind of undercuts Goblin Slayer's narrative. I wouldn't necessarily fight you on that. It's just that I'm not sure why you would expect that from this.
Well, no, like, my whole point with Lord of the Rings is that despite being a good versus evil story, it's still mature, at least with the movies. I'm not sure about the books. But even then...
No. He's saying that because there is nothing other than the good versus evil story, it's not mature, it's not fleshed out. It feels flat.
I mean, like from a
And
plot
to be
standpoint,
fair,
sure, yeah. From a plot standpoint, yes. But again, he's like discounting all of the stuff that adds nuance to it, which is primarily Goblin Slayer as a character.
That as well.
I'm just saying, like, in terms of that, when you tried to use Lord of the Rings as a destroying point, I would have to argue against that, because from that context, that's not exactly correct. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
He is wrong in other ways, though. Like, not just because of the fact that
yeah. Why do you think we've been going on for about 6 hours now?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Not just because of that, but also because of the fact that, like, again, it all has to do with expectation. This guy went into the show with the wrong expectation for it. And he just...
And I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a wrong expectation to have, especially if you have a first episode like Goblin Slayer does. You would expect then, from the context of the first episode, which is the tone setter for the series, for it to be a very dark, very mature show. And then, based off of what he's been saying, the show has been very relaxed outside of the goblin stuff, very simplistic. And you can be very disappointed by that due to the expectations laid on the first episode. This is the reason why a lot of artists and a lot of writers say that your first episode is important in order to tell the reader what to expect for the rest of the series going forward.
I guess, like, from that standpoint, I'd almost argue, like, it feels, from that perspective, very subjective, and, like, while there's nothing wrong with having a subjective point of view...
That's not really subjective. That is industry standard in terms of writing.
Well, no, how someone watches a show with their mindset in mind when approaching a show, that's very subjective.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. It's not their perspective. It is how the first episode leads them to a particular conclusion about the show. That is what the show is saying the show is going to be like, and then realizing that the show is not what the show has said that it's going to be like.
Yeah, like, say
that is what I was talking about.
Yeah, like, say for example, you have like a let's just use Gundam as an example, sure, because I am very drained. Gundam establishes first episode, Amuro is piloting the Gundam, blows up both of the Zaku's, and at first it was shown as sort of a climactic moment, but it was, during that episode, it was also shown as incredibly horrifying, right? Setting the tone that, yeah, things are going to get very serious from here on out. Now, imagine if instead of the show happening proper afterwards, it just became basically just a sci-fi comedy with very few fight scenes in between. Then the tone
or even like a romantic comedy.
Oh my god, that's even worse, because let me tell you something, romance and Gundam do not mix 99% of the time. There's like 2 good Gundam romances in all of the franchise. I'm not even memeing. Well, in all of the anime franchise anyways. I'm not going to speak to the mangas.
Yeah. But that is like that isn't really a subjective thing to have the narrative set you up with certain expectations, and then to have those expectations be dismantled very thoroughly by the thing that set you up with those expectations itself.
Yeah, it can potentially be a flaw from that standpoint.
Yes.
Because it would be subjective if you go in with a certain expectation from, like, not the first episode onward, but going into the first episode, and then like the show being different from what you thought. It's
the first episode showing you one thing and then the rest of the show showing you another. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right, coolio.
I zoned
Slayer
out for like
is
most
not
of that.
mature.
So.
In fact, it's incredibly juvenile. Blood, dismemberment, and rape do not elevate a story to being more mature. That's what fleshed out characters, complicated morality, realistic worlds, and themes and ideas are for. And Goblin Slayer has.
I would even argue that you don't need complicated morality to be mature either. Like you can have. Like,
it definitely helps, but
it
yeah,
helps,
you don't really need those that in order to be mature. Yeah.
Like Guyver certainly doesn't have complicated morality. Kronos is bad. Everyone against Kronos is. It has some bits and pieces with Mikishima. He kind of does his own thing, but that's still portrayed as being pretty fucking evil because it is pretty fucking evil. But like Kronos is bad. Sho and his friends, they're like good because what Kronos is doing is just objectively bad. So, but it's still a mature story. But I don't really agree with that. And like realistic worlds. So this person doesn't understand the difference between realism and believability. Like 40K.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, 40K for the most part is not a realistic world, but depending on who's writing it, but I would say for the most part, it is mostly believable in terms of like being consistent. Mostly.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like realism, believability, not the same thing.
Has none of that. It only has a hatred for goblins, and it's.
Oh yeah, it also has no themes as well. Goblin Slayer apparently has no themes as well, according to this person.
Well, that's just wrong.
I mean, everything has themes. Even the worst story imaginable that you can think of technically has a theme.
Yeah, Rebel Moon has themes.
What I'm guessing what he's trying to convey is that Goblin Slayer doesn't have very fleshed out themes, which is just number one, untrue, and number two, even if true, he has done the shit job proving it.
Yeah.
Sacrifices.
Shit. God damn it.
Sacrifices constructing a believable, engaging universe to enforce that hatred. Besides
to enforce that hatred.
Another common work of art for Goblin Slayer to be compared to is the manga series Berserk. This is yet another comparison that I completely disagree with.
Yes,
Berserk
so do
has
I.
had its problems with indulging in rape and violence entirely for their own sakes, but it has made tremendous strides over the course of its 30-year run on its way to becoming one of the best manga of all time.
I'm sorry. I need to hear that beginning point again because he just said something that I think possibly is going to make me really angry.
Art for Goblin Slayer to be compared to is the manga series Berserk. This is yet another comparison that I completely disagree with. Berserk has had its problems with indulging in rape and violence entirely for their own sakes, but it has made tremendous strides over the course of its 30-year run on its way to becoming one of the best manga of all time.
I can't remember a single time in Berserk where it's just rape and violence for the sake of rape and violence. Have you ever gotten that, Wyatt?
No, and that's what was kind of throwing me off because like moments of sexual assault are normally like they have a purpose to them. The Eclipse is the biggest example. Griffith wanted to hurt Guts, and also just. For the sake of it, also just wanted to hurt Casca because in his own way, she betrayed him as well.
What happened with Guts explains why he just hates being touched and kind of what makes his moment with Casca mean a lot because
even more meaningful.
Yeah, even though in the middle he starts strangling her.
I think that this is a more subjective take on his part because, and I can understand it because rape as a concept is overused in a lot of media, and a lot of people get tired of the use of it in media in general because it's so overused. Because it is a very easy thing to say, oh, this person or these creatures or this whatever is bad, and I'm going to prove that by having them rape women and stuff like that.
Sure, but when we... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you were still going.
Yeah, when he's saying problems with rape and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure he's probably talking about just like the issue of just using rape as a device in order to get the plot going, or informing how the male characters feel about the women getting raped and all that kind of stuff.
Well, on the first point, that, like, here's the thing, that kind of stuff rarely ever even happens in Berserk. Like, all the scenes of the sexual assault of the characters are very few and far between. And number two, the boys get it too. I'm pretty sure the earliest point
Guts.
in the series where a sexual assault happens is what happens to Guts as a child.
Yes.
Yeah, and I never said that didn't happen.
No, I'm not arguing
I
against
don't think
you. I'm just saying.
no, listen.
Okay.
I don't think even he said that. I said earlier that a lot of people are just tired of the concept of rape at all in media because it is so overused. It doesn't matter if it happens to women, it doesn't matter if it happens to men. A lot of people are just tired of it, point blank, period.
I mean, if it's being used in bad media, yes, people would get tired of it.
Well, yeah,
it is
not
one of the most
only
common
that.
things for a lot of shows that want to be darker, want to be more mature, want to be serious, in order to to just portray in general as a thing that happens.
Which is a fair thing to be, frustrated with, absolutely. But to project, but where he is wrong here, even aside from the specific details, is the fact that he is projecting this frustration onto the first examples of these sorts of things in Berserk, when that absolutely isn't true.
Yeah, it's not done just for the sake of it. There's a purpose.
Yeah, I never said that he said that it was done for the sake of whatever. Again, people can just be tired of the concept in general of it happening in the story. And that isn't...
Which is certainly
that
true.
isn't wrong.
Jake and I certainly
Which is fine, but he said in... Well, yeah, but even then, in that clip, he literally said that friggin' it had issues with these using these things to drive the story in the past, in like the earlier parts of the series. So he isn't just making a general statement. He is literally saying that this story had an issue with this.
With it driving the story.
Yeah, which I wouldn't even...
Yeah, for its own sake.
For its own sake, yeah. Not like... Because I'm pretty sure he said using rape and violence just for its own sake.
Yeah, that's why we're going to listen to it one more time.
Yeah, yeah, but that is why I was focusing on the idea that he's probably just tired of it in general. And it doesn't matter to him whether or not it's for its own sake or if it actually has narrative importance. People can just be tired of the concept in general.
Then he should just say that instead.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was trying to do.
For Goblin Slayer to be compared to is the manga series Berserk. This is yet another comparison that I completely disagree with. Berserk has had its problems with indulging in rape and violence entirely for their own sakes, but it has made tremendous strides over the course of its 30-year run on its way to becoming one of the best manga of all time. Its characters have depth and its world is well established. The morality and conflict of the series are dense, and even though the central narrative is about two clashing factions, there is so much more to it than that. And Berserk's use of violence and sexual assault is very much purposeful. Looking back at the infamous rape horse scene, it feels so out of place now compared to the incredible pathos with which Guts' history with rape and the rape of Casca are handled.
Not really. The rape, number one, the rape horse, again, isn't the earliest example of this that we see in the series. And number two, it's just showing another avenue of how the world of the demons has... how demons and stuff has changed throughout the world throughout the story. And I'm also pretty sure it showcases a few other things as well, but I can't remember all the details of that scene.
It's also to open Farnese's eyes to like the horrors of of basically what her world actually is. It serves more as a narrative device than just trying to do it for the sake of it.
And the horse does.
Yeah.
The horse doesn't actually rape her, right?
It gets
No,
pretty
it
damn
doesn't.
close.
It gets close, yeah.
Okay.
This is what I was talking about though, with using it as a narrative device and it being overly used as a narrative device. He is talking about how like the moments of essay in the narrative, while some may be problematic, most has well served the story and the characters. So like that is what Kaiser was saying was what he was mostly fighting this guy over, but he wasn't disagreeing with Kaiser over that. He was mostly just talking about how that scene in particular feels weird in comparison to these much better written scenes involving the concept.
Which presuming that scene isn't his only example, I can probably agree with that, sure. It's just that I would need to look at that scene again to see if that is the case or not.
And just so that everybody knows, I know nothing about Berserk either. So in terms of Goblin Slayer and Berserk, I only have this guy's words to go off of and your guys' words.
I got to it's the first arc after the Golden Age stuff happens with like that little girl and her friend is like a weird moth demon person now.
I don't need to know the context really.
That's there.
I think he's just saying he's trying to remember where that story was at. I would have to reread it myself to see if like, okay, what does this fit what he's trying to say?
No. I'm just telling you where I am at the story. That's all.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Every instance of sexual assault in Goblin Slayer is brushed to the sidelines after it comes to an end. Guts, on the other hand, is still recovering from when he was molested as a child, and depending on how you look at it, the rape of Casca, which occurred over 20 years ago, is still the focal point of Berserk today. Berserk's core themes are forgiveness and redemption. About Griffith, the series asks, could someone be forgiven an atrocity if the consequences of it are no longer palpable?
That is very much it's not forgiveness. The central theme of Berserk is revenge and what the toll that takes on a person, to the point of even neglecting the thing we're trying to save. That's why when Guts has to essentially rethink his whole strategy once Casca is kidnapped again.
I would say the core theme of Berserk, or one of the bigger core themes, is the exploring the idea of purpose. The meaning of like a person's destiny and what purpose a person can have. Is it something that is given to them, or is it something that they can, sort of create for themselves, that they can determine on their own?
I find it really interesting that like we're talking about like this video in terms of the series and how we can have different subjective opinions and stuff, and what is a correct subjective opinion, what is an incorrect subjective opinion and stuff like that, and just how we kind of don't really know the line between a correct opinion and incorrect opinion. It's just interesting.
I guess in a lot of ways, like I think that speaks to how much what was it, the series itself leaves room for interpretation that way.
Yeah.
I guess personally, I just don't see this theme of redemption, not of redemption, of forgiveness, because, like, I guess regardless, like, I'm thinking of like where the series is gonna have to go, and it's just like no matter what, even if it's not done for personal reasons, Griffith has to die. He essentially doomed the entire world. Fucker needs to die.
So I wouldn't necessarily argue that forgiveness is a theme in Berserk somewhere, sure. But do I think it's the central theme of it? I do not think so. I think there's way more. I think even though, a lot of this is up into interpretation, I think there is way more evidence towards the central theme being about, exploring the ideas of destiny and purpose and fatalism.
Mm-hmm. And revenge and what the toll that takes upon a person.
Yeah.
hell, I would even say that the revenge aspect is just a tool for feeding into the purpose thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna get really, if you want to get really heady there, but you know.
Yeah, if we want to put on our
Guts, the
thinking
series
caps.
asks, can someone be better than the very worst they've ever been? These are questions which still need to be answered, and by the end might be left for the reader to answer for themselves. The only theme Goblin Slayer has is that goblins are bad and deserve to be exterminated.
Wrong. We went over like a lot of what the themes for Goblin Slayer were earlier, but one of which is essentially regaining one's humanity through companionship. I think that's probably the
we
biggest
already
one.
we already discussed this. Let's move on. I'm ready to be done.
Yeah.
And on this front, it raises no questions that the series doesn't answer itself, and the answer is always the same. It's always kill more goblins.
Gob slay. So
Okay.
Alright.
Goblin Slayer is a nightmare to talk about, to me at least. There is an abundance of fascist-adjacent elements slithering about in the series.
You barely ever talked about
that. Not because I think Goblin Slayer has greater value outside of these elements. In fact, it's the opposite. Goblin Slayer simply isn't very good or well written.
Wrong.
The plot is clumsily constructed, the story is filled with inconsistencies, character depth.
You haven't pointed any of those inconsistencies out. The ones that you've imagined in your brain aren't inconsistencies at all, so shut up.
Is kept to an absolute minimum, and tabletop RPG tropes are used in place of.
What were you gonna say?
Sorry. I don't know the context, so I can't say whether or not the show is good or not. But the majority of what he was talking about for all of this video has just been that the goblins are evil, and yet I want to sympathize with them because they are humanoid, and I can imagine a scenario where they are a POC. And I am upset at the fact that the show doesn't focus on these elements, but when it does focus on these elements, I'm going to kind of ignore that and then complain when there's no characterization.
So Theodore Roosevelt hated the Native American.
And that also apparently he used the Starship Troopers example, Wyatt, of the bugs.
God damn it!
So
it's like clockwork, buddy.
They threw a meteor at Buenos Aires. Like they are the aggressors.
Yep. So just the fact that he has these issues, but then that wasn't the focus of his video, is just absolutely baffling to me.
Exactly. Because then again, I don't typically most of the time, I don't give a shit what ideology a movie or a show is going to put out. I just want it to be internally consistent. Unless that ideology, like in the Fallout show, where they're like super anti-capitalist to the point where like Vault Tech is like, we're gonna create the apocalypse because it's good for the economy. So, so stuff like that, yeah.
A lot of money to be made at the end of the world, and it's like,
Mr. House, why are you here? You were the reason. If you knew when the bombs were dropping, why are you the way you are in New Vegas?
Yeah, even though the whole thing is that he didn't know that the bombs were dropped, he had it down to a week, and he was wrong.
World building time, and it's based on source material that is even more poorly written based on what little I've read of it. It's clear that very little.
Apparently he's read very little of the light novels and the manga, and apparently that's also poorly written. But he's only read.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't
no
mainly because I don't believe you can read.
Don't worry, he's probably a fan of Dragon Ball. He can't read.
Ah, true.
Very little deliberation
Jake, aren't you a fan of Dragon Ball?
Universe.
No.
Goblin Slayer is
I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player.
conceived in the most literal sense. And if even the basics of the story are this undercooked, you can only imagine how little thought was put into the deeper implications of the series. I wouldn't be surprised if the fact that Goblin Slayer reads like a fantasy rewriting of the Turner Diaries, or maybe more appropriately 1,000 Miles of Winds, never even crossed Kumo Kagyu's mind.
I have no idea what those two books
in
are.
the actual fuck did you just say?
I don't know. Weird, maybe like weird fascist-tisms or race-tisms. I don't know.
This is where
I guess they're manifestos or some shit, I guess.
You know, when comparing media, I normally like to stick what's tangentially related, or at the very least what other people have heard of. I wouldn't suddenly just start talking about some obscure fucking communist manifesto when I'm talking about Star Wars.
Wait, what were the books called again?
The Turner Diaries and something else.
Hold on. Surprised at the fact that Goblin Slayer reads like a fantasy rewriting of the Turner Diaries, or maybe more appropriately 1,000 Miles of Winds.
1,000 Miles of Winds?
Never heard of him.
I never heard of him either.
I think I may have heard the Turner Diaries before. I never heard of
I've heard of Star Wars. Is that anything related to it?
I can't find the 1,000 Miles of Winds. I keep getting the Vanessa Carlton song, 1,000 Miles, and 1,000 Miles Against the Wind, Hearts and Hurricanes, and I have no idea what that is.
Maybe somebody in the comments corrected this guy, hopefully.
I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna look.
What's the Turner Diaries, though?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that this is even a proper book. I think that this is probably a very cheaply made self-published thing on Amazon, based off of what the book looks like. Okay, so
is there a summary on it? Like, is it basically
after returning from Costa Rica, Dale crosses the continent by bicycle from Oregon to Florida. Traveling as peaceful valley walker, he continues to seek truth, allow for love, and honor brotherhood. Join him as he finds peace on lonely backroads, true friendship with strangers, and ever more reasons for service. A penniless romp through the land of grand generosities.
What?
Do you want to see the image that is put on here? I will show it to you.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
I beg you.
Put it in the call chat. Do it. Oh my god.
I'm gonna read this book now. I'm gonna.
This looks amazing. Yo, somebody get this to the Crimson Rogue.
Yeah, seriously, it looks.
If this is on paperback, I will buy a copy and put it on my bookshelf next to my Star Wars books.
Hold on.
You can buy it on. You can only buy it on paperback for $19.99 Canadian.
Oh fuck that!
No, American. American. Sorry.
I'm not spending $20 on that.
Hold on. Wait, I think I can put it in the recording so we can see it. Hold on.
That's a movie. That's going to the movie theater and watching a horrible Marvel movie.
Hey, maybe you can buy a used copy.
I'll go down to my local half-price books. Excuse me, do you have 1,000 Miles Against the Wind? And then I get kicked out of the bookstore.
Damn, I wasn't able to successfully drag and drop the picture into the OBS. Damn.
You'll get it in post.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not editing this nightmare.
Okay.
No.
No.
We do this raw. We do it live.
Oh,
do not say it like that.
Okay, we are moving on.
Damn it, we hit it at the same time.
Crossed Kumo Kagyu's mind. Goblin Slayer represents a very disturbing ideology, but I don't think all of it was on purpose. As a fantasy analog to fascist propaganda, I think Goblin Slayer is an accidental creation. But Goblin Slayer being a piece of wish fulfillment featuring a Superman committing genocide against an entire impoverished species.
An entire impoverished species.
At least he didn't say race this time. I think, again, these people always miss the species part of it. Goblins are not another human. They're not humans, right? They're not another. Different races have the different skin tone and pigments and stuff like that. and melanin levels, but we're all literally the same species. Goblins are not. They're essentially like a humanoid animal virus. That's it.
Yeah.
Especially as far as the Goblin Slayer world is concerned. And yet this guy does not want to engage with that and says that is harmful rhetoric. How is it harmful? You never displayed the harm.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Keep going. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, in order to establish that an element of a story is going to commit harm in the real world or harmful in their ideology, you have to display that fucking harm.
You know, he compares Goblin Slayer to Superman, but I bet this man has never read a Superman comic in his life.
I bet he never watched a Superman movie before, like Superman versus the Elite.
I think it's funny.
That's such a good one.
I think it's funny how like he's talking about like all like it's a racist allegory and all that stuff. And I had just finished one of the more famous arcs in One Piece, Fishman Island. And it's pretty much its central theme is don't be racist. It's because at one point somebody needs a blood transfusion. And it's like at the end of the day, we still have the same red blood.
Yeah.
It's like don't like it's funny how somebody who just doesn't understand the work he's reading, and then you think of just all the great works being made by other people like Oda that get a point across a lot better than he ever could.
Yeah.
That's just the basic premise. I don't think Kumo Kagyu or anyone who had creative influence over the manga and anime adaptations of Goblin Slayer are fascists, but it does appear that they did not recognize the scary ideas that are at play in their works.
The scary ideas of protecting your friends, and the scary ideas of allowing people to help rebuild you if you are broken, or the scary ideas of understanding that don't be a fucking weirdo that builds pipe bombs in your basement and you might get like sexy guild lady.
Also, again, I know that I made the analogy of viruses like long before Wyatt had joined in, but since we're talking about like more I guess disagreeable creatures in order to like murder and stuff, squirrels are considered pests. Squirrels have family systems, a basic language system that's all their own. They have like a sense of like emotion. They have all of the basic elements that any other animal kind of does, and yet we still eradicate the squirrels if we find them in our attics and whatever.
Even though like trees only exist because squirrels forget where they put the acorns. Squirrels are neat. They also taste pretty good.
And that alone is bad enough. These ideas are present in Goblin Slayer, and whether they were put there out of malice or out of dereliction doesn't matter. They send the same message to the audience either way.
Keep trying, buddy. Keep trying.
I too appreciate my friends picking me up when I'm down and helping me.
Yeah, that's pretty base.
Yeah, that's incredibly based, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty sexy.
One thing away from this video, I want it to be this: you should always be wary of works of art which define the enemy, not at the hand of their ideology.
Helping my friends is sexy. I want to put that on a t-shirt now.
Yeah.
By inherent factors such as their race. This is a bad thing no matter how clouded it is in the unreality of the fiction. It doesn't matter if the antagonists are goblins or Skrulls or real races as we...
Okay, so first off, you're using Captain Marvel, the movie, where the Skrulls were the good guys, and even in the comics, the Skrulls they're not bad because they're Skrulls.
Yeah, and even then, in Captain Marvel, she didn't give a fuck. All of these people are trying to do what they can in order to, survive in this planet that they are unfamiliar with. And a lot of these people, if I remember correctly, are freaking mind controlled or don't know fully what's going on. And she blows them up anyway.
No, we never get an answer on that if they're just much in the lie as she is, which I think is safe to infer. Yeah, she just fucking kills them. just outright.
Yeah.
Captain Marvel.
The narrative doesn't give a fuck about the Skrulls. So why are you throwing that in there?
In fact, if you pay attention, especially if we're putting Secret Invasion in the mix as well, it makes them the enemy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But that's 4 years after this point.
Yes.
Damn it.
Damn it. Sorry.
We observe them in reality. What matters is the line of thought, that an enemy is an enemy because they are a certain something, instead of because they believe a certain something. Because no matter
but
how
why is that
disconnected
bad?
the vilified race is from any real race, the ideology that makes them villains can easily be transplanted into reality. Because
and there it is.
The main difference between the Skrulls and the Goblins is that Skrulls are effectively just a human race, but with pointy ears and green skin.
And
it's not the same with the Goblins.
And shape-shifting.
Yeah, it's not the same.
That's not the case.
Shape-shifting abilities.
They're able to understand like FTL technology and are able to blend in with societies. Like
but ostensibly
they're
they have
races.
they're sapient races with human level intelligence, if not greater. Goblins don't have that.
So, like,
you were essentially dealing with a rabid dog.
You know, sticking with comics, would this guy have a problem with Doomsday then? Because Doomsday, for the most part, is a mindless killing machine, given what he is.
I get probably not, because if he doesn't have an issue with the demons in Doom being like enhanced or whatever, then I guess his argument would be that Doomsday was created to be this way, so it's fine.
But he really wasn't created to be that way. It's just the result of like the constant dying and coming back and shit. It's like
he would say Doomsday is just as much of a victim as the people he's killing.
I guess.
How about Darkseid? Darkseid is literally the concept of evil and tyranny.
Let's not.
Disconnected the vilified race is from any real race, the ideology that makes them villains can easily be transplanted into reality. Because if one believes that goblins can be villains just for being goblins, then they are not far away from believing that, say, Zhuang people are villains just for being Zhuang people.
If anyone actually thinks that because of a fictional fucking story, that is their fault.
Yeah, they clearly had something already wrong with them, and
their
fucked up brains just basically were finally given an excuse.
Like, I'm sorry, dude. Goblin Slayer came out in 2018, if I remember correctly. And how many crimes have been committed as a result when this video came out in 2020? 2 years after the fact? Zero!
I mean, I'll do you one better. Joker. People thought like a bunch of crimes were going to happen, and yet all the crimes were happening when Frozen 2 came out.
Which is so fucking...
Well, they wanted people to die at the theaters waiting the Joker. They wanted the shooters to come up.
Just give them an excuse.
That's obviously wrong, but people do believe those sorts of things, and shows like Goblin Slayer aren't helping to change that.
Why should it help to change that? Why is that Goblin Slayer's job? It wants to be a dark fantasy action show. That's all it needs to do.
If you want,
as long as it's not explicitly telling people or even implicitly telling people to hurt real people, because when you're watching it, literally, just like in Freerun, this literally involves ignoring the text, because when you see Goblin Slayer, a human, interact with dwarves and lizardmen and elves and dog people in order to fight off these freaking goblins, you're seeing a guy collabing with other races to take on a bigger threat.
Yes.
That's what I see. That's what everyone with a fucking brain sees. And anyone who doesn't has already got themselves fucked up in the head, even more so than Goblin Slayer himself.
How about the Reapers in Mass Effect?
Yeah, that too.
Well, the Reapers are... That's the weird thing, because we're talking about a sapient race that's like just doing its thing.
But they're not inherently evil for what they are, though, right?
Yeah, it's just like the main conflict just the main conflict is just the fact that the sapient races of the Milky Way galaxy are just the current victims.
He'd probably still see that as evil.
Probably.
Damn it.
This is the kind of media
Nobody
savviness
touched
that
the
is
button except for
important to
one
have.
person.
It's crucial that people are aware that works of art push ideologies, and that you do not have to accept those ideologies as they are,
Not
but
all of
instead
them.
think about them critically.
But you said...
I would much prefer you watching...
But you literally said that this does not push an ideology anyway.
Also, most media, like, so it all depends on what someone declares as their line when pushing an ideology. Because, like, what ideology is Power Rangers, for example, trying to push? It's not. It's just watching these silly teens fight the monster of the week.
Cosmic Fury has an anti-capitalist tinge to it at the end.
So to be fair, Jake, when I say Power Rangers, I am bringing it all the way back to Mighty Morphin.
Which season?
All the way back to Mighty Morphin.
Well, it's because Mighty Morphin technically has, like, what, 3 seasons?
3 seasons, yes.
Yeah.
No. So it's not pushing an ideology. It's just watching these teenagers in the funny outfits fight the monster of the week.
The most ideology gets is, obvious good versus obvious evil. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah, because our protagonists are basically fucking saints. Like, we're gonna skydive for charity.
Not canon. Yeah. Not canon. It's not canon. You shut your mouth, Wyatt.
Fine, we'll rollerblade for charity.
No. ATV race for charity.
No, weren't they when the baby that got saved by
No, they weren't rollerblading for charity. They were just in the park chilling. Like, ATV race for charity is much more silly.
The point being is that, yeah, it's not pushing ideology. It's I would almost say it's doing the opposite. It's just the fun adventure.
That's just one example.
Yes.
Yeah.
Goblin Slayer and maybe even enjoying it while thinking about everything I've discussed in this video, than you never watching Goblin Slayer and this video going in one ear and out the other. If you've made it this far into the video, then I have to say thank you so much.
You're not welcome.
I'm sorry that the first part of this video about the rape scene was so disconnected from the rest.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
References to it in the second half were so entrenched in the script that I couldn't change it anymore. I hope you got something.
Yes, you could.
You're fucking lazy.
I can imagine the first half of this video being a bit hard to sit through. So if it's any
no
shit,
shit.
I can tell you this: the portrayal of non-consensual sex in anime can be much, much worse than that, and it has.
You know what? I am glad. Never come back to YouTube ever again.
What do you mean?
Don't ever come back to YouTube ever again.
But, like, Shield Hero doesn't have a does the season 1 have a depiction of non?
No, it doesn't.
It has a false rape allegation. Yeah, false rape allegation. I know that, but I'm trying to remember Shield Hero season 1. Like, I don't think that has that.
There was no sexual assault scene in Shield Hero season 1.
Yeah, okay. It's late. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're just gonna stop there.
Crap.
We're just gonna stop
It
there.
is over.
Yeah.
You
Good riddance.
Okay, don't you ever make an addendum to this video? Don't you dare come after season 2? I will find you in your hobbit hole and I will smoke you out.
No, you know what? I personally, what was this guy's name again?
Drinking with Skeletons.
Yeah.
Drinking with Skeletons, I personally challenge you, even though you're probably never gonna see this. Come back, and I want you to analyze One Piece. No. I want you to try to say Luffy's a communist. I want you to basically, like, oh, he's this anarchist revolutionary in Alabasta, and it's like,
oh my Lord.
I want him to just tackle all the wrong things so that I will be there to prove you wrong.
It's the Shrek is a Marxist movie.
Oh my god, stop.
Oh my god. I can't believe is that actually real?
Yes. We talked about this at the beginning of this podcast.
Yes, yeah, we did.
My brain is fried, Twilight. Come on.
Yes,
Cut me some slack.
You did miss that, but honestly, come back and do your Shield Hero Season 1 video. I fucking dare you to try and gymnastics your way in my saying of trying to say that.
No, because it is very clear that this is an addiction that this man has, looking into things the way that he does.
I'll enable this.
Enable. You know, we'll give him.
I am an enabler. All sorts of things. More specifically, I'm a financial enabler.
I'll throw him the fucking Horus heresy. I dare you. I dare you to tell me chaos was right drinking with skeletons. I dare you to be one of those people.
Oh my god.
I dare you to say that the Tau ethereals are right. Do it, coward.
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear it all over again. Luffy is a communist. I want to.
Okay.
Ooh.
Hassan said that.
Hassan Piker. I think I told you, but like at the beginning. But again.
He said that while he was talking with an actual terrorist. By the way.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah. I remember now.
Wait. What? Who was he saying that with?
I don't remember. It's some Houthi guy.
Yeah, he was basically talking to an actual like pirate who kills people and stuff.
Oh,
and
I thought he was
him
on
to Luffy.
I thought he was on
for the
Gigux
most part doesn't even have a
podcast
body
saying
count.
that.
Was he?
I don't know. It might have been Gigux podcast, but I'm
I don't remember Hassan being in Trash Taste, but I don't fucking care. Anyway, this guy sucks. Never come back to YouTube. Never.
No,
please.
Back. I need content. Do it.
There are plenty of other people that have bad takes on YouTube. You can find a replacement for this guy.
Yeah, there are more lol cows in the pasture.
You're right.
Time to tackle Lily Orchard again.
No.
Well, she did come out with that new core video, so who knows?
Wasn't it that she's essentially taking back the whole I hated this show.
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet.
All right, shill your stuff so we can peace out.
Subscribe to Kaiser Shonen. Made a new video about Invincible. New stuff coming soon. I am dying. Thank you very much. And please, again, if you think that watching a show that with evil races in it will make you racist, you're the racist. Sorry, not sorry.
Again, I'm Twilight Guardian. I have a video about a deep dive into Digimon as a franchise on my channel. Hopefully one day soon I will have the second Digimon video out. First of all, I have to struggle through my own Lily Orchard video, which is not going very well. But until then, you can enjoy me as I torture Kaiser and Raymond, Celtic Phoenix, and a guest, as I tell them about a childhood book series of mine that keeps me up at night and lives rent-free in my head with how bad it was.
Is it Animorphs?
Don't talk bad on Goosebumps.
What do you mean, Animorphs? Animorphs was good.
I know, I'm memeing.
It had the freakiest covers of all time, but other than that, I have no opinion on it.
Yeah, and you can buy them on Redbubble by the guy who made them.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
All right, everybody knows who Wyatt is. You don't need to chill.
Oh, I'm gonna shill because we actually have something to shill for once.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, another response podcast. We just finished our Outer Wilds playthrough, and join myself, Max, and Jake as we do a playthrough of Space Marine 2. It's gonna be a lot of fun, and it's funny that Kaiser, you brought up Invincible, because we recently did a breakdown of the final episodes of Invincible season 2.
Oh, good shit.
So go check us out. The playthroughs will be releasing throughout the month of September, and shenanigans will be had, definitely.
Indeed.
I'm also, of course, a co-host here on Dragon's Den and various other places.
I am working on my Godzilla X Kong New Empire. It was a struggle to get through of it, but now that I've gotten to the retarded Mothra lore and a little bit before that, I'm just cooking, man. I'm blasting that shit away.
But how many dings did you include?
I included no dings at all. Silence, autist, be gone from this world.
We recently covered Cinema Wins talking about New Empire.
Yes.
So
I'm sorry.
It's
yes, the trauma of the dings is still there.
Yeah. It's also it's still in copyright hell right now, but it's whatever. Anyways, goodbye everybody. Have a good night, and remember,